The news, the news, the news. शर्म आता है ऑन टाइम स्ट्रीमर्स को गाली देते हुए चैट को। कैसे हो चैट? फैनेटिक बोलते चैडी खोल दे।
Know each other better than these two at this point, so the map features are going to be very interesting. Will there be some mind games? Will there be any surprises? But normally with these two teams,
good morning, good morning.
You know, they like to just do what they want to do.
Hello, Primus, bye.
Oh, I like this. I expected
hello, Drew. Hello, Empire.
Slightly sooner because Carmine Corp nearly did beat Fnatic on that map, and we've
seen how incredible Navi
can be on Icebox in week 1. I'm really excited for this buy matchup because I'm thinking about the time that Navi 13-3 Fnatic back in the day. So is that gonna happen?
Chat, by the way, गिफ्टिंग का सीजन खत्म नहीं हो रहा है। गिफ्टिंग का सीजन खत्म नहीं हो रहा है, तो अपने पास कुछ क्रेजी चीज आई है। क्या बोलते बोशर भाई? सब बढ़िया, सब बढ़िया, लव यू। हाँ, तो क्रेजी चीज आ गई है। हो सकता है मैं किधर ट्रैवल करने जाऊं नेक्स्ट मंथ, हो सकता है, या फिर ये मंथ एंड हो सकता है कि मैं किधर ट्रैवल करने जाऊं करके नारुतो का एक बैकपैक मिला है चैट। नारुतो का बैकपैक मिला है। हाँ, नारुतो का बैकपैक के साथ एक कस्टम टैग मिला है जो मैं बैग में लगा सकता हूं। बिंक्स, मतलब ये बंदा मान ही नहीं रहा है। गिफ्टिंग सीजन हो रहा है इंद्रजीत भाई से। डब्ल्यू स्पैमर नंबर 1 आने के लिए स्पैम कर रहे हैं, तो डब्ल्यू 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 अरे मैं कुछ लीक्स नहीं दे रहा हूं यार, कुछ तो है इंद्रजीत भाई का, कुछ तो है बे, कुछ तो है इंद्रजीत भाई का, कुछ तो है भाई। आज 2 गिफ्ट आए हैं, 3, एक माइक आया है, एक बैग आया है, एक ये टैग आया है, 150 गिफ्टेड मेंबरशिप्स आए हैं। कुछ तो है। मतलब मेरे प्रेडिक्शंस के वजह से इनकम डबल हो रही है, तो बता दो भाई। 30% है मेरा, कुछ तो है। जहाँ ये जीतेगा फैनेटिक 2-0।
Because Navi probably one of the only teams. Oh yeah.
This is by W bay.
But Navi probably one of the teams that have consistently throughout their run. In general, they're just favored the player on bind. Not something we see very often. Do you guys expect that to come out today?
I do. Also, it's really interesting because the last time they played this was in kickoff, right, against Carmine Corp. Hero on the Vice, and this was probably before Vice was really popularized, so I think it'll be interesting to see if they still bring that one out.
Well, let's take a look and see if Alpha is going to play Tejo again. I hope not. I was a tiny bit of a TAFE hater, you know. Not for me.
I think on that point we were more intrigued than annoyed to begin with because we wanted to see what they were going to do with it, and they are still going to play the Tejo. I want to see
baby. Oi, go to spin kar do.
How they're going to actually use the amount of utility that they have.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, हर वॉच पार्टी में 2000 3000 लोग देखते हैं, 4000 कभी कभी 5000 कभी कभी। हाँ, एक बंदा नहीं है जो प्रॉपर ये चीज को रजिस्टर करके बहुत सारे डॉलर्स जीते राइट प्रेडिक्शन से। कैसे एक बंदा नहीं है यार? heavy free का dollars दे रहे वो लोग EWC वाले.
Sort of attack the sites and play maybe a more aggressive post plant if needed. So
ये already जीत नहीं रहे होगे तुम लोग.
Yeah, and I am so surprised. Navi again, like they like the KO, we know that, but they love the Brimmy. They're one of the teams that just
दाढ़ियाँ का vlog कब आ रहा है? दाढ़ियाँ?
They want to play that Brimstone. They have so many sellers on that. So to see them kind of move over to Viper Omen, and then the Fade KO as well instead of the Gecko, so interesting.
इंद्रजीत भाई क्या business करते हैं? Gifting.
He did, yeah, and I think there's a lot of pressure on Alexit going into this one as well. You know, you heard from him in the interview, he wants to just keep fighting.
Yeah, I can't wait to jump into this game and throw it over to your casters. Here is Haza and Cairo.
10,000 मिल गया already. रहने दो, रहने दो.
An iconic tie and one which we've seen 5 times so far in the partnered era. With Navi only victorious once, they'll face an in-form Fnatic today.
They certainly will, but it's not only that has.
भाई ये बे वो heavy accent वाला caster.
Stage so far, which is super interesting for me.
कैसा लग रहा है भाई?
Every time
serious लग रहा है.
Fnatic has come out on top.
That's exactly it. These two titans of old have been sharing the spotlight since Emea began.
Angel 1 versus Booster, the two of the greatest legends of all time.
Start on Bind, and the big point from the desk is that this is Navi's selection. They will begin things out on the
क्या करते हैं? पैसे कमाते हैं. भाई तुम क्या लो ना? मैं पूछा था slot है क्या? मना किया मेरे को.
Playing in the stack on the A site alongside Kayak.
ये नावी को जीतना ही पड़ेगा, ठीक है? चाहे कुछ भी हो, ये नावी को जीतना ही पड़ेगा.
Navi overall as they look right across the map and depositing one player to every lane.
It's a nice landing here as well, straight onto Alpha's position. It's not the Teo Util we're going to see. It's a loosened grip on the gun in his hands.
Get ball मत ये 18 साल का अभी.
LXC started slowly against Liquid, never really got going. But a big confidence booster as Navi are now accelerating towards B.
Can't aim IJ, तू कौन सा aim कर पाता है? जाना उधर विजिट के लिए.
On to hooker, only momentarily. Still the advantage towards Navi at the moment.
Oh, great pressure from Kayak. Through the TP and support, crashes. Now this double up looks to be potent. Ruxic traded out 1-for-1. This is a situation. Yeah, the spike's out in the open. Kayak's pinged it. He's given the information back to the rest of his team. And they should expect Alexic to be making his way over from the A side. But it's too little, too late.
क्या लगता है क्रॉनी आज हो सकता है?
Needs to be careful of both players coming out of hooker. Won't be able to get the engagement that he wants.
Alexi कितना साल का है अभी?
Exactly, and just to take a step back very quickly, looking at this veto as well, we've only seen Navi pick up 3 maps in total against Fnatic every single time they faced since 2023. And 2 of those maps, the only ones currently in the active pool, both mine and Ascent at the start of this veto. There are a lot of differences from the last time we saw them play it. But in terms of what stayed the same, we're getting a lot of Angel on the tail at the moment.
Yeah, we certainly are. More recently, in terms of Bind, though, we look towards Navi, and they actually played this map all the way back to Esports as an opening fixture against Carmine Core. They lost it 13-2, so we're open for a big improvement since then. But interestingly enough, Fnatic actually played it recently against Carmine Core as well. They were a lot more successful than Navi, though.
Showers control again to start, and the KO we've spoken so much about of Angel to try and guard this position. Kayak taking the orb, already halfway towards the showstopper in round number 2.
Do it again.
Attack wall as well. How much space is by and crashes.
Oh.
Tries to take a timing through it, doesn't work out, but Chronicle still not cleared.
Yeah, poses an empty threat with the classic, or so you would think! Chronicle! 3 huge kills, but still, it sits on the shoulders of Boaster to close. Close where Ruxic is, but that outlaw will bust him. Still plenty of damage from Fnatic.
That's what it's all about. Towards the next round, there's still a chance to force a couple of
तीन क्या मारे बे इसने.
And in terms of how Navi are playing these defaults, it is stemming back to the KO utility. You're seeing Angel's knife being thrown towards Showers.
Hero भी like बदला लेंगे अपन.
In him playing way more KO.
क्या सिंस बंद जब YouTube खोलते आप लग रहा था लव
यार. Makes up 40% of his total usage throughout his whole career. So definitely something they've been leaning towards more recently. This time it's a quiet start.
think that's a trap here. Considering when you...
Ready था बे jump pick के लिए ready था Rusfix.
I thought it was a trap, sorry, as you could see the jump spot, hoping that the players move up. The tail utility to lock them in long. Kayak stands ready for the engagement.
Buddy. Around, it's Ruxic to clear him. Zhao should use the Prowler here, most likely. No? Okay. Just takes the fight dry and they will win it.
A lot of the open engagement's going Navi's way, but still the stall working out for Fnatic.
Lexic looking to converge onto the site. Knife, gonna hit Boaster. Takes off the Astra utility, and with Alpha orbiting the edge of the smoke, Lexic is buried second. Moving into the site now, Crashy's in support, Boaster still hanging around, but it's Crashy's Chronicle forced into another retake on his lonesome.
One
bullet to take them out.
Clean headshot from Chronicle. Navi, you thought that the bonus round was a certainty, and just about Hero is able to slip back into the garden against his former teammate. Wants to take that first contact as soon as the spike is met. And that will be the information through the horde to just confirm that Chronicle is laying idle. Trying to get active, looking for a fight. Hero the first that he finds and cutting off. He has to know about the elbow angle. But Zhao converts it. 3 from 3 for Navi.
Not only that,
yes. Get put to a pool of buy, so the momentum firmly in the attack right now. Fnatic are not really living with the first couple of rounds. And I mean, the entries as well have been spectacular.
The only channel where members are more than normal. Language!
Top there from Angel as well.
Language!
On the replay here, Boaster has nothing to do with that site, and with the suppression as well, Mithul taken offline. Something I want to focus in on here quickly is that Teho again. And with the changes made, and the fact that you can't just cycle those salvos so consistently, how do Fnatic try and set it up? Looks like a contact piece, and just a shuffle down sand for now.
Shuffling away very quickly. That's another prawn put to the grave. At least the Bulldog was recovered back on towards Kayak.
इतना तो है कि अभी तक Navi एकदम clean
kill रही है. On the site, options to hit TP if it's really needed, but they don't have Shovel's control.
The salvo is just stalled for now, but Kayak is tethered, and so the spam connects to his position. One thing I will say as well is Navi have had opening picks on every round so far, but that's not quite the equalizer, but certainly pushing Fnatic in the right direction. Alpha has an upgrade. The hookah end of the push completely shut down. It's 4 players long, and the Fnatic members are ready accounting for showers.
I think this is still going to be towards B though. You don't want to chance it by going towards the TP, right? And that's exactly the case, is Navi try and execute into the site.
Fnatic caught just before the smoke plumes. It's Alpha who gets dropped.
Chat 4-0 Fnatic.
Scurrying sightwards. Elsewhere. Navi making this one clean. And when you consider the ults that they have and the ones they're coming up on, Hero just one off the pit now. This next rifle round could be very problematic.
Crashes can go and do a bit of damage here when you look at what's in the pockets of Navi. Bulldog not quite hitting. Crashes looks for another entry.
भाई अभी तो उन्होंने बस अल्टी भी है. 2 heavy वाले अल्ट है.
Come into the team, speaking so much about how he's been thriving in this high energy environment. Boaster mentioning it himself on the Spike Drop podcast. Cheeky plug there as well.
भाई अभी क्या करने का मालूम है? Simple देखो.
Viper ult मारेगा किधर? As I was saying, it's a strong start for Navi. When they looked best on this map before, it was their defensive record, not their attack.
Viper के ult वाले जगह पे आने का. Fade Viper के ult करेगा और Raze उसको मार देगा. एक और बंदा रहेगा साइड पे बस.
Well, okay.
There you go,
Question answered.
Yeah, exactly.
Dhruv भाई ये क्या language है?
I think that's a good time, Milan and Scott, to get their chance at speaking to the team. But here's a man who's been speaking throughout the rounds. Angel, 5 grand finals appearances, 5 out of 14 globals attended, and 1 global trophy.
Yeah, I think it's important that we make the slight correction on the global events as well. Qualified for 6, was only able to attend 5.
Yeah.
One of those, yeah, with FPX, that was the return of Reykjavik in 2022. But the same year, Copenhagen making amends on Danish soil.
मासूम फैम वाले बहुत हंस रहे हैं ये.
They were able to pick up over Fnatic, knocked them out of the lower bracket. I was, you know, on my way to that event. You were already there. It's like, oh, can't wait
उसका
to
रेट 100 रुपए क्यों है? यही तो.
Knocked out before I even had a chance.
Unlucky, mate.
कम से कम 100 बिटकॉइन तो मैं सोचूं.
Get a jet to holiday or something like that. Make sure you get there quickly. I don't know. I just thought I'd throw it in there.
Yeah, that needs workshopping, mate.
Technically, Fnatic का map है ना.
Navi's bind has certainly been in the workshop. Just the 2 rounds before, they've already doubled that.
मैं बोला था clean 2-0 जीतेगा, लेकिन कौन ये नहीं बोला था?
In terms of the comp, but Fnatic resting on what had worked for them before. Into the second rifle round of this game, I should say. The op is out for Kayak.
What will that really be?
No big guess of Bitcoin में?
For Fnatic is Navi have been making a lot of use out this B side of the map. Line up for hero. Once again, they put pressure towards here. Spike slowly making its way.
You're expecting the showstopper as well.
Ah, but it's been taken offline, and Alpha as well gets a kill. It's still even.
By heavy trade मारा शाओ ने.
That Spike can go down.
और बाप पलट में भाई शाओ ने राउंड ही जिता दिया बे.
Players, but all 3 are here and present.
Having to retake with an op is not ideal. The good thing is those crashes almost has a full build, but clearing Shao in the corner is a problem. Still, with this Viper's put up, you think that Navi have the advantage. But and now it has to be the young man who's been good for a clutch before.
A player
भाई इतना अच्छा अल्ट मार रहा है किस खुशी में वो लोग वहाँ पे गए एल्बो कंट्रोल लेते थे इजी विन था
in that round. Shao and Alexic both investing. This was such a nice use of the drone there. The suppression from Alpha. Rooksy getting caught on the edge of the pit is horrendous.
It's not even that though, it's the fact that the cloak comes out and that's how he's identified.
Yeah, exactly. It's egregious.
ये रन
A
की जा रहे
frustrating way to lose. But can they respond immediately, or do Fnatic have the answer? The op is back out and on the A site yet again. The pit in play this time though from Chronicle, looking to hold this down solo.
Yeah, with a judge in hand, close quarters is not something you want to try and get close to. Kayak looking towards Showers. Oh, the flash denies him a chance at the engagement. Kayak's classic instead walks out. He's got to be careful of the next swing, and it goes Navi's way.
Chronicle still orbiting in the pit though, about to get pushed from both sides or so you'd think. The Spike's still waiting to go in.
Shao has no utility to clear the pit either, so this is a real problem. As Fnatic try to make their entry back towards site. And look at Alpha, so close to heaven. Rooksik needs to be careful.
Why?
Fnatic still playing around with smoke, and that should dissipate at any moment in time.
Just replenished it, but yeah, now has to force the TP out. Alpha clicking it, the heals can't find it. Still Chronicle alive in this pit.
Still not had his chance, but now knows that the fade should be close. Alpha,
it's
a stalemate between the two, and the ultimate's still being invested by Fnatic.
Oh, he held the steps though. Chron now has a chance.
Yeah, getting close. In the pocket is Shao, and it's Chron to win it out. Still not on the spike, still not getting defused, but finally they'll have their chance now. As Angel tries to make his way through, he won't even get it though, as that spike's already defused.
Crazy, babe. Let's go, Fnatic.
Navi still have money beneath them. But it's 2 successful retakes in a row against the team with the highest post-plant win percentage in the league. Now sure, the sample size isn't the greatest. Navi have struggled to get into these positions, but it's just how static they are. Once they realise that the pit is in play, it doesn't look like anyone is ready to take charge of the situation.
Yeah, it was a real obstacle that they couldn't mount whatsoever.
ये कुछ नया था.
Go back to more of a default
Timing Pro Max था.
Holding on towards. He has an op as well.
Catches out Kayak, and the response from Fnatic is to just sit and wait with bated breath. Alpha's ult being in play does make you wonder, is there some kind of a set piece they've got cooked up? But it's all looking a little reactive here. Navi making the first move towards A.
But Crunch still gets away with a kill onto his opposite number. And that Haunt's done magic work. It's played out, and it's a brilliant play. He's down to 1 HP though, so he's put on notice. And Fnatic trying to get in to support. Now Electric stuck at backside. Himself taken out. Fnatic within 1.
And Chronicles on 1 HP, another 3k in defense of the A site. Kayak, well supported.
भाई ये सब राउंड कैसे जीत रहे बे? क्या रिवील था bro? क्या रिवील? क्या speed?
And that's one difficulty that you're always going to have, just trying to hard force a site execution against Fnatic here with Alpha and the Teho as well, and just the stockpile of utility.
हो गया वो लोग का एक हो गया.
If you're not seeing those salvos used earlier,
एक हो गया. अभी वो लोग को बोला जा रहा है कि भाई देखो अपना बी अच्छा था, बी लॉन्ग बराबर ले है, थोड़ा उसका प्रेशर देके बी जाएंगे, एक है तेल लगाने. सिंपल बात है.
It was jokingly mentioned by Angel during post plant in the first week.
Doing
the vetoes at the moment. Who's leading the conversation right now, performance coach. And I think that's also very telling about this new crop of players, this rebuild. It's a young one with Hero coming in from his time spent on Fnatic in his rookie year. Going to champs, and Alexic, who everyone's been saying they want to see him look a little bit more confident, cocky.
So I think my Valorant best game है भाई.
And I think as well, me and you well acquainted with Alexic from
Elective है आपका stream, इसलिए इसके बाद एक और stream है.
Always when I watched him, he felt like a
भाई delay stream में कोई
player.
सीन
Very
नहीं.
hot or
आराम
cold,
से जीतेंगे वो
and
लोग.
if he didn't, you just knew if it wasn't his day.
Interesting as Navi are on the half by here. See the 4-1 group up. Heavy pressure on Boaster.
But it's only that. Look at Long. Look at the proactivity from the defense.
Ajax moved up onto the line and the flick finds Hero. Armageddon in. Alexic just flying past it into the backside now, but Boaster's quick on it. Faster to the fight. And Navi now shut out, making their only approach from Hookah, are forced to reconsider.
ये तो GG लग रहा है बे अभी सीधा. भले वो लोग इको में.
On top of that, look at this drone. This is going to find Angel.
लेकिन
doesn't quite catch
रीड
the
देखना
second
बे.
player
वो
as
लोग को
well.
पता है मल्टीपल हुक्का है करके बे. ऑफ लेके बिलोंग पुश किया ड्रोन ने अपने. एक और फ्री किल.
Just waiting to receive it, and Kayak getting yet another suppressed mid-flight. Bit of entertainment, but still good to go. With Alpha by his side, Fnatic looking indomitable on round number 8. The score is tied. It's 4 in a row.
End zone flawless as well to boot. All equal. Back to a right.
We even see the Armageddon invested there as well from Alpha, and with Bind having such tight lanes, it's a great ultimate to slow down the pace. Coming back to the Alexic conversation, you can see he is still committed to making that play and opening up the space. It's started this game fairly well, all things considered. Just need to see the rest of Navi involved.
Navi need to make good
next round Kazakh by card
early advantage that they were able to create for themselves, and slowly but surely Fnatic have built themselves back into this game.
It's Boaster.
यार बिंक्स सब बराबर हाल है.
He liked to play it a lot before. We were talking 2020 back in the beta. He used to be a jet player, you know, we saw it.
There's the iconic Astra round as well when he was on the operator on attack.
Yeah, that was the other side of the map. But it's a Fnatic grouped up on B right now with the support of Kron's wall.
So basically, KO ने बता दिया कि वो shower पे था.
Stealth drone is going to help supplement. And they've actually sent Kayak down long here as well, just to reconfirm.
Yeah, I really like this. And the players getting into position as well, and Kron once again getting the entry pick on the A site. But Rooksik up close, waiting for the utility to fade so he can get his chance at the engagement. And he went out and continues forward.
Bro.
Doesn't get the next one.
Bye. Go to क्या Arsenal में जाएगा मतलब 9 months of cash तो
is considering it.
जान के
Unlucky for the young duelist, but not unlucky for
ये तो
Navi.
थोड़ा hero play हो गया बे.
Well planned out, and well, Navi
भाई hero play हो गया.
regain that lead.
2-3 सेकंड में तो
Very
स्प्रिंट
strong
मार के और डिले
individual
कर
round from Ruxic, a player who has always shown confidence, even against the best teams in the league.
Chat इतना yes or no लिखो बस मैंने बोला था कि नहीं.
Also coming from the Turkish league, but only facing Alpha once before this year. All the way back in January 2022.
Clean.
When he was on Surreal Esports. Alpha, of course. 3 years now with Fnatic. But yeah, the bigger point, that result against Vitality in the previous stage was led by Ruxic.
No.
That was a real turning point for them.
जो लोग no लिख रहे
You're
हैं ना.
hoping it's going to be the
कल का
same
दिन
sort of
तुम्हारा
thing
अच्छा
here
जाएगा यार.
if they're to have any chance, and he does bring out the op in round number 10.
तुम्हारा breakup कभी नहीं आएगा.
From Kayak in the last one. Oh, nothing in terms of straight heads-up engagements. Look at Ruxic right now, all the way up short.
And the same drone from Alpha taken on this timing to clear the B space. And as Navi remain resolute in their positioning towards A, you can sort of see the cogs turning. They're thinking about maybe going back and clearing B, but Ruxic certainly showing some intent here.
KOs here at least.
Yeah, and 2 suppressed, so Navi should begin to scale now.
Yeah, but it's whether they clear Cron in this corner. They now know the Ultraman committed, and it's Electric actually that gets the real difference maker. He can easily pick up Angel if needed, and that's exactly what's going to happen. There's only 2 players for Fnatic left. It crashes. Well, actually, it's just Kayak, and he's going to opt to save that op.
Yeah, this Kayak's up a certain crease without paddle. He's not going to be giving it a go.
8-4.
The all will remain safe.
Next round जीतेंगे.
But a brilliant execution from Navi. You
Hero
saw the combo utility drop into
8-4.
lamps as well.
Clean.
Caught out Boaster with the Seize nade. Now they're on the hunt because money has not been an issue for the side so far. And Ruxic finishes it with a flourish, an in-zone flawless.
इसलिए तेरी stream देख रहा हूँ भाई. Love you यार.
Has not been going their way as you should expect. Happy getting his changes in, and those ultimates as well, which could push Navi even further ahead. Most importantly, the showstopper, but I guess Fnatic have theirs as well.
And it was also a great trade of opening from Alexic. When we speak of him coming into this team as a shy character, the traits he does possess is being so malleable as a duelist, and having grown up watching Angel play, he said there's a lot of respect there, and it's a partnership which we need to see blossom if Navi are to succeed. If you look back at the changes they've historically made to this roster, it's always been the duelist spot, so if they can get that right, it might just be what they need.
Where are you?
And well, the fate as well, so you know, towards the B side.
Number 1 hitter.
And that's Electric now spotted in hookah with the showstopper as well, so he can continue to threaten the idea of a fast pop.
Spike's committed towards this side as well, and with Alpha's drone gone, he's not got much information off the back of it. A potential red herring.
You can see already what Fnatic are trying to do here. It's Crashies and Kron to frisk the attack side from short. Hero waiting to see if he can return it.
This would be big if Hero could win out the engagement. Does on the first, but does he know about the second? He must have heard the six. Doesn't quite capitalise though. And Kayak at the same time tries to respond with his showstopper, and both miss from either side.
And neither of the duelists from East able to connect. Kron in the corner, we've seen this before.
Yes, we have. He's still not clear. Does the players come out? Fnatic demolish them. And a spike lost in no man's land. Time so low. Navi need to get a move on very quickly. It's going to have to just come down to engagements. They're not going to be able to get that spike down.
Yeah.
And even from the 2-on-2, Navi have their advantage on the half is confirmed. It's been a very streaky start. The rematch in stage 2 between the teams. Well guarded from Hero here. Kron forced to back up. Even playing from the corner. Getting all that he needed and then some. Well, Fnatic just can't hang on.
वीडियो है.
Yeah, this is going to be a big round for Navi. If they can manage to push this advantage, moving on to the defense to 4 rounds, you're absolutely laughing. But Navi have just went straight into Kron's pit. And it's been a trade down. They've got rid of the ultimate Navi. Kayak, one of his own. But, I mean, keeping Navi honest are Fnatic. And Rooksy continuing this movement forwards. TP top truck.
अभी 3v3 है. देखो सिंपल चीज करनी है. सिंपल.
But Navi have their pit. Oh, and they found Boaster.
सिंपल चीज करना है. अल्ट के अंदर रहो.
And still initiation util to get back in here for the 2 remaining players.
It's just a stun now.
Yeah, it's gone very quickly just to gain that backside control. Feels like Fnatic have been wasteful getting back in here. And with time ticking away, you can't help but feel that this will be a Navi round, and they will get half right here, right now. With Alpha shot down by his fellow countrymen, it will end with 8 for Navi in the opening half. A setback which they were able to recover from as both teams dip into their pockets for a timeout. A very well played one for them to flip it on its head, but we'll see if they can close after the break.
Theo is the right answer. Nerf हो गया भाई. Nerf हो गया यार Theo यार. टिम्बर रहता ना अल्पा जरा अकेले मारता था. भाई आप फेड खेलना शुरू कर दो. क्यों? देखो स्मार्ट तो मैं दिख रहा हूँ. सोच रहा हूँ मैं मूवी लाइन में चले जाऊं. मेन एक्टर लाइन में तो baby sketch कैसे देखो 16 months. Sorry तेरा नाम 16 है. Water by language. Binks में आप तो जादू करो. Oh my god.
Navi with a strong attacking start on Bind, but it's the defense that we now put under scrutiny.
Thank you for the 8 months.
Fnatic moving to the attack on Bind, which Boaster called, you know, an old baby. A huge map for them a long time ago. They pioneered the original default comp that we saw played
How to go to
the early years.
Asking?
But
Ukraine
this is 2025. We've moved on since then, and Navi certainly look to be putting previous results behind them.
ये कौन है नया
Radiant in the lead for
इसको try करते.
Yeah, I mean, this next pistol round is going to be really important, especially for the attack of Fnatic to cut away in that gap of 4 rounds at the moment. And well, as well, we think towards the last time that Fnatic were able to play this against.
Love you, Binks, love you.
How their attack looked.
In terms of the win conditions for both teams, we saw how good Navi's post plants were coming into the week. 83% success rate, top.
अमन भाई, ये जो आपने एक आंख बंद करके जो कमेंट किया है ना, हाँ, कॉमेडी का रोल मिलेगा. ये जो हाँ, ये एक आंख बंद का इससे करके जो कमेंट किया है ना आपने, कॉमेडियन का रोल मिलेगा. आके खोल के देखो, आके खोल के देखो, ठीक है. हीरो सेम मेरे जैसे जॉ लेने पे.
Looking forward, other than what's going on the stage, yeah, Fnatic have a chance to
small portion of first salary to the first person who made me laugh in my bad face. Love you, mother bye.
Finalist that they face.
Small portion मतलब बंदा कम से कम 10 लाख कमाता रहेगा.
I have to say, Cairo, on the Navi behalf, it's
मेरा एक दोस्त है,
they've put a lot of resources
10 लाख
into
कमाता है.
the player change and
अभी उसको बहुत watching आ रही है. वो भी small percent से मेरा membership लेता है।
For that one. By the way, we are the first to have a tech pause this
ये
year.
मेरे को पता है, small percent वाला मेरे को पता है।
That's split. No, that's not true. Yeah,
Congratulations, mother bye. God bless you.
I can't believe this guy. I actually.
मेरे जोक पे ये लोग क्यों हंस रहे हैं?
Oh man. No, it's fine. It's fine. It looks like Angels hitting the DM.
बिग भाई आप कास्टर बन जाओ ना प्लीज, मजा आएगा। भाई सुनो, वहाँ पे अगर मैंने कास्टिंग के टाइम पे बोल दिया ना इसकी वेण की क्या मारा, मेरा खत्म भाई करियर इंस्टेंट। समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो? इंस्टेंट कास्टिंग के टाइम पे ये सब बकचोदी नहीं कर सकते, तेरी वेण की ये सब निकलेगा। इसके बाद मेरे को कास्टर के जगह पे लाइव स्ट्रीमर बनना पड़ेगा मेरे को। इसको टारगेट करना।
Yeah, that's better. Thank you. Let's dive back into this one, Cairo. 8-4 Navi, and just a reminder there, yes, Fnatic strong in the post plant, but they've got to get there first. Let's see how this pistol round goes.
Heavier on that B side for Fnatic, and it's going to be Angel who's going straight into this one. Quick jump spot, a couple bullets sent his way, so information caught.
Alpha
एक टांग राइट में और बंदा डायरेक्ट उड़ा।
biding his time on the other side of the smoke here. It opens up and Ruxic shows face. Stalemate trade of information. Alexic still.
इतना ट्रायड बैरिलिंग के ऊपर खड़ा है।
Chronicle cornered. He's looking to cut him out, and it's a brilliantly played maneuver from Alexic. Another first blood in another pistol round.
भाई इलिक्स है बे।
Does Navi take a step further, go and try and clear out towards A? They know that Showers is clear.
Elixix play English song
make them get more numbers
2025.
towards this B side where Fnatic stand outside of.
Pool कहाँ है? Pool?
So
कौन सा pool?
has to walk with an air
I
of
love you
caution.
यार, love you
Angel
यार।
on the other side throws his knife to the corner and reveals the long side of the push. But it's Luka he needs to be concerned of. The peak slightly betrays him, but Boaster takes the timing and there's no one else to show face. Crashies has been caught in the corner. Kayak the same, but clutching it out. Shao getting one back, and that's the spike drop towards Sands.
Plant कैसे करोगे भैया?
With the time pressure as well.
Ruxic didn't have to do too much there, but wanted to stop the players pushing back up. It's between Hero and Shao now to stop Fnatic recovering things. Time is so low, it's going to come down to the fights again. And it's Shao to save them once more.
Yeah, and that gap's just going to grow for the defense. That's going to be so much better. As Fnatic got a big mountain to try and surmount.
It's a brilliant start from Alexic. Navi now
यार उनके लेके जा सकते हो प्लीज कैमरामैन के लिए।
with the check collecting confidence.
Nice!
Shao
Nice.
wrapping it up, and the point to mention with him is that back when this team was challenging for titles, the partnership of him and Angel, Fade was his most
यार लाइक करो, स्ट्रीम को लाइक करो, लाइक करो।
seen a lot of
कौन है
Sova
इसकी
as of
आड़ी?
late.
Navi Binks by 6
Most of
months,
the players
Binks by
just
thank you for
walking
6
in
months.
judge. Yeah.
Ace, 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 ace.
Could this be the second shotgun ace that we've seen
भाई कोई
this
चिल्ला
year?
ही नहीं रहा है बे।
We had Mr. Fallen with the
गिव अवे नहीं
bucket.
है क्या?
I don't know if they're going to let
Wait,
Ruxic get it. I mean,
सारे Fnatic fans
difficult.
हैं।
But Alpha in market is away from things for now.
I mean,
Sorry,
he's
Fnatic
going
fans.
for it. Seems to be the case. Alpha's going to walk straight into him. And here it is. Second shotgun ace
That we've seen in VCT this year. Brilliant from Ruxic. And it's zone flawless to boot. And with the round kept so clean, I mean, he still had 150 HP after killing 4 players. In fact, nobody took any damage. That's the perfect anti-eco.
सारे Fnatic fans हैं।
And it sets them up so
So they
nicely
miss.
for this bonus.
भाई मेरे को नहीं दिख रहा है कुछ क्यों?
in map number 1, which is Navi's pick, of course, so there's still time to come back into this. Fnatic cautious.
ओ मेरा ब्रेन
Any
लैग हो गया
pushes
पता है
coming
ये
through from
फुटेज
Navi,
मैंने
which
देखा
there has been, but
लेकिन क्योंकि
Navi
ये
haven't
स्मॉल
got
परसेंट
anything
चालू
from
हो
it,
गया
but
तो मेरे को
actually
लगा
they've
मैंने
received
उसको पकड़
damage
लिया है।
and forced back.
समर्थ भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 100 आपके लिए always making me laugh in bad time. Uncle love you समर्थ
Does catch a bit
भाई.
of damage. Regen shield is going to help him out though.
That scoreline देखो पे.
You've already moved over 3 players towards the B side of the map, and that's where Shao is imperative
उम्र हो गया अमीशा जी
to
हिट
try
करने
and
जा रहे हो.
reconfirm some info, but the Prowler doesn't tether onto a target.
ये
Still a
फोटो
bit of
दिखा
a
के
void, a
प्रमोशन
fog
का
of war
कितना
that
देना
shrouds
पड़ता
Navi
है?
right
Just
now.
only like 500
Fnatic
or
haven't really
1000
taken much
gifted
space
members.
either, and Navi
I'm a
being
very humble
proactive,
streamer.
taking any space that Fnatic did have away from them.
Question is, did they hear those steps trailing away in market? Chronicle has reconfirmed that Navi are on the aggressive, so Fnatic need to react towards A, but the snake bite, the paint shells, it's all
अभी ये
coming
लोग
out
को
of the
क्लैंक भी
woodwork.
देखना
There's
पड़ेगा
nowhere for
डिले
them
की
to go.
वजह से.
Look at the time. It's so low at the minute. And Fnatic's still slow rolling this.
Hitting the 20-second mark, and only then do Fnatic break the neck of the
नहीं डालना
site.
सिर्फ.
With Angel hanging around in the smoke with hit, it's a hell of a shot from Boaster. Everyone on Fnatic needs to find the mark, but it's just him right now. 3-on-3 situation, all of a sudden Navi no longer favoured.
Not at all. And Hero's the next one to get the kill.
But looking at the player
क्या
positions, they
ये
are
प्लांट
stuck
का
on the
टाइमिंग
site.
भाई.
Crashy's playing from the pocket. The smoke's still in play. Alpha left to his own devices between the two
Guns
of them.
इतने अच्छे नहीं है
Can they take down 3? The clear on Crashy should be expected. The spam already starting to come through, but Alpha rears his head to help. Horn in hand, but Crashy just wants the jewel. And he's
भाई
going to win
लेकिन
it, no
डैमेज
trouble.
बहुत हैवी पड़ी है डैमेज.
Hero
बहुत
deleted
हैवी
and
पड़ी
Fnatic
है.
back to 5.
And I hate to be the party pooper.
भाई ये
here,
कैमरामैन
but
गया
one
बे.
but
ये
at
कैमरामैन
what
गया बे.
cost? 4 rifles lost.
भाई 101 का ये मेरा भाई
This is
है.
a massive
I mean ये
swing
गया.
round. Fnatic need to be careful. And there's some missing pieces of utility.
मैच चालू है कुछ लेना देना ही नहीं है बे उसको.
There's no clearing utility in the form of the. Oh, I was about to say no drone, but they went for it, and also the the boom bot as well.
हाँ? क्यों गया?
Trying to
वो
open
भी
the
तो
round.
टूटेगा घर पे.
A bit of a set piece. Roxic TPing in the corner with the paranoia prepared.
वो भी आज सोफे पे ही है भाई.
Fnatic will not walk into it though. They remain steadfast in approach.
ये थोड़ा कैजुअल हो गया.
This is
भाई
a really nice line for Alex
Ah.
to set up on right now.
But he's
That's
got
looking
his
to be
crosshair in the middle. He's playing for the flick, at least he was. Knew where the fade was because of the Prowler, but it's the left side which he gambles on, and damage taken, down to 29.
Yeah, and Boaster's down to 10 though. That outlaw shot did hit.
खुद को ब्लाइंड मैं बोला मेरे को लग गया ही खुद को ब्लाइंड
Yeah,
किया.
Angel's got nothing.
मैप
because he
देख
got
के मेरे को
flashed
लगा.
out. And now Fnatic start to make their move onto the A site.
Boaster calling a slow round, but it worked out for them in the previous.
30
Chronicle
seconds.
now with the opening pick. And Navi forced all the way back. The gap's filled by the salvos. The nade a little late to deny the spike plant. Man advantage for Fnatic in post.
Oh, really nice clear through lamps right now. A little bit of delay, but it's Electric
Raise
who's
that
managed
tower,
to find crashes.
Fnatic yet to lose a post plant on this map so far. But this might be one of the best opportunities Navi get. The stun slightly missing. Shao sidestepping, but Fnatic finding the jewels. And with that, Hero is the last player left up against his former club. And it looks like his number is up. Alpha has it.
कमबैक हो सकता है. माइक एसएमआर नहीं कर रहा. बड़ा आदमी बन गया. ड्रिफ्ट क्या हो गया ना. लव यू यार.
It really was. And now they've done the damage that's needed to recover their economy a little bit, and also bring the ultimate sunlight as well.
बॉडी मेरा मैं दिखा तो नहीं.
Crashes.
Some of these Guardian shots have been so crisp. And there you go. If there's one way to fast track yourself to a first ace, it would be with the judge, I suppose. Just as that was a target-rich environment of players, Navi are anything but rich here.
It's the Sheriff though, that Alexic, we've seen him do work on not going to get the opportunity this time. Hero on the other side is caught out by Chronicle. And with that spike committed towards A, Fnatic probably thinking, hey, maybe B's not a bad idea if we can try and escape.
Kron calling to Alpha.
मैं सच्ची चाहता हूँ ये लोग पनिश हो जाए यार. 1 करोड़ ऐसे ये लोग ऐसा कि बैठे वैसे बैठे कोई ना कोई पिक करेगा बैठे देखो बे.
Yeah, you can just see the positioning of Chronicle is a lot more reserved than it had been in previous rounds. Navi were gaining value from their proactivity.
अभी भी प्लान नहीं करेंगे पता है क्यों?
टाइम देखो ना. It's a lot more labored, and in terms of what's working well for Fnatic, they're finding the space up A short, just biding their time for the opening. So the Des discussed it in detail, the attack speed. This one working just fine for them. Nice shot, Roxic, though, and that makes things interesting.
And it does, keeps the attention for this. And as players low on Fnatic that are within striking distance of a Sheriff.
Roxic even the paranoia, which slightly missing out on Boaster, just reconfirm that Navi is still making an attempt of this as they collapse sightwards. Roxic last left, and they know exactly where he makes his reprisal from. So Fnatic with 7 now. The gap closed up to 3. Starting to think we're arriving in timeout territory for Navi once more. We saw how important it was for both sides to get themselves back on track in that first half. Roxic getting both is certainly going to help out.
Yeah, keeping Fnatic's
heavy damage.
She's going to be really
heavy
nice
damage.
As we start to
Navi का map pick है ये.
Yeah, I agree, as you said, in terms of a timer, especially when we consider the ultimates and the plans that Fnatic might have. Those contingencies needed for the defense of Navi.
Sometimes actions speak louder
than
words.
Thank you for the first super chat.
You can see Fnatic one
and for the popcorn.
Royal flush.
YouTube
it's just Chronicle's Viper's Pit which is missing on this round. And in terms of showing any kind of strat move,
direct
3-player face on showers to start.
Direct पहला मौत दिखा उसको.
Battle to come into.
A tough way to go if you're Alexic. You know how good his first bloods have been in winning Navi rounds.
Come on.
They'll be without his services here as Fnatic are creating a short pressure again as they have executed here for the last few.
Look at Kron, this time he's moved even further towards B long, and as Fnatic just moved their way in towards the A site. Kayak making that space, and well, Angel holding on towards Shower, tries to get a bit cheeky, moving into his own smoke, but Kayak had taken that space, and Fnatic have the option to go B if they want, but need to be careful because Hero's sitting in the TP.
Yeah, he is. This is a very interesting position that he's taken up. Looks like they are just going to double down and commit to the site itself, though, which means that the rotation time is that little bit longer for Hero, and it shouldn't even be considered at this point. Chronicle catches him. It's a flawlessly played round by Fnatic.
Not overcomplicated. I came from America to see Boosted Torque. Excuse me.
That's a long way.
High price to pay.
Indeed.
Navi going for that timeout that we're talking about. I'm confused as to what the plan was through it, with Hero sitting in that TP, whether they were trying to, hopefully trying to force Fnatic through.
I do understand it though, as Fnatic find the in-zone flawless,
they would
want to break away from the conditioning which was set from those A-short executions, and if they wanted to fake it and then head later in the round, have the right positioning for it, and being the Viper player as well, you already have your utility placed, that's what you get the value from. Set up the rest of your team as an anchor.
Yeah, but you gotta, if you're gonna do that, then I feel as if that A-site hold needs to be so much stronger rather than taking chances like Roxic moving into the smoke. I know it's like, I feel as if like breaking away from the plan there, it is really what costs Navi, if that was the...
Panko, are you watching my stream?
Panko, are you watching my stream? Panko, do you want the samosa chat?
But Fnatic, we've hit a late cycle here in the game, ultimately one which will determine who comes out on top and bind.
That's it. I mean, for how much longer will Navi stay ahead? That is the question.
3000 लोग like करो यार, like करो. इसके बाद एक और stream है आलसी लोग.
I mean, ultimates to maybe push them back or push the round into
5 घंटा
Navi's
stream
favor
करो,
for a
एक
50.
second
Will
लगता
that
like
be the
करने को.
showstopper?
ये
Even
बटन
a
पे
hero
click
rifle
करो.
on Ruxic.
One suppressed.
Angel with his first 0 point of the round does collect some information towards A short.
LG में समोसा आता है क्या? Obviously भाई, इतना
Catching
cute सा है
Navi's
वो.
attention, but this poison orb from Chronicle is a signpost, a statement of intent, one not shown by Fnatic in recent rounds.
Closer.
Somehow Ruxic's found Kayak there. Chow maybe
Right,
pulling a bit
W
stuck.
sub-
Ruxic's going for an aggressive TP. A crossfire established, sure.
तो टक्का ये बंदा clear
But
नहीं
he's
हो.
just gone for it.
क्या
Flashback
pop flash
onto
दिया
the
बे?
angle.
क्या
Does
pop
pick up the
flash
kill,
दिया?
but Alpha, yeah, a trade, an equivalent exchange. He's trying to look over the top of the smoke, but can't quite thread the needle.
And that's upgrades that Navi will go and collect. So this round now put into the realms of
Premier match
possibility
आज है
for the
तुमका
defense.
नहीं लगा तो मैं तुमका.
Fnatic still stick around.
तुम्हारा. आज
Want
नहीं
to
है.
re-hit this part of the map as
Reset
Ruxic
करो लेकिन ज़्यादा करो
going
ना,
to use
बराबर
it from
लिखो.
the shadows into A heaven and has been revealed in the process. Cosmic Divide dropped on site, Crashies picking up the first.
Free kill.
Angel and Garden.
Free kill,
He has a chance to catch Alpha here and does.
But the plant is going to be safely now behind the wall from Boaster. Showstopper in from Electric Nose, denied it. And with that, Navi wiped the slate
आगे
clean.
प्लांट कर रहा
A
था
pace
तेओ,
safeguard
पीछे
thrifty,
प्लांट कर रहा
which
था
has
रेजर
extended their
जाएगा
lead.
तो जाए काएगा
Yeah,
मैं बात क्यों कर पा रहा हूँ
should have been.
जाएगा तो जाएगा किधर बूस्टर
That was needed. It's the fact that they go for this long play. And Navi
इधर बस मैं बच्ची कर रहा था
catching
ठीक
off
है
guards. The first one's a spam, but
I don't
too
know
much.
much Hindi and Telugu no worries यार कुशल भाई no worries
And really nice
No worries.
set aggression as
Yeah.
well. Retaking that space with the
Game show,
TP,
thumbnail.
doubling down rather than, you know, just bailing and giving up any kind of advantage they had in a round which didn't best suit them. When you think of Ruxic and how he's been with his aggressive play, I think his TPs against Team Liquid felt incredibly punishable, whereas here, it's a little bit more disciplined, calculated,
दिल ऑलबस के लिए
and
कंफर्म
it's
हो गया
exactly what was
बिग में
required.
रिटायरमेंट के बाद
Fnatic with
भी
the
स्ट्रीम
timeout to
करना है
follow
यार
this one up. Navi sat on 11. They understand the severity of the situation.
इंद्रजीत भाई अमेज़न में प्राइवेट जेट्स नहीं आते प्लीज एक तो मेरे पास ड्राइविंग का लाइसेंस भी नहीं है कैसे जेट उड़ाऊं I am learning Hindi from your stream. Love you यार कुशल भाई love you यार
Fairly high in terms of first kill per round. I mean, 8th highest. We have a lot of duelists, I suppose. It's more often than not the high first deaths that were costly.
Yeah.
How much are you getting? What's the exchange rate on that?
एक और राउंड ओवर कुक होने वाला है चैट 3 बंदे इधर
Fnatic making a decision.
तीन बंदे
Seems to be making a decisions pretty quickly, but as they do,
तीन बंदे
so do
प्लस
Navi.
फेडल्ट है
3 to the strong towards B long. Oh, sorry, towards B site. And actually finding information off that deep prowler.
भाई ये
It
लोग
goes
का
very
एक
deep, though.
लौता
We know
ड्यूलिस्ट
Chronicle was
शावर
orbiting
पुश
this
मत
place
कर
on the
रहा है
map. With the Viper's pit up towards A, Fnatic do have the tools if they wanted to clear it out with a Nightfall. They are just opting on this B play, though. Still, Kayak outside of showers does make you wonder, do they want to go through the TP? They have options. And you can see the pings. This is going to be a backside Armageddon from Alpha.
And Ruxic start.
Heavy suppress
And Tube as well. So
अब बिना
his
suppress के बाद
availability
कुछ
to
करेंगे
try
फिर
and
कल्ट
escape from
आएगा
this is going to be extremely hard.
With no TPs either, so yeah, he has to just fight this one forwards into the
Lord.
empty gap, no man's land. Quite literally, as Fnatic have still not hit the site. The null command is so well timed. A Nightfall of their own from Navi. Everything invested to turn the 12th round. And only 12 seconds or less to get the spike in. Angel and Shao, the old-timer duo, Rolling back the years against Fnatic to finish it here. Deny the plant, you win the round, and Boaster can't stick it. It's Angel instead. And that will be map point for Navi.
That it will. And Fnatic, what do they have left in those back pockets? That's the question. Ultimate's used, not finding the value.
Classic
Fnatic
round. Classic Fnatic
realistically going to be allowed even after the buy if there is rifles in play.
Guys. They're just losing by time if we delay them good.
Exactly that. Especially in this ult cycle that we were just in very quickly. It's just the pit left from Chronicle. They've got to stagger that over the 4 rounds somehow. When you're thinking about win conditions, Fnatic removing the training weights straight towards the B site. Navi aren't going to be able to stall them out for very long here with just Shout playing off site.
लेकिन क्या retake easy है?
Ready to go. And also on top of that, let's look at Electric on that late flank just before this execute comes in.
It's Boaster at the forefront right now though. Alpha in support. Roxy has the first and Alexic moving inwards. Satchel peak to Kron but can't quite close the distance in time. Navi down 2 players to 4, but if you can find kills like that untraded, maybe there would have been a chance.
अरे Boaster भाई! Plant karo!
Oh
Oh my god!
Oh, it looked good, but it just misses out. Crashy's holding the cross.
Boaster down to 7, and Crashy's unconsidered. Fnatic will get 3 more goes at this. Opportunities which Navi have to close.
शर्म करो कपल से तुम लोग देखो सिंगल लोग शर्म करो.
Plenty of opportunity. The operator will be brought out for the defense. I mean, the pace change from Fnatic so much better.
बस भाई counter shifting कैसे करते हैं?
That they just
easy
make it as straightforward as possible, and we might just be seeing similar things towards A. Fnatic in the past always been so good at this split through showers. The drone will tag Electric, but not before he's drawn first blood. An Angel throwing himself into the flames will fall to Boaster.
He will.
What was he up to there?
He's been very... his decision making has always been to try and hold on towards Chills himself, but Hero trying to hold on towards Lamb nearly has his light put out.
Fnatic closing the distance brilliantly, and here is that Viper's Pit encircled all the way to the back of site, and now Navi with numbers. Alpha restoring order. 2 players falling at his hands.
Spike planted.
And Alexic still trying to recover things with the op is the next to get laid waste by Alpha.
Magnition.
1 more to go, it's Ruxic.
कैसे मारा?
At the very least, he might have the element of surprise. It's this judge again.
कैसे मारा?
Surely not, right?
Think so. And you'd be damn right. Double digits for Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Navi are falling into their own pitfalls quite a lot here. Like, the conditioning that they've set, Angel making priority always towards trying to take showers, and as he does so here, Boaster holds it down himself. And on top of that, we've got to be thinking of the constant flank that Navi keep going for. Just retake his 5.
Navi now down onto an eco means that there's just 1 more rifle round separating the 2 teams.
Fnatic should be cognizant of that fact.
Probably looking to build Alpha's Armageddon here as well, if possible, but they've already got a stockpile of ults to work with.
Yeah, again, these Fnatic pace changes are looking good as once more they push this A site and just are winning duels.
Nayak drawing first blood, still has the showstopper, of course. Xiao trying to make his way in the back line. Alpha has already cottoned onto this. And it's going to be as clean as you like from Fnatic to force the final round of regulation.
Guarantee, chat, guarantee.
So as well, and not only that, you were speaking about
how
Fnatic would want to build ultimates into this last one. And will they have that Armageddon, as well as a showstopper and a cosmic divide? Crashy's one off of his Nightfall. All in, Fnatic
need to make this overtime.
Ultimate is ready.
Not wanting to go to
sorry, Emea.
Couple weeks in a row. Fnatic, usually we see them peaking in the middle of the year.
OT.
Heads into crunch time. Looking to put the pressure on with an op TP through showers, but one less player on the B site means that Kayak on the prowl would be looking for his opener. Can't collect it, but through the reveal on site by Crashies, he's set up perfectly.
I mean, the Armageddon forcing players towards elbow as well. And now Navi have a different approach to the retake.
Fnatic still just not happy to
3, 2, 1.
rely and be resigned to the site. They have to fight elbow and they take it. Chronicle and Crashies leaving just a pair of youngsters to try and undo what's been set against them. Hero begins it, but Alexic can't finish it. Not in this 3 versus 1 stacked against him. The nade drops into elbow through the vent, but out of the round he goes. Overtime required to settle the score.
Cameraman, charam kar lo, audience mein bahut log hai.
The comeback here, but not fully. They need to finish the job and
10-4.
As the Fnatic fans try to shout them on.
Does the job.
Fnatic start things on the defense.
Navi be like roach ka ho gaya
always have fans come out in their droves, the most well-supported team in the region.
Diploma pura hone wala bas. Kya baat hai? Congratulations
inwards to find the same kind of motivation. As we have reached overtime, it's back to the defense for Fnatic, where they were only able to find 4 rounds, 4 in a row to get them here. Is there any more to be seen?
Navi putting priority in gaining showers, probably to build up an ultimate of their own, and it seems as if it is going to be Electrics.
Very aggressive on both extremities to start. Angel's knife landing in garden. That set up Hero for this late lurk. Showers control taken. And even more utility invested towards the A site to just chip away at Kron. See if they can bait the molly out of his hands, but he has not bitten for it.
Yeah, remember every single time on this defense he would find a corner in which to hold, and he doesn't quite get the second. Crashies, can't control it whatsoever, and Angel with the double. Navi with the pivot, and on towards the B site they go, where Fnatic stand strong, ready to go! It's Kayak! Knocks them down!
Return to sender, still a nade for him to use here, and Angel is low with the spike.
And that's the problem, right? Kayak escapes, him and Boaster holding through. CT not wanting to give the next pick to Fnatic, but Angel does, and time becomes a real issue. That spike needs to go down.
Hero has to hop up on the ledge to grab it, so he's looking for the fight.
Yeah, here we go, through he goes, and Kayak waiting. Advantage Fnatic in overtime.
And it's looking like Navi might just have let this one slip. Brilliant defensive work from Chronicle to start. But with Angel hitting haymakers, you thought that might just be enough to send them.
Say hi to your mom right now.
And there you go. Kayak's mum will be in good spirits.
Blow something up.
Especially after the performance that both him and Alpha have been putting on here. 44 kills between the two.
तुम भी दिखाओ घर पे क्या होती है गेमिंग, कैसा फैमिली सपोर्ट करता है.
Navi need to be careful as once again Fnatic are just keeping up with these pace changes. In the corner is Shao. Does he get cleared?
Well, Kayak is going to be stunned and spammed by his own teammate Salvo, but it's a helpless task in the end out on site. No trade. Boaster late from showers into the 50-50. He can't collect the right corner. With Alexic finding that,
बोला था भाई ये लोग का ना डिफेंस बहुत स्ट्रांग है नावी का.
Unless Alpha and Crashies
combine
against 5, with Angel already starting to close the distance.
Yeah, but is he going to give away another pick to Fnatic, or is he going to be keeping up with his fragging capabilities? It's going to be the latter.
It absolutely is. Oh, a little Overinvestment of the knife, perhaps, to just confirm that Crashies was there, and they'll know it now. Second check by the Horn, but not enough time or space to go with a gun in his hands. Ruxic, the equalizer, and play continues.
Chat 4000 लोग देख रहे हैं, स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो, लाइक कर दो स्ट्रीम को, 4000 लोग देख रहे हैं, लाइक करो.
Can try and break the dominance of defense at the moment and overtime. Even though it was the opposite way round in regulation.
Such
a huge one to win if you're Navi as well.
And you look at the veto. Anyways, it favors Fnatic front to back. Binks is the joint highest win rate they've had in their entire history as an organisation with Icebox. And with 4 map points lost, back to the drawing board, back to the attack side, and some early hookah control.
Nayak, that's a big entry kill on towards Hero as he jumps spots for Shower.
The macro from Navi in the previous round as well heavily relied on Hero staying alive on the opposite extremity. Nice knife timing there from Angel.
Yeah, and not only that, look at Ruxic's position in hookah, he's still not been identified. That's going to be an issue if someone just walks into his line of sight, but it's long with
Fnatic.
Long play reinforced, and Navi can't get the jump on Fnatic in this first round of OT yet again. Ruxic has the paranoia. It would be effective if he sent it Garden Woods.
Oh, he sent it towards the side. That's an issue. And now a 1 versus 5.
Defense strong
the highest challenge.
Defense बहुत
and it's going to be an in-zone flawless. Fnatic once again with the advantage.
ये लोग को attack में जीतना पड़ेगा.
Building through these rounds brilliantly. Strong start from Kayak. And Boaster just doing his job backside with the supportive util. He's one of those guys who, as you said, been around since the beta, was making the tutorial videos on, oh, you want to jump spot backside here, and then he doesn't get caught by Ruxic, helps reinforce Garden.
See that 2-0.
And now we're really struggling with some of their execution since we've been OT. It's defender-sided dominance up until this point, so another timeout used.
Yeah, happy, not happy at the moment. Want to maybe make some changes, but Navi's defense didn't too bad in that last time that they played it right in overtime. It's more the attack they've had issues since the regulation has been completed.
The one leading the conversations for Fnatic in the downtime as well. He's seen eras come and go. Already beat Sarak in week 1. And when you speak of internationally famed in-game leaders who hold on to global events, Angel is one of them and has done more than his fair share of.
गांडू 2020 में तू YouTube में फ्री का चैनल बनाया, खुद का एक डीपी नहीं डाल पाता है तू यहाँ पे आके कमेंट कर रहा है क्या झाटू वॉच पार्टी कर रहा है, तेरे को देखने के लिए मजबूर किया करे. हाँ 100 चीज चल रहा है यूट्यूब पे, उधर पढ़ाई का कोई चैनल रहेगा, वहां पे जाके थोड़ा पढ़ाई कर ले, कुछ कर ले अपने लाइफ में. चैट तू जैसा वॉच पार्टी कर रहा है लौड़े back.
Bottom from Kron gets it placed and creates a little bit of phantom pressure, which the Navi the defense's Omen will need to be careful of.
As you get to this stage in the round and things begin to develop, you're looking at Fnatic creating a deposit if they still have intentions of heading towards B, but right now the view does still feel like an A execution. With the primary focus Showers, that's been spotted by Shao, and the spike is starting to make its way over.
There is crossfire on the initial part of the
Boy, timing!
Kron not looking.
Timing!
Shao towards Showers. That's a big kill from Angel.
14.
That's more pressure on the push from Fnatic.
Yeah, that has to be the reaction.
14.
Fake TP from Ruxic on towards Showers, but Fnatic fighting the site instead. Alexic 10 toes down from the corner. He has to stave them off. If Navi are to survive, a couple of kills might just be enough, but the rest must do their job.
Yeah, remember, still glass cannon up from heaven. Does Ruxic realise this?
And we've got Angel approaching late as well. into short, so Rooksik's job. Oh, the flash has betrayed him! Just as much as we talked it up, that was the chance for Rooksik to strike. Hasn't spotted the cross from Boaster. The dagger hovering above their shoulder blades. And Fnatic will strike first in this series. 15-13, 2 rounds of OT, and these old gods are still alive.
Yeah, they are managing to come back from a massive deficit. And on top of that, I mean, they're moving on to their own map pick of Ascent.
A map which they have made their own in recent months. We'll have to see if that's enough to get past Navi there. We'll find out after this.
Ek blind yaro.
Baba! I love you, Baba!
हाँ? पप्पा बोला क्या वो?
My mom is so happy, bro.
W.
My mom is just pointing at me every time she sees me.
Did everybody wave at Kayak's mom? It's mandatory, boys.
You have to wave at her mom.
Wait.
Everybody wave, yes, boy, that's it.
Ja, zo gaat het in de camera, so she's mega happy now.
ए आते इसलिए लोग वेव कर रहे थे. Fnatic का टी-शर्ट पहनना बन पाए नहीं पाए. मैं अभी सीधा डिवाइडिंग पैसिफिक में टाइम में जोर से पहनूंगा. ले भाई, थैंक यू फॉर द 43rd सुपर चैट. मेरी जान के टोटे. ए चैट क्या कहो, चैट में क्या कहो यार, थोड़ा ऐसा एकदम टाइम पास से एकदम काते स्ट्रीम देखने वाला एक वाइब चाहिए, एकदम पूरी टाइप. समझ रहे? ऑप्शंस में देखो, वड़ा पाव, वड़ा सांबार, हाँ, समोसा पाव, समोसा सांबार,
Red Bull gives you wings.
दही समोसा पाव, दही पूरी, पापड़ी चाट, समोसा चाट भी है, भेलपुरी भी है. भाई ये जान पूछ कर मैंने बोला, पता जो भी फॉरेन से देख रहे रहेंगे, मिलते हैं क्या रे तुम लोग को ये सब? ओ मेरे कनाडा के फैंस, ये देखो चैट किसी भाग रहे हैं यहाँ का काते. हाँ, पापसी बेटर. रेशमी जी, वो पापसी नहीं होता है. इट्स नॉट पापसी. पाप लगेगा आपको ऐसे सब लिखोगे तो प्लीज. पापसी बेटर बोल.
It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes I'm gon' shine. So fine, got Betty on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time.
पापड़ी, अच्छा पापड़ी था. ओके मेरा. We love Watchparty. कुछ घंटों से मूड मत बिगाड़. भाई सच्ची यार एकदम लो फील कर रहा हूँ यार मैं. लव यू यार राज भाई, सुपर चैट करने को यार. सच्ची मेरे को मन ही नहीं कर रहा वॉच पार्टी करने का आज. सब मिलता है इधर. $2 भी मिलता है इधर. ये बिकॉज टीमर हैशटैग ओपी.
Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks. I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind.
हैशटैग मेट बोलते हैं.
Despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more.
रुक जा, शॉपिंग करने दो, भूख लगा है. तब तक मेरा नया नारुतो वाला बैग देखो. आई वंडर मैं किधर पहन के जाऊंगा. कौन सी बात चला रहा है?
This summer, Emea is bringing the pressure. Introducing Splash Pass. Maxed out nozzle with 0 econ damage. They've got control, pool control.
Harbor, I'll show you a high tide.
Max pressure. Some rounds are just meant to be splashing.
No YouTube.
एक प्लेट सूखा बेल चैट लाइक करो.
Buenas vibras.
They've got lineups. She's got a gun. And, you know, shoot you. Esports. Cool sports. Oh, yeah.
What on earth is pool control?
Available now.
Now, don't be as boring as Mini, and make sure you guys pick up the Splash Egg skin available now. Meg, Billy, did you rock the Blast Egg skin before? Has that been your favorite?
Not my favorite, but I did rock it back in the day in the pink variant. But I'm so excited for this bundle, I'm not gonna lie.
It's really cute. I do really love it. I don't have the Blast X, but anytime I see it, I'm picking it up.
Wow, I really like the knife or the gloves.
Yeah.
I like the noise it makes as well. Yeah.
I do love a good boxing match as well. I'm sure a lot of people have opportunities in their ranked games to kind of punch it up a little bit.
Is that what you want to call it?
Yeah.
I think Batu has got to equip that.
Sure.
ASAP Rocky.
Yeah, surely. I mean, we have the Vi gauntlets as well. I have them. They're fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, I really like these. They're really cool.
Yeah, this is a better game though. This game is way better, you know? Make sure you guys pick up the skin. Like I said, don't be as boring as Mini. Just VOD review. Who VOD reviews outside? That's got to be like a new, that's a psychotic thing to do. But what is also crazy is the way that Kron is chronically online on the server, chronically Billy consistent. From the outset, it felt like he could do no wrong.
Yeah, and it all kicked off with this round, right? Round 2, you see him pick up 3 kills with the classic against the buy round, sorry. Yeah, no, he was really good. I think as well, like the amount of multi-frags he was able to get, the impact that he's able to have across the team, it's just been looking so solid from him so far. And I think as well, a big thing comes from the experience that he has and his decision making as well. I think it was, I can't remember what round it was, when he had the Viper pit on short and he was repositioning himself. Like, yeah, just really, really good decision making from Chronicle all round.
Yeah, and also I'm a kind of an alpha Tejo hater, but Meg, maybe if we just ignore the defense, the attack was good.
Definitely an Alpha Tejo hater on the defense, but on the attack, I feel like, you know, Alpha, of course, comes alive in any role that he plays on the attack. Even sort of when he's on the Senti, he's playing it more aggressively. But of course, the initiator roles, I think, on defense, you're really relying on the information from their utility to help your team retake, take space, take fights. And obviously, he wasn't finding much value because Alpha's just sort of all guns blazing, want to go in. But that combined with the Tejo utility on attack, fantastic.
I feel like Alpha also just loves to start popping off at the end of a map and make like any team's life really, really difficult. He's like so notorious for doing this.
Yeah,
so, yeah, it
might be a Fnatic thing, I think.
Maybe.
Yeah, it might be a Fnatic thing. They're the opposite. Like if they were 9-3 down, 8-4 down, 12-8 down, apparently it doesn't mean anything. You know, they just close out. But we're gonna move on to Ascent next, of course, and this is where Alpha gets to play Chamber. And people always say that, like, you know, it's easy to be able to counter this. They do the same things over and over again. So, Billy, what do they do? You know, talk us through what Fnatic do on Ascent.
Do you know, I really enjoy watching Fnatic's Ascent. I'm going to pick up on the point that you made about Alpha. Him being able to play that Chamber is going to be an enjoyable watch in comparison to the Tejo. I think he's a lot more self-sufficient in the sense that he's not having to set others up with that utility. He can just go and frag out, and that's what we know Alpha for. We know he's mechanically gifted. So yeah, keep an eye out for those kind of Vise traps as well. We've seen that Vise wall on short a few times that teams struggle with. When I'm thinking back to Navi though, and the kind of composition that they were running on Ascent previously, it was that double Senti, but then they also had a Yoru in there. And I'm wondering, do they stick with that Yoru composition, considering this is an agent that Alexic hasn't really played in his career? I believe it's only been 17 times. So yeah, for me, it's just a question of what route to Navi go around in order to make their Julius feel comfortable so he can shine as well.
going back to sort of how Navi could potentially counter this, Chamber is all about aim, right? You could have a really bad day on Chamber and not find any value, so they're just going to be having to save those flashes to sort of peak angles with them, I guess, and avoid walking into Alpha's crosshair.
Oh, they've just gone back to the classic. You can't get mad at Shao back on server as well. And speaking of, I think the linchpin to this is Crashies. The way that Crashies play on Ascent is so impossible to deal with, and I think that's what other teams really struggle with.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think Crashies was a little quiet for me that previous map. It wasn't until they started ramping some rounds up at the end that we really got to see the impact from him and Alpha's utility combined in some rounds, which was really nice. So yeah, I think for Crashies, we need to see him step up into this one, which as we do know, he is good on Ascent. He's great on this Sova, one of his most played agents in his career, so we expect him to shine.
Yeah, I definitely think as well, coming into this map off the back of that unfortunate Angel flash and him coming back into that KO, I think he's going to be determined not to make the same mistakes again. So I do think this is a really convincing attack composition.
हम आप बनाते हैं बी से नहीं मांगाती और फंसा नहीं हूँ सुपर स्कैम में। कपिश भाई क्या बोल रहे हो? क्या बोला? हम आप बनाते हैं भी से नहीं मांगा।
Pop on a star, studded performance as hero. We know he can do it.
I'm glad you pointed out Hero because we saw him on that Viper the previous map, and it's true what you're saying. The Cypher, you know, he can shine on this role. I think as well, before this game started, we kind of didn't get to touch on Ruxic and Hero. I did kind of mention them towards the end, that these are the players that can kind of bring Navi up in those moments, and Ruxic was having a great performance on Binks, so hopefully he can continue that onto Ascent.
Yeah, the fact that Angels played more Reyna on this map than KO is very unsurprising. But his debut on KO here on the set has our Ankara. Let's hope for a redemption knock.
That's what we're exactly here to see. Everyone will want to see a decider. Perhaps the majority of the crowd would attest to that. However, I have to say, looking at Navi's recent vetoes, they floated Ascent into the final wave of map bans. For the last 2 weeks against both Apex and Liquid, it's been left in here. Fnatic have been given the option to choose into it. It's one which they've taken quite happily.
Yeah, they have, and obviously we look towards what is look at it in terms of the agent select as well. Obviously Navi moving away from that and how they like to play the map through that, but obviously Fnatic still sticking with it as well.
Empowering his own performance, which looked a lot better than last week on Bind. Got off to a great start on a number of rounds. See that continued traction heading forwards if Navi are to succeed the same way. He doesn't have to necessarily find that first pick himself, as long as it's either one of him and Angel. They have a great partnership trading off of one another on Bind, but it is Ascent now. And with it being so fundamentally demanding, a real stress test of your team, your communication, those fundamentals, Fnatic are the most difficult of foes to face.
Yeah, they are arguably one of the best fundamental teams on what is the most fundamentally demanding map in all of the map pool at the moment. And we're going to have it right here, right now for map number 2. Fnatic could close out the series right here. Or Navi could send us to map 3.
So into Ascent we go. Fnatic starting out on the defense with a double Senti twist of their own. Alpha and Kron towards the A side of the map right now, as is the spike for Navi. Proceedings begin with the drone in main and Kaya playing in front of it.
Yeah, being aggressive, taking that entry pick, and now Navi being quick to move on the east side where that vice setup is.
So getting in past this vice is a torrid task. Fnatic finding a couple, Alexic dashed the wall, finally Navi are in. With their feet planted in the spike as well.
Yeah, and look at the utility setup already by the Cypher of Hero. Fnatic need to be careful when moving back in, but 2 players to the good. All they need to do is trade out to a finish.
If Ruxic decides to fight towards heaven, he's going to get a 1 versus 1, but the dart has revealed Hero's position, and as much as his trap will do the same, you're asking too much of the frenzy push to the corner here. Fnatic with their first pistol round in this series on Ascent after dropping both on Bind.
Yeah, I mean, excellently played, but I felt as if rather than Fnatic playing really well, it was more Navi getting caught off guard. Look at some of these engagements, especially the execute, the initial execute on A.
Sit down!
Yeah, you
Angel
want a
is
pistol?
sat.
I gave you a pistol, Austin.
Thank you very much, Scott. Yeah, I agree. I think the difference is when Angel's going down on KO now, you're losing a lot of value to the
players
know about Angel and him going walkies, left off of the leash.
Yeah, but he's been very good this year at
He
not
has.
doing that.
Remember Jack Igo was giving away bundles for every like 5 first
Pink
deaths or something?
Yeah.
I mean, he was giving away a lot this
He
year.
was. I heard that he might also have Riot buddies if you DM him on Twitter, jokes aside. There's quite a few pistols in this Fnatic anti-eco. And for Navi,
1, 2, 3,
they've already found their first duel.
Oh, okay. I found the next floor, and it's over Fnatic's way.
बोला ना लड़ेंगे भाई ऐसे नहीं देते
Yeah,
लोग
that's the
गन
best way it possibly could have gone. And not only that, it's the fact that 3 rifles go through to the next. Possibility of upgrading, which will be a dangerous challenge for Navi.
Yep, Navi to kick off Bind, of course. One, the pistol, anti-eco, and the bonus.
But on the scale of 1 to 10, how much
here.
harami are you?
2 stingers.
One.
In fact.
Yeah, usually you see a pilot going through this and you think, oh, it's just going to be a rifle. Upgrades.
I think
Instead, no, stingers instead. And Pizza is fully loaded at the minute.
Both players with TPs getting suppressed, so no way out.
This is becoming a real issue as Navi continue their assault through and towards market. Fnatic can't buy themselves out of this round. Navi answer straight back.
It'll be interesting to see as well what Fnatic choose to do in terms of their setups and where they're placing that trademark and vice wall. There's a mental game to be had with the ground that Navi will look to take, and in that round it is just a collapse into mid. This is the first rifle that we see between the teams, and in terms of the placement, it is again on either main of the map, and Fnatic actually move away from the mid-engagement, saying that 2 players short.
I was going to say, and Kayak's ready to walk right out. Although punished for it. Angel getting lucky with that educated guess through the smoke. Look at Crashies now, taking up position in market.
The flash from Chronicle, not sure if it quite sets up the market player here or not. But as you can see, Boaster has also moved into position from spawn.
And Rook6 still has that paranoia, which is going to be very key to clearing market.
And all of the Sentinel utilities up. So Fnatic can remain resolute in positioning, but there is the flash. It's Kron that's going to nip it in the bud first, and with the spike lost, both sides on either side of this smoke.
Yeah, Navi managing to break down. What was the crossfire? Oh, chasing them down, and Hero left in a 1 versus 1, which you know you could depend upon him. It gets incredibly scrappy. Kron did have the supportive util there. Fnatic's setup had a spanner thrown into the works when you looked at how Navi wanted to close the gap. This was a nice start from Angel. He's been good for it up until this point. Alpha also taking a timing, but as I said, very, very scrappy. But Navi won't care. That's a tied game, and the economy has their advantage.
Straight up.
This is a nice spot.
या फिर
For Roxic, he loves these
Chronicle
weapons. Obviously a very good weapon
Possible.
for the anti-eco, and keeping away from the stingers that Fnatic want Navi to be in the close quarters.
Yeah, Fnatic on Ascent is not something that we had seen all too much, especially between these teams specifically, but you'll be interested to know another little nugget from the Spike Drop podcast that Boaster had actually taken this comp from the DAC League.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I don't know what team you thought that might have been.
I would imagine someone like a Focus.
No, Team Orange Gaming, because it's the only map that they were able to win. So it'd been adapted to VCT and has worked very well for them. Here is the short trademark. As Navi haven't really been running into this utility all too much up until this point. Now they have.
Yeah. And the thing that Navi need to be careful of is look at Alpha here, hiding in the corner up on Heaven. Fnatic make the play in towards the site, but well, Alexic has been undefeatable this season. In his first engagements.
Much needed improvement from him. And the jet pick is only going to compound that. An agent which you see him on a lot. With a rifle in his hands, most importantly, Navi opting for an op a lot of the time before. But sometimes just being a little bit more mobile is exactly what is needed. Chronicle gets the jump with his drive-by on the Stinger. But Navi have their round and the lead in this map.
These early rifle rounds are a good look overall for Navi, being able to create big leads, start to gain momentum at the very least.
And we know they have the potential to take on
any
team really in these rifle rounds. We saw how the stat had been skewed in the opening couple of weeks.
और फिर आके प्रीमियर खेलूंगा
all the way down to 40
करने के बाद थोड़ा गेमिंग करेंगे और उसके बाद
here's another. I mean, well, those ultimates, 3 of which are online for Navi, realistically, there's nothing that you would really say are immediate uses, whereas on the other side, Fnatic have some really key retake ultimates.
That's why you're probably looking at Angel picking up the orb here in main, getting the null command online, because that's going to shut off everything from Chronicle.
And realistically, you want to use that ultimate in post.
Even be able to catch the TP, but no, Kayak has arrived on the scene, and Navi, it's a stunted start.
Yeah, and at the same time, Navi have made the quick pivot on towards B. Hero is gaining a lot of space through main, and they're still to identify, hey, is this open? His Ruxic is still stuck in Boathouse.
But has got the plant in now, and Fnatic still not yet taking up the option to flood. They've been stopped at the gates by Hero.
Yeah, and Navi very late to this, but I mean, at the same time, Fnatic are slow on their uptake on the retake.
It's like both teams are playing from the barriers yet again. As Kayak played in by the util, forced to respect the dart on the other side, but none shown to his Elder as Angel is removed from the server very quickly. 4 on 3, Fnatic now favoured, but time playing against them on the defense of all things. Smoke placed in their face with Shao removed from main. Things start to get a little better, but Ruxic still yet to be claimed. Time is low, there's not much of it. I don't know that Crashies has this one. It's going to go all the way down to the wire. And it's Navi that come out on top.
A massive round for Navi to get over the line, considering what was invested from Fnatic. Hunter's Fury, Steel Guardian from Chronicle. And Navi come out the better of the two.
Even there, the first kill, a full blind Kron, still able to find the entry on Alexic. You thought they'd struggle to make the pivot, and even when they get to the B site, there's no player left to tell the tale. Fnatic now down onto a mixed buy.
Yeah, there's a couple of hero rifles in the mix, and this tour de force is going to be the big thing that can push Fnatic over the line.
Exactly. Navi have already identified it though. Alpha can TP to support the B play.
I mean, there's going to be no tour de force anymore.
Great use of the null command to just bustle their way into B, and Alexic moving through Fnatic at pace. Slicing them in half. Alpha gets one from the classic of all guns, and Kron back with 2. All of a sudden, there's a round to be had.
Yeah, and both players have rifles.
Oh, Ruxic's been spotted on the edge of the smoke. Not like this again. Omen of the Omen. He's given up the site, but Bosa can cover the spike and work on the defuse.
Oh, he's just going to stick this.
Across the halfway point already. Ruxic holding his nerve.
Jumping
again. And Bosa comes off it. Couldn't hold his nerve. Ruxic calls the bluff, and we'll test him yet again.
I wonder, when does the coaching staff of Fnatic go for the timeout? And well, very quickly we'll get our answer as soon as we come out of the replays. Yeah, entirely close. I thought for a minute Ruxic was maybe leaving this a little too late, but somehow he comes away with a spray down.
Stick nahi ho sakta, stick nahi.
And look, Navi now with 5 rounds unanswered are showing a lot of the same confidence that they were on the attack side on Bind. When you consider the defensive setup for Fnatic, we've already spoken about it a little bit, but now that there is a timeout in play, you start to wonder what the adaptation looks like. They floated the idea of Kayak getting a bit more aggressive on these extremities, taking the B main space, for example. But Navi are still finding their way into sight a little bit too easy for my liking.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think as well, the one thing that you need to remember about that last round was it was a Fnatic eco.
True.
At the end of the day. I'm sure you used the Tour de Force, but what's a better time than like using it on an eco round? And dimensional drift as well. So overall, it's not really a bad look for the defensive Fnatic. They just need to finally start closing out some of these retakes that they keep getting themselves into.
Well, it's Emea's El Clasico for a reason. 243 years of age. There's Boaster, one of the senior members on the Fnatic squad, is forced to drop back to short as Navi are ready to make a move on A, and he gets caught by Ruxic.
Yep. Well, at the same time though, Navi activate the wall, distracting Fnatic. Still going the space. He's got another.
And there's a player revealed on site. Ruxic trying to close the net. Chronicle to fight the good fight, and he certainly can. 2 more. Still might not be enough.
Yeah, and continued delay here. As Navi look to reinforce that site. Door dropped. There's a trap on the other side, and Fnatic will feel that they have to come out of heaven.
Alpha was just searching for it. Crashies looking to set up a reveal perhaps for Alpha to find a shot. The suppression might just have caught him there. Angel has finished things.
Yeah, it's probably looking at another save. Trying to get the op back, which Crashies will do. And Navi confirms 6. I mean, the momentum at the moment is something that Navi seems to be very good at identifying, but the hunt from Hero denies any sort of capability in the next round.
Yeah, to be going on the offensive as well, especially. Look at the way that Ruxic just pumps his chest out and blindly runs through Garden. Finding 2 kills, and Hero, this is the cherry on top. Fnatic have next to nothing to work with here, but we've already seen how the game can flip.
It's most interesting that after a timeout we haven't seen Fnatic get the value that they usually do. Althea has approach from short this time round. Crashies being in a much more forward line than what he usually is through market.
And the knife timings from Angel up until this point have been perfect. There's both Sentinels caught there, and Ruxic punishing the extension from Alpha yet.
Navi just waiting for Fnatic to move into their crosshairs. And you've got to be looking at that B main space that the defense currently hold on to at the minute. Navi finally start to make inroads in map control. It seems like they want to go through A shot, but that first didn't hit, and Fnatic didn't get the information they were looking for.
Nayak has also dropped the TP out of B, so can start to move away from things here if necessary. Essentially though, Chronicle is all by himself, resting on his laurels. Will have the wall to slow this push. And time is dwindling if you're Navi.
Yeah, they need to start to make a decision. Angel needs to be careful as he's all the way up market, and 2, maybe even 3 players close by as he walks into the crossfire. Crashies will be able to get rid of him. Oh, but 20 seconds left. The rest of the pack for the attack is making its way through. Alexic needs to hit. He will do it. And now Boaster trying to deny the spike getting over. He just can't quite. It's all chip damage in the end.
Navi just pulled out a Fnatic
to stop Navi from running their way through the middle of the map, the belly of the beast, and on to be. Elliptic spots Kron. The knives won't land. But this is now 7 rounds secured.
अभी से स्टैंडिंग बता दो टूर्नामेंट का प्लीज
I don't know about the decision making.
मेरे को भी नहीं मालूम है अभी तो ऐसा राउंड रॉबिन चल रहा है
but
बेसिकली जो तीन मैचेस जीतेगा ना वो प्लेऑफ में जाएगा
Navi are going to get
अभी Fnatic के नीचे 2-0 लिखा हुआ है
Angel, the OG shaky aim, forget Ascent,
बाकी गेम्स मैटर नहीं करते
still got it.
सिर्फ उसके लिए मैटर करेगा सीडिंग के लिए
that he picks out, and yeah, they just need to be aware of crashes in that market position because he's found himself here a couple of times. Nice outlaw usage to stop Alpha from really getting online here, as this was one of his best maps in Toronto when we're speaking of that uptick, that trend of form from him with the slight slump at the start of stage 1, now looking like he's back in prime time with the op in this next rifle round.
Here. Navi
managing to once again take that B main, and it seems as if Boaster wants to get caught by the knife there.
Champs kill.
Give information that he's towards the A side.
Oh, so he's broke the cam.
W.
Accident as well.
W.
Well, there is no
cam.
He's not broken it. I'm confused, man. I'm fried. I've seen too much sober utility this week to survive a lifetime.
Kayak though. Forward lane.
Mostly champs के पहले होगा.
Trying to play a little off angle. Navi want him to walk into their position.
अपने को अगर राइट्स मिला अपन वो करेंगे.
You're just waiting for that util. Cleared out perfectly timed from Kayak, and from feast or famine, finally he feeds. Twice the numbers for Fnatic and a wall in the face of Navi.
Sold out. Kron looks to finish it out. That'll be Fnatic's third round finally.
Excuse me?
After what was a fairly dominant run of rounds from Navi.
Up करोगे इसे stream wait करो.
Signs. But in terms of the rounds, it's looking a lot better for Fnatic. Reasons to be happy. Well played from Kron, as he has been the face of the resistance here. Taking a look at the Vice lineup. Very nice. He's going to be able to stall out the A player a little bit more, and that's what you want. You want Kayak playing in front of the Sentinel utility, finding picks, dipping off, and having a second layer to drop back to.
Look at this time, Fnatic, they're so lax when it comes to the mid control. Navi tried to clear him out, successful in doing so. And well, Kayak has control of A main. As Navi can try to push towards heaven. Is it to be advised? Certainly not. As Fnatic deal with any push coming their way. Spike on the ground and a round to be recollected, retried, I don't know. Navi left scratching their head as everything's gone wrong, and Kayak wants to make sure he knows exactly where the last remaining player is.
We're not going to see a hero 1v3 this time. Fnatic won't make those kinds of mistakes. It was a very nicely set up round. And a deep lying hold, which has brought the black and orange back into voice. Into the final round of the half, Angel is with the null command, but without premium weaponry. This is where we see the adaptation now. It is both bits of Sentinel utility placed in shore. Navi will have to clear out each and every one of them if they want to force this lane.
Yeah, we've seen this before from Fnatic. Trying to re-clear out B main at the same time while giving Navi this A main space so they can get on to a deep lane and get Crash's his ultimate. That is going to be the null command though. Alpha still wanting another go at it, and this time successful.
Alexic though flooding through the smoke. Alpha and Heaven. A match made in heaven, quite literally, as he's already found two. Plant now coming in, Fnatic setting up the retake, Steel Guard and Hunter's Fury both available.
वो लोग wait कर रहे हैं, ultis wait कर रहे हैं chat.
Still though, that spike not being committed just yet, and you know that Fnatic are waiting for that notification to hit the go button. Kayak though denies Ruxic his life.
The ult's now coming back in, landing on Angel, his life removed, and Hero sussed out of the situation. No spike, no hope. Angel was looking for the knife timing to stop the
not
retake,
bad again.
Placed it a little early.
Yeah!
A few steps ahead. They'll sit behind in the round count as we cross the halfway mark. But Navi have done an excellent job.
Yeah, it's deja vu from Bind with the way that Navi were able to get an early lead, but Fnatic coming back. We'll see if Navi this time can make good of it and get it over the line, but just after a short break.
ये क्या spam है? Chat Odin players कोई है chat में? Odin players कोई है? Oh, I Navi. Excuse me. Yes, ready रहो Odin वाले. अपने वीडियो लोग पॉपकॉर्न में बिजी है बे एकदम. नावी जीत तो सकता है, लेकिन जीत तो सकता है. Alpha Jair or Darke, who will reach the 2000 kills first? I think Darke या फिर Alpha. मैच कहाँ हो रही है?
I mean, IGLs have been probably the biggest impact in the server so far in terms of making these comebacks happen. And well, here's your man.
जो भी बासुंडी की 6th आस, छठी कांड, जो भी मेरे गोट को गाली दे रहा था, ये पढ़ो जरा. 10 grand final appearance, 11 out of 14 global events attended, 2 global trophies. हाँ, इधर है हेटर्स, और हेटर्स तुम्हारे पास 150 रुपए का मेंबरशिप नहीं है. 150.
The 7 maps. So still waiting to see that corrode, but for now it's Ascent.
The tried and true. Second match बहुत बाप.
Alexic and Pistols.
Sorry.
It's been a potent blend up until this point. Nothing going for now.
Angel needs to be careful, put under pressure. Ruxic traded out quite evenly at the minute. I don't know if that Omen will probably be a big loss for Navi if they do try and attempt a retake. But Angel reinvestigating. The ghost not really hitting finally. It will take out Alpha.
Okay.
Very committed position from him, especially with Boaster closing things up from main. Fnatic looking to make it back-to-back pistols, but it's a 3-on-3 situation. Navi fully retaking from shore.
The Arc Crow's not going on, but Chronicles Ghost is. 2 versus 2.
Crossfire
have a crossfire which they can work with. Boaster was wondering about
W blind.
Instead, no, it doesn't work out. Chron's Ghost certainly has been down to a 1 versus 1. Shao solo, we take 1 bullet from the captain, from the IGL, and he's dancing around with them.
Brilliant.
It's unbelievable. And he's got the round as needed. A big clutch from Boaster.
We talked about him at the top of the half, and that's exactly why. The contributions don't always come through the calls, but the clutching ability is something that he has diligently spent a lot of time on. This one, just the smoke to flood out around the corner.
Well played, Jake. Well played.
Any comments?
The tamest of hand taps from Scott that you might see. But it has closed the gap all the way up.
बंद में प्लेयर्स कितना अर्न करते रहेंगे वाइट इन आउट ग्रेड टॉप प्लेयर्स काफी कमाते हैं रे क्योंकि ब्रांड डील्स भी रहता है वाइट इनकम भी रहता है ट्विच इनकम भी रहता है प्राइस मनी भी रहता है भाई मेरी फैंस क्या क्या गिफ्ट दे रहे देखो
just in case the A play is made so that Short can fight him from wherever. About to go off with a bang.
फैंस तो क्या क्या लोलेक्स विलेक्स मिलता रहेगा बे शॉट
fireworks.
एक स्प्रे में 4 मार दिए
Hey, what better way
मैजिक बोलते
And if you really want to, if you have the cash in the back pocket, Boaster can maybe force up a rifle. That's exactly going to be the case. Fnatic's bonus round is essentially a 5 versus 5 rifle.
Control देखो बे.
Navi need to be careful with how they navigate this one.
Control तो दबाया ही नहीं उसने.
It looks like they are opting for a slightly heavier mid setup in terms of what we get at the barrier. With short and market side.
And as well as that, the traps that we are getting from Hero, both basically towards short.
It's a full trap play in market, in fact. Angel only started from short so he could throw the knife towards tiles. We do have the Cypher util on A, like I said. And
क्या स्कोर था 6-2.
It might just go to
6-2 या 7-2.
Correct. Yeah, it seems to be the case.
The question is, who's taking contact here? You'd think it would be Angel.
You would think that, but it's not going to be the case. The paranoia goes out. At least Rook's able to win that initial duel. But Angel's fully blind, and Boaster winning out.
What was that?
Same time, look at Kron scaling through B main.
He will bide his time, not overplaying his hand. This is a huge swing round for Fnatic to take. It would be yet another bonus.
The discipline and the patience from Fnatic is exemplary. The way they're able to cut noise, make their opponents sweat. And Navi have next to no information at the end of the day. Hero trying to take the next engagement, and it's just Boaster here.
Happy to take that late positioning. Not yet scaling into spawn. In fact, he'll TP back and force Hero to clear this, but Alpha lazily walking into the line means that Shao punishes 10 seconds.
Yeah, Alexic now trying to hold on to backside so we can deny the spike plan if it's to be attempted. But in the smoke, does so! I don't think there's enough time here.
There isn't.
Penalty ground.
Wait, no, okay. Boaster didn't have it.
Penalty ground.
Should have trusted my gut. A little delayed, but Alexic has done the work necessary.
W Navi, W round, yaar.
The second time they deny a Fnatic bonus in this map.
It's a big one. Advantage regained by Navi. Coming out of that. Damage done in the economy. Still stay in that swing round.
There's like a 1/10 of a second in it. As Alpha brings out the Outlaw here, Angel the only target who could find himself in trouble, but how many times have we found ourselves saying that?
Same opening from Fnatic every single time. I think the audible would have been helped by the TP.
And it's Rook's Judge in short.
Yeah, they're moving straight into it, and the drone's going through market instead. At least there's a TP out for Alpha.
The blue recon.
Mid-engagement's been so heavy-handed, but Alexic finds crashing with the spike down in the middle of nowhere. Fnatic have so much to do to take this back. Navi need to show some discipline.
Navi और स्लो
has got the spike back. Not collected it just yet. Wait to see if he can truly do it.
Teleport's ready.
Heroes also just placed a deep trap in B main. Already has one covering market.
Does Alpha think he's got the spike?
नहीं सेव कर रहा है.
I don't think so.
He's walked away from it anyway.
30 seconds
Fnatic
left.
here, looking like they will just be opting to run the time all the way down and call for a save because Navi's strength on the site's still in play.
Game
Sentinel utility still up.
You're watching the right streamer.
Now confirms you kind of need those rifles if you're Fnatic heading into the next couple. Should be just about enough money beneath them to force back into the next. But in terms of what Navi did well, There was a big 1v1 in A main between the IGLs, which was just caught off camera.
Yeah, I agree, but I think as well, and not to be the guy that says it, but like Fnatic feeling like the makers of their own demise there. I mean, this round and the last.
Just walking in, giving free engagements to Navi.
Just saying. Just not considering what could potentially go wrong. I mean, it's been a same opening every single time. 3 players walking from top mid through down all the way to even market. This time the approach has been changed. It will be B main that the players walk through. The hit squad of Alpha and Kayak. That wasn't Kayak, it's Kron, sorry.
And you can see that Fnatic playing almost exclusively through the 2 hero rifles here. They helped themselves to from the previous. Alexic does spot Kayak, but that's all. Perhaps a slight tell as Navi begin to re-investigate mid. The dart shot out in B main. The defense creeping ever closer.
Seemed to be the case, but after Navi having a glimpse, they've seen enough and back off.
Thinking about
Fnatic क्या कर रहा है भाई मेरे को कोई बताओ
reaction on the map and the ground that they feel they have to take.
यहाँ तक आके कुछ प्रेशर भी
Anything
नहीं किया
too
वापस
indicative
रिटर्न जा रहे
shown
हैं
just yet, as B is fortified with 2, almost 3 players and all the Sentinel utility. A last-ditch attempt from Fnatic, the type of valorant we've come to know from them in recent times. This to stop 10.
Still though, still 8. Still Fnatic. Oh, stuck outside in main. Yeah, Kayak gets the entry, but Alexic, I mean, ready to come in through CT with the blade. He's not hit the player in front of him. It's worked out though. And Hero, well, he's trying to spam crashes. It's just not worked out. That will be double digits.
Nice. Blind.
Fnatic not coming in with all of the tools, but the ones which they did hold on to didn't feel like the plan was executed in the way that they wanted to. Pressure not created. It was a shot from the hip from Alexic. And then the first of his blades finds target straight through smoke. Now sitting at the top of the score sheets with 17 kills and an op in his hands. Back to the drawing board for Fnatic, and you can
how are you alive? You're doing 12 hours
after the last time out.
Live for a day. What the fuck? Please sleep.
It was a couple of rounds before everything started to click for them on defense.
इसके बाद क्या नहीं? इसके बाद तो एक और मैच है.
Needs to be an immediate value gotten from this, because you don't want to allow Navi to get towards 12.
Navi, of course, with only 1 win in stage 2 so far against Apex.
मत करे यार.
The
Timing थोड़ा 1 second left right हो रहा है यार.
Fnatic know what it's like to spend their time at the top. It's been so consistent for them to take titles stage after stage in the partnership era, but for Navi, we've just not seen it. Fall from grace. But every now and then, they give you that result, which fuels the hope that there is still something left with this team.
Pro scene में ना या फिर tier 2 वाले नए upcoming players रहते हैं या फिर उनके academy के players रहते हैं.
And head-to-head engagements.
Supreme ऐसा है जिसको rank से उठाया.
This, the biggest round of the map so far.
Who's next?
This is an aggressive play though in Kron. He's looking for the lineup instead.
And the timing is key as well. Boaster mid-TP, flashed out behind them, sprays for 1 but can't transfer to take 2. Kayak in the back lines, able to restore order somewhat and open up the A play with Crashy supporting. And Alpha from top middle. Fnatic have done all that was required up until this point, but it's a familiar face that could still find yet another of the miracles we've come to expect from him.
Cage in the back pocket, that's a way to get onto site, but it's whether Fnatic gives him the 1 versus 1s, gives him the engagements that we know he can win.
Crashy's playing late from short with the ult if needed. Kayak, the contact, the cage is opened. Hero on top of Gen, drops down, he's been heard. Time pressure becoming a factor as Crashies has repositioned with the dart. There's just so much to try and claw back at in this war of attrition.
But don't tell me
against Hero.
come back karenge.
Alpha has his, as do Fnatic.
Don't tell me log वापस करेंगे comeback.
It is, and I think the most important, Jewel, throughout all of this is when they try to re-clear Angel's KO. He has control of the spike.
And it's almost like Boaster was waiting for that play to be made with the TP.
Nice Alpha, good shit.
अच्छा plan था बे.
Was that good
भाई
one?
दिमाग बहुत ज़्यादा है बे Boaster के पास.
It's 8 rounds now. Just the two between the teams as Alpha brings out the attack side op. A big exchange about to go down in middle.
Electric wants to take that forward lane. He's getting shot at and unfortunately not collected. Even able to escape. Look at this.
भाई 19 साल का ही है.
How far ahead is he?
What? And how much further does he want to take it?
It seems like he's going to be re-cleared by the drone.
Hello?
That's a good spot.
Alpha placing the trademark in short, but beneath the feet of Electric. He can catch the cross if a player goes arch. And, it's Kayak walking back, only hits him for half and has no dash.
Yeah. Trying to walk out. Angel though actually gets the player behind Boaster. The engagement's through mid. So there's a chance, or not a chance, a decision. Do we just hit straight in towards B? Shao ready to support Rooksik as that both teams use their intel darts, but Fnatic still taking their time trying to get out.
Rooksik looks to try and command the space. Shao has to fill in behind. Alpha finding his first. They're in the close corner as the Shao commits to the spam. It's a 1v1.
Needs to reload.
Wonder Kid versus Wonder Kid. Spike tapped. Alpha in possession.
Oh my.
Oh my.
A Red Bull clutch
Bro.
to bring us within one of these two teams.
Fnatic Starboy versus the young gun who was brought in at the end of last year.
That's
not keeping his place on the roster. Navi doing so much to secure his signature, but there's only one winner. And in such a big
level
Fnatic quite nicely for the end game.
Thinking about the potential of map 3 as well. If we got it, what a banger that would be. I mean, the fact that since Navi's introduced a new comp, they've yet to lose it as well. Fnatic have always historically been good on it. But it's whether they can get there. Navi, I mean, with both teams having 4 ultimates, it's the buy that Navi don't have to back this up. And these kinds of chances which you are made to rue the mistake of not converting from those advantages, allowing the players on Fnatic to make the plays which keep the elite at the top. You start to wonder, where do the wins come from to find that playoff spot, as Fnatic looking for their place in Paris. I mean, at the end of the day, Navi will have faced Team Liquid and Fnatic now. So the games would get easier, but you've got a chance here to make some of the best bullied.
Rooksik?
Hello?
Where is he? Where's he gone off to? It's the B site now. Fnatic starting the round a little slower, looking to try and find that opening fight. Boaster was boosted up with a TP back of A. Between him and Angel, we've seen that old flame reignite multiple times already this series, and it may come to blows yet again, but not before Alpha has his mark on the round.
Some shot.
Here's the duel between the two of them, but Boaster that much quicker.
Again, no Rucksack, he's just swung straight into mid and not checked his corners correctly. Alpha continues his reign through mid as well. It seems Fnatic continue the reign to get this spike down.
एक और comeback. भाई तुम लोग को
They've done such a good job so far at containing Navi's game plan.
They just dropped the spike on site. They don't even want to plant it. They're like, no, listen, we can get anybody an orb if it's really needed.
मतलब क्या पिक्सल पे मारा रहेगा तुम लोग को समझ में आ रहा है?
To go and get an orb in A main as well as get the spike plant, maximize the orb potential, and then they can also go hunting for hero if they really want to.
And they will. Alfie puts a ribbon on it. In zone flawless Fnatic. A tied game at 10-all. And he was on the edge of his own smoke trying to hide from the reveal. Nice attempt at the micro play, just very difficult to figure out what the hell was going on when it happened.
Yeah, 100%.
The point I'm getting to is huge ult cycle here.
Yeah.
And only 4 rounds left for either team to try and win this. Biggest round of the game.
And Electric's operator has looked good. That's the big thing. He's on an early line in B main, and Fnatic haven't interacted with that just yet.
जिनको नहीं पता वो जानबूझकर खुद को ब्लाइंड करता है.
To see if Boaster was going to drop out the smoke there, but he'll retain the elevated position, and it's a stalemate between him and Rucksack.
Actually, out from logs. He was going to try and take the next engagement, but waited to come to him instead. And that's the entry pick found.
A big loss as well. Chronicle Steel Garden looked to be set up for the B site execute. Actually still holding on to the Hunter's Fury, of course, but in the meantime, you've got to think about Angel. And he can counter all of this, and Rucksack spotted Boaster already, setting up the rest of his team.
He's seen the gun barrel. He's waiting for the chance, the opportunity to use this paranoia. He takes it, out he goes, but can't quite get Kayak. Lich keeps it somewhat in Fnatic's favour, but Navi are sending this one back, taking the advantage with Spike down. What can Kayak really give us? Not much at all. Does Navi only really lose one? And that's Rucksack in 8 main.
We've seen 2 different versions of Navi so far on this map. One which is willing to play into Fnatic's hands and give them the fights they want. And the other one in tune with the offense. Nice play on either extremity with Alexic threaded right through the middle. Huge pick to start on Chronicle.
Navi जीतेगा, Navi जीता, Navi जीता, Navi जीता. Navi जीता, straight up Navi
Still,
जीता.
in terms of that ult conversation, there's
Crucial
plenty to
round
play for both sides.
Crucial round. Easy win for Navi. Plus वो लोग का defense clean है एकदम.
Yeah. It's Fnatic once again. Slow scale up. Both teams use the drone's handshake, but a Navi give mid to Fnatic, and it's realistically just Kayak, the one scaling up here.
Ultis तो use ही नहीं हो रहा है chat.
Angel always happy to make the rotation over as Navi have 3 players on B, but Fnatic are heading elsewhere.
Yeah, only 2 players here.
This is nice though. Spy cam contact for the paranoia from Rucksack. They'll be able to stall out that first wave of aggression, not if Kayak TP's past it.
And does so. Beats the player.
भाई read था.
Alpha.
भाई read था बे.
Trade is the ultimate fire up from both sides.
Yeah. And that's why Angel was playing retake. The null command comes in, and Fnatic have to pause for just a moment, and there's little time left.
They need to be careful. Crashes though as the contingency.
Bangada, Chummi to go. Come to boys. They got the $5 में जाने today.
On it. Spike down in mid, and it's all falling apart. Alfie with 20 seconds left. That's too far out of his boathouse. And it looks to be Navi, the first to find 12.
Match point.
And not for the first
Next
time
match,
in this series.
Next match, खतरनाक होने वाला है इस बार.
As we said,
और actual में Navi
in partnerships is the Bind and Ascent were the only maps in the current pool they've been able to take from Fnatic. Keeping it close here. But can they find that all-important
लाइक करो बे चैट लाइक करो यार 4500 लोग तो इंटेंस मैच देख रहे हैं इंटेंसली लाइक करो
Fnatic short-handed. A couple of ults tossed into the mix there, but no return.
You want to play? Let's play.
क्या चाओ क्या हो गया चाओ तो बढ़िया प्लेयर था
Where's Angel's gun?
किसने लग रहा है उसका
Where is Angel's gun?
How's he managed that?
Hero could have bought him. So could have show actually.
Mate, Alpha's got the tour de force, not you, Angel. You just used the null command in the last.
Maybe this is the secret weapon he's been cracking.
It's the Navera. He's ready to go.
Oh, it seems to be the case. Alexica as well. It's he'll beat Alpha out in an up versus up duel.
And maybe that's all you need.
Seems to be
like
the case.
A Pokemon trainer. Go, Alexi.
Into B main.
He's been good for it. Fnatic though need to be good on this
side.
Navi begin their re-clear through mid. Seems if this execute is going to come through.
Angel throws a flash to just slow things down a little bit.
I mean, that's what he's good for, right?
Yeah, we saw the Thorns go into stairs as well to stop the flood from the defenders, so it's a bit of a stalemate. Alexic trying to fight backside blades out, gets the burst, nails the shot. Alexic into the right click, claims the next, and it's the on to finish with a flourish.
19 साल का बंदा चैट 19 साल का बंदा 19
That we will. Alexic
19 बंदा सिर्फ मेरे से 2 साल छोटा है
especially with that operator in hand. 6 first bloods for him, 6 first bloods on Ruxic as well. Unbelievable map. We will be going to Icebox.
That we will. But can Navi send it over the line and close it out? That's all about him here to find out after the break.
हीरो भाई खुश हो गए बे that hate comments के लिए बराबर चैट भागती रहती है हाँ लाइक करने बोलो लाइक नहीं हो रहा 3 के लाइक्स नहीं हुए अभी तक ब्रो हैज फॉलन ऑफ वाला सीन हो रहा है मेरे साथ कभी जाओ ट्रेंडिंग पे गेम क्या गेम था ये भाई अगर ये हारते ना एंजल सबकी तोड़ता एंजल नहीं तोड़ता रे सबका इज वेरी हम्बल प्लस उसने 2-3 ब्लाइंड इतना बाप दिया है टीम के और ओपोनेंट की दोनों की फट गई थी वो ब्लाइंड में समझ रहे हो तो इतना लेफ्ट राइट होने के बावजूद नावी जीता मतलब नेक्स्ट मैप नावी जीतेगा मेरे हिसाब से
ए नावी ये ले नीचे से प्लेट दे कितना वड़ा पाव खाएगा सारा 5 वड़ा पाव मंगाया था मैंने पंको पता नहीं लग रहा पंको क्या कर रही है तू क्या कर रही है लॉल बॉक्स खेल रही है क्या बॉक्स में मरी कह दे पांच वड़ा पाव क्या इजी है भाई चटनी का क्या करूं मैं चटनी दोनों सूखा और खीरा चटनी दोनों मिक्स करूं या सीधा पाव में डालूं दैट इज द क्वेश्चन नाउ She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. 1-on-1, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. भाई मेरे को इसके लिए वड़ा पाव पाप लगता है. Yeah. They try to get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see. No. Oh fuck, ठीक है. ठीक है. I think पाव में डालना पड़ेगा ना. पाव में डालना पड़ेगा सर.
पिका है मेरा फोन गिर रहा है
Angel has to be one of the greatest IGLs on Ascent. If it's anybody that can take down Fnatic, of course it had to be Navi. I am your hosting, so I'm back in once again, joined by Meg and Billy. Of course, this is not what Fnatic are doing right now. This was a little bit earlier, and good technique. I guess some techniques were pretty good, some were questionable.
Some were a bit sus, no?
Yeah, very questionable.
Got nothing on you and Kakuka, of course.
Oh yeah, we clear.
Oh, yeah.
Get us out there, we clear. But let's talk about this Ascent. You know, we spoke about what Fnatic like to do usually on this map. Were you guys happy with the way that Navi answered to some of those tendencies?
I don't know if I could say I was happy. Honestly, I kind of clocked out in the first sort of half of that game because you're like, this is Ascent, this is Fnatic's map, right? And it just felt like Hero just came into that with so much confidence and was creating so much space for Navi and doing so much impact. I don't know, I just think we struggled to kind of react, almost.
I think Navi did really well to have an answer for Fnatic's comp. That's something that we kind of were debating before going into the map, was how are they actually going to be able to counter what they were doing. And I think a lot of that came on the defense with a lot of the mid rounds that we had and the way that we were able to fight for that mid space. I think Navi being able to have the read on Fnatic's attack, recognizing the tendencies, like you say, Sue, of Fnatic trying to poke and prod short, trying to poke and prod market. They always had bodies set up to be able to fight for those spaces.
Yeah, so I really want for you guys to kind of remember what happened on that eco round. Navi, they stacked 5 people A short because every team that Fnatic have played against, they like to just contact short. Alpha gets 1, sometimes 2, and then gets out. But here, they had Ruxa here with a judge and a paranoia. Alpha doesn't get anything, and they are forced to go somewhere else. Somewhere they're not comfortable with, which is actually mid. Because it looks like, you know, Fnatic like to go mid, but that's not what they do. They like to go short. They like to have that one option open, and you're seeing a Navi that read into that know that this is what Fnatic do, and then force them to have to explore other options where they're just not comfortable with. And there was another round after this, which unfortunately we weren't able to get, where they were just trapped in short. They had nowhere to go. They had an op behind them. They had a utility in front of them and a paranoia on their left. And I think this is why we don't underestimate Navi and we don't underestimate the work that Angel and Happy put in. But also, of course, you know, Alexa, it helps that he's very good on the op.
He was doing so well to find so much value sort of at the beginnings of those rounds. And we talk a little bit about how, I guess, Fnatic were forced to play these slower rounds in mid. And it felt like Alexic had the right timings. He was choosing when to be aggressive and when to fight for those sort of picks, whether it was in mid or B main. It just felt like he had so much awareness of what Fnatic were doing and how to kind of counter that. So I guess kind of going back to that point of Navi definitely doing their prep and putting in the work into the way that Fnatic have been playing.
I think as much as Alexic was part of those mid pushes, I think as well Hero has been an amazing site anchor, right? Which was allowing Navi to have all of this space. So when we actually look at how he performed, it was what was allowing them to have so many bodies towards mid to be able to contest that space. It was always very clear and direct that that's what they were looking to do. They knew what utility they were looking to do. It was a very clear game plan, like you're saying. And I mean, Hero playing up against his former team just absolutely smashed it.
Yeah, and they didn't play Ascent a lot when he was there, so this is really impressive from him, of course. But the question is, can they keep this up onto Icebox? Again, a map that I think both of them are comfortable with historically. Both of them have a very specific way of playing. So what are you guys expecting from Navi?
I'm expecting a really strong Navi to come out here. I think, you know, we heard sort of Angel say on that first map on Bind in those later rounds that they've just got to play a bit of time, and then it felt like they implemented that into Ascent. So I almost feel like they're going to implement all of their learnings and their mistakes from Ascent into Icebox. And I sort of made a note when I was doing a little bit of prep that I would love to see the Icebox come out here, because I feel like it's not one of Fnatic's strongest maps. It's not a weak map for them. But when they came up against, I think it was Carmine Corp on it, it was a very close map and it could have gone either way. So I do think that this is the potential to see Navi sort of doing some VOD reviewing of that match and picking up on the learnings of where they could make their move and kind of come in at the advantage.
I think this is a decent map for both of these teams, and of course we're expecting to see that mirror matchup come through, which I think will be a real test for both of them. I think I'm looking at Alexic in particular going up against Kayak. I think that he really warmed up into that Ascent, and I think if he can continue to have this momentum, this confidence, we talk about new players coming to VCT, getting used to the stage, if he's building up this kind of confidence, there's a good chance that he does well on Icebox.
Yeah, Angel's
भाई सबसे मेन एक मिर्ची को हमेशा काट के डंडी से वड़ा पाव के बीच में रखने का
here, and a lot of teams like to just
मजाक कर रहा था 2 मिर्ची को काट के रखो.
So I think it would be interesting to see which version we are going to get as we head to Asian Select, and it turns out we're rolling by the years.
I'm so excited to sort of see the Alpha Hero Killjoy matchup because we know how important the Killjoy role is on this map. I'm sure Mini will be absolutely as well. But the last time we saw Alpha on Killjoy, I felt like he didn't put up his best performance, and it was almost the opposite with Hero putting up such a good performance on that Killjoy.
Yeah, I think Alpha, everyone loves him as a Sentinel, so it's always fun to see him kind of go back to this Killjoy, go back to his roots. I think when I'm looking at Navi, Shao Sage is still something that's very interesting to me, but I'm intrigued to see how that works out for them. And yeah, like I said again, the duelist head-to-head, I think for me is possibly the win condition for both of these teams, because if they can go into this game with all guns firing, then I think that's how it could go.
Yeah, who knew Angel had flexibility outside of KO, you know? Thought it was just going to be a KO main from now on, but nice to see him branching out.
We've definitely seen a lot of impact from the Vipers as well today, especially on Bind. So I think it'll be really interesting as well, kind of seeing that Boaster matchup, because of course Boaster kind of has the downside of Viper being an IGL as well. You know, he's got a lot of things that he's going to be doing alongside playing that Viper role, whereas Rooksik can almost go ham, you know.
I love that comparison because Boaster is so where he is on B. He's as far away from the site as humanly possible, whereas like you said, Rooksik, he likes to get a lot more proactive. So this will be a very different stylistic matchup.
I think we can say that for Navi in general though, right? We see Angel doing the same. They like to get proactive. They like to go seeking out information on their defense in particular as well. We see Angel die first blood time and time again because of it. But yeah, I think I like that comparison as well, Meg. But also in saying that, Rooksik is on the Viper now. I'm not expecting him to be going and getting aggressive. Perhaps if he was on an Omen, it would be a different story. But
यार मैं जो सुकाबेल मंगाता हूँ ना, वो सुकाबेल बाप है. इसको सुकाबेल नहीं बोलते, इसको सुकाबेल चाट बोलते भाई. इसके अंदर क्या कुछ नहीं है, देखो क्या कुछ नहीं है इसमें. बस इसमें मैंगो और बनाना आना बचा था बस, बाकी सब कुछ है इसमें.
Well, we will need to find out. I mean, we started the series off by telling you these two have played each other 5 times. It was 2 Fnatic wins, then a Navi win, then another 2 Fnatic wins. Does that mean we're going to get a Navi win? We'll need to find out after map 3 as we are heading in to Icebox.
मैं जो जगह से मंगाता हूँ सुकाबेल, वो जगह थोड़ा दूर है, 1 घंटा लगता है.
Fnatic
लेकिन
attack right
सादा
now as
बाप
well.
सुकाबेल हो.
Strong post plant for them. And in terms of what they want to go for to kick things off, you're seeing 5 players already at the garage barrier. We know that when they changed up the pace on previous maps, it was a problem for Navi to contain. Rooksik can hear heavy footfall already surging up long.
भाई 4 बंदे.
And look at
Navi
the collection of Navi players here, plus 4 on the site, ready to fight. But it's only as long as that one-way stays up. Alexi hitting the heights immediately, and Rooksik not too far behind. This reaction from the defense has been fantastic so far, with Crashes trying to fight through, his own dart not scanning a single target. Fnatic completely missed theirs to kick things off, an in-zone flawless Navi pistol. Yeah, hey listen, what a way to do it. Alexic keeping his form, map to map to map. He's been top of the pops. That shot is ridiculous. He has, and for someone who, in his first ever VCT stage interview post-game, was talking about how, you know, Durka was his idol and how he looks up to these players within our region, forged in Fnatic colors, of course. You were wondering coming into the day, would he show that kind of confidence against a team which he and everyone else are so acutely aware of how good they can be?
Oh my God,
or will he show his own stuff? And it seems to be
भाई क्या मार रहा है यार ये बंदा यार.
Fnatic, they've once again shown presence B. Long want to head towards A now. With 2 Lux going through mid. Navi, the timing's insane.
It is, but this turret should still spot the walk through window, and it's just classics from Fnatic. The deal with Icebox for them coming back into the call for the pre-champs is that Navi picking up another in-zone flawless means, firstly, they're comfortable heading into the bonus round, and secondly, back to the conversation with Fnatic, is that, you know, this was one of the founding maps that they had. If you're talking about building up a map pool, the theory is there, it's just about applying it and reapplying it again.
Yeah,
in a meta that has changed a lot.
Everyone knows that Navi has been looking on Icebox, but that's with the no duelist composition. With now them having Alexic and maybe the not being flexible enough to play that could be the possibility. Navi respect the push, Alexic doesn't, has to dash away. And just as I was saying, the meta has changed a lot. In many ways, it has stayed almost exactly the same, and it's this regression to the Sage, which we're seeing teams find a lot of value from. Was Chronicle trying to start it off towards A, but Hero just takes the mid timing, and now Navi can drop back into their setup. Yeah, I want to come back to that conversation in a minute. Will we still see Fnatic hang around on B?
तीन में से एक गेम जीतने का Fnatic को. और ये जीत गया तो भी क्वालिफाई, नेक्स्ट जीत गया तो भी क्वालिफाई, उसके बाद वाला जीत गया तो भी क्वालिफाई.
And his Spike's heading over here too.
Using the one way to potentially drop back and couple up with Hero, but it's Alexic instead. Still playing top gen at the time, finding the kill on B, and Ruxic doing his job, holding up the B end of the bargain. Surely not. Chronicle is down to amount of HP, who's going to go up from the heel, but that's 3 flawless rounds. 3 in-zone flawless in a row from Navi.
Yeah, I mean, that was Fnatic's buy. The fact that they've not got a kill 3 rounds in, this is so uncharacteristic.
The Navi faithful in the audience being rewarded for their tenacity. As Alexic, Ruxic and all the rest have done their job. I think it's important to speak about the duelists, so as I mentioned the words tenacity here. Both Kayak and Alexic playing for Z10 in challenges just before making that slightly bigger step up in their career. For Kayak, it was Apex. For Alexic, Z10, his previous team. Only facing each other once in their careers, despite both coming up in East. Kayak, a much quicker rise to stardom, younger at the time. But here they are sharing the stage and showing that East continues to be the endless reserve of untapped talent. Kayak, the only one with a gun in this round. A rifle.
Headshot pada usko.
It's a Marshall.
And it's the Marshall at best.
Yeah, I mean, needs heads, or 10 body shots. I don't think he's going to get any of that. Time still ticking away as Fnatic are struggling to get that spike onto site, and that's come through in the kill feed as well. Almost a 4th flawless round. Fnatic have their first kill though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Take a look at the scoreboard here. How? Oh, it's bad. It's really bad. And so the timeout will be called on the Fnatic side of the server, but to finish off the conversation that we were opening there, it's such a deep region in terms of talent pool, but it's about refining those uncut gems, also those gems at the top, right?
We got one.
Yeah, Fnatic get their first kill in the 4th round of play. Congratulations.
We are seeing the 60-second timeout now. And with Scott coming into this team as well, you can see he has become a lot more involved and also gaining his own stage experience to help dig Fnatic out of these situations. It was, you know, his own Icebox comp that was being ran on BBL. We saw that experiment not go too well, but he's brought fresh ideas to the table for Fnatic. And sometimes that's what you need, some new lifeblood when we talk about maps like this maybe stagnating a little bit in terms of what those developments look like.
Yeah, I mean, you say that right in terms of ideas and stuff like that, and then you look at the comps both teams are running. If you take that Killjoy out and put Reyna in, it's the composition everyone ran for like a year straight. Which is crazy to think about. So then, who is it on Fnatic that steps up? That's what we have to see here. It has been anything but a team performance at this point in time. Yeah, and I think definitely something that coaches would be saying is be hitting your shots, get a grip, because they need to here. All 4 players committed on the A side with just Poster holding on to be long. Sometimes it is as simple as just boosting the morale. Fnatic know exactly what that's like on Icebox. It's not 11-3 yet, mate. No, it's not. You're kind of hoping it doesn't get to that point because Navi have started off these maps pretty strong. That momentum has struggled to conserve velocity as things have dragged on, and Fnatic are playing the late game again. Clear towards B. Will leave the toxins of Ruxic, which is imperative if they want to breach the gates of the A site. His Viper wall still stationed there, and only now is the mid setup beginning to get interacted with. Yeah, Poster the player to do so all alone as he works as a look. I mean, catches the first engagement, but look at Xiao. He's so far forward, and Navi need to be careful. A-site giving up, playing for the retake, as Poster still tries to wreck that mid setup, but he gives up his life for it. And now heading back into the retake for Navi. In terms of the util, not all too much, but you have to be thinking about Xiao's wall and how exactly that can help the retake. Yeah, I mean, Angel got his info dart up not so long ago, and well, Fnatic are just getting completely dealt with. Crashes is coming in for a late flank, but there's 2 walls, one of which is his own team's. It's 5 in a row, and Fnatic have got absolutely zero answer. And so in this game of Tetris on Icebox, all the pieces falling into place for Navi. Now 5 in a row, and while there's a couple more kills on Fnatic, it's looking like a Krispy Kreme. I'm seeing 3 donuts at the bottom of the scoreboard. And that's where the step up sort of has to start. When do we see them break the ice? That's the question. On the opposite side, Navi doing everything, and as long as Xiao's saving that wall, it's a very easy defuse. And such a key tool in terms of spike security on both sides. Remember, when it comes to champs points, Fnatic are 2 wins from guaranteed qualification through it. So this would be a big step back. Absolutely. And just in terms of the own high standards which they hold themselves to. But for Navi, it's an absolute blessing. Hero gifting them a lead in this round in terms of player numbers with a couple of rifles in play. Both Kayak and Alpha digging into the pockets to try and show some kind of resistance. You can see that Ruxic has moved up deep in garage as well, so this big rotation afforded for Navi towards A. Mid setup still not dealt with by Fnatic. A lot of the simple stuff getting overlooked at the moment. Hey, listen, it's just as simple as that. It seems every player on a Navi screen has been completely shot out. And even an investment of the lockdown. They know Navi, if they can get this one over the line, it's going to be as easy as that. Ruxic into position, Crashes has got a time. It's a time upon him, yeah. Oh. And it will be a knife to end out. And not a single Fnatic player getting a kill on that round means it will be another in-zone flawless for Navi. 4 out of 6. The only team, not to jump the gun too far, to get a 13-0 so far this year in Emea, in the partnered era, the first to do it. But this is just next level. Yeah, there's a difference between Navi doing that to Giant X and Navi doing this to Fnatic. And on Icebox, of all maps as well, it's such a change from the norm. And
while we have seen Fnatic have individuals maybe slump at times in the long careers you expect for every single one of them to bed in, when it's not going right on every single front, you're just waiting for that first 3K, that first player to really do some damage. Right now they're stewing in it with this pit from Ruxic, and for the first time in a long time, Fnatic would look confident. Usually disciplined, patient, but they just look all out of answers. To start getting onto the positives, there are ults to spend in this round, and that will get Kayak up and running in round 7. And maybe that's just where it starts. Playing from top side, Angel does respond, returning with 1, and Ruxic still roaming around the B space as you expect him to do. Oh, but that's pet dropped. Fnatic should know he's on the move. Oh, they managed to catch him in transition as well. Kayak with another, and things starting to come up good for Fnatic finally. Alexic hears the drop into mid from Crashies, but not able to equally respond to it with the blades. But just now, he finally gets his first. Time starting to tick away, and that's where Angel needs to get on the spike. Alexic the distraction, spots the next target, but Kayak is there. And having finally met themselves with some resistance, Navi streak comes to an end.
Imagine अगर वो जेट को मार देता.
Doesn't feel like life or death.
Bro,
Fnatic aren't doing any killing. It might just have been.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic will need the energy of their fans as they get their first chance to celebrate a round, and this third one.
Let's go, boys. Let's go!
And with that being said, the correct decisions being made in that last round, not to go into the Viper's pit and to go through mid instead.
Not only have we seen Kayak get some kills there as well, this is another area where Althea excels as a teammate, boosting the energy for everyone, just keeping the levels up even when it could be so easy to become complacent. A word which we throw around a lot with the top teams in this region for how volatile things can seem.
Yeah. Again, that ultimate's a big conversation point as Kayak tries the same point of entry once again. But Ruxic's just spammed out. And caught Kayak, dropping down. And well, it is going to end up 4 versus 4.
Chronicle's still running through this defense though, up on top of his own wall with a boost in the corner, safe plant, or so you could say. He's stuck in the corner.
And managed to be cleared. Still though, we still stay all even, and if we really want to, Althea can use that lockdown, which he does.
Okay, guys, but that's just enough time for Ruxic to stick this. Kayak needs to get on the angle, it's Crashies instead, and he just about grabs it. Saves them right at the death. Hero should be able to follow this up, but I say should with bated breath because Althea is waiting. A feel-good round for Fnatic, albeit a very close one.
Yeah, I think the heart started to beat a little bit too fast here.
Let's go, bhai.
But this is also what you want to see. And when I spoke of innovation and bringing out a slightly different play, how many times have you seen the Sage Wall boost up there for that plant? That was very unique. It's different to the standard mid-take, and meant that even while Navi had control of B main, they weren't able to actively fight and contest for that space.
And even if it got too far or started to go out of Fnatic's hands, there was also that option to use Chronicle's res if needed. But at the same time, look at mid, look at the players that are starting to move down there, and look at Ruxic having to run Scarpa for his life.
If you're
Fnatic, you really be expecting this. So much aggression in the main, with player numbers also facing up in mid. The fact that Navi have done this is good for them because there is still the Killjoy utility there. We've not really seen Fnatic go too heavy on these mid lurks. More of a split push incoming right now as Crashies relays information back as the drone makes its way out through the snow pile.
Kayak getting that deep lane towards Snowman. Now the spike finally being attempted to go down, but Kron once again playing off his Sage Wall.
Yeah, this is really nice. Necron, such a capable flex player, but Sage on this map for him has always had its nuance, trying to gain that extra margin of advantage, but no pick taken, the slow still to bring this one down to a snail's pace.
I mean, shots need to be perfect from Navi, because how do you get by Kayak's up?
Grinding the defense down to a halt. Yeah. Shao has his own wall here to recontest.
Oh, okay. Somewhat worked out in Navi's favour. That's 2 to them.
2 kills picked up. Alexic over the top. Defuse being worked on by Shao. And Navi getting it all done. The second layer
what a beautiful retake,
with just enough time. Navi up to 7. This 7-2 scoreline has been seen on every map so far. The broadest margin was the 8-4 on map number 1, 7-5 the second, and Fnatic are going to have to settle for something similar here.
Yeah. Well, the buy not looking too great, so Navi can once again start to build up their momentum. Full steam ahead. In fact, actually, the only real loss is Kayak's rifle, but he has blades, and he's actually been seen. Electric's up, not hitting.
Oh, but it is now.
And Navi, at the same time, are being proactive once again through mid.
Dart comes in as a bit of a distraction, but Hero hangs around for a little longer than he would like. Kayak back up on his feet.
He's just got a classic. He's not got his ulti anymore.
But a Guardian collected. Crashy's the one that takes the hit.
Maybe playing for his ultimate late into the round. There's also that Viper's pit forward poster. And he's able to try and clear out B. That snakebite might be enough.
Molly blanket coverage and Kayak opening up the site, carving it to Fnatic's advantage. And Navi now will be looking at the save. Alexic's op was what began proceedings, as he's managed to best Kayak throughout this series so far. Has to be a little careful here though. Alpha cuts him out the picture for the next.
Trying to do as much damage as possible here, Fnatic. Remember, they can't really lose too much themselves, considering the money situation.
Because we've seen that head-to-head between Alexic and Kayak a few times already in the server today, of course, it only being the second meeting between the two. Kayak going +4 in the green against his regional rival last time. And here it is Shao losing the gun at the end. Alexic wants to find himself on the right side of history as Navi's 7 rounds are slowly starting to drift away.
Yeah, and I think this would be probably the best time to introduce a timeout if I'm the Navi coach.
Sorry, no, I was just laughing. You're not the Navi coach, but I do agree it's a good time.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. I'm glad that I've got your support.
Yeah, exactly.
Sound पहले भी आती थी
I
क्या?
don't speak much French, and Happy won't be here either. He
apparently don't speak much.
एक बार तेरे को घूर के मेरे को देखने दे ये जो तूने क्वेश्चन पूछा है
with what, like 3 players not having a single kill 5-6 rounds in. It's really rare that you see that happen in a game, and the fact that they have been able to flip things around through people like Alpha just boosting up the levels a little bit, Kayak getting involved, Crashy's having his time in the sun as well after making the switch over to this region, saying that he's feeling some of the happiest that he's been, playing some of the best Valorant that we expect to see from him. That's exactly why Fnatic have stayed at the top, and this Navi core have not been at the races in the last couple of years.
Seems as if they have a good lead in which to finish this one out, but
heavy attack is normal.
This round, I feel that gap will close.
Heavy attack कर सकते हैं, है लेकिन attacking है.
Fnatic if things do start to get worrisome, Viper's Pit, Hunter's Fury, those were kept from the last round. They'll be big to be kept in towards the last round as well. Navi start to get a better picture of how this round looks. Bodies now starting to move over. That spike, though, you imagine, will go down fairly uncontested, and that will be the case.
Yeah, 5v5 retake situation. Again, Shao's wall and the res if needed.
Still the advantage in terms of guns as well. And well, numbers now as Kayak made his entry into this one. There's always a chance, and it seems to be the case. As the last couple of picks somewhat got close, but as Navi keep moving through this round, there's bodies hemorrhaging left, right and centre. A 1 versus 2 and Ruxic to make his way through a pit. He can't defumigate it, he can't win out, and Fnatic bring it within 3.
That they do. Quick maths, mate. Quick maths. And again, that's why I think, you know, in the coach slot, crunching the numbers, maybe you're not our man. Fnatic found exactly what they needed.
Question, do you think coaches just do maths and the coach booth?
Oh yeah, exactly. No, that's all they do, right? Yeah. Call a timeout, guys go shoot them back. You only need 3 rounds. That's exactly what I'd say right now. Clearly, I am unemployed. But jokes aside, Fnatic with the op in here now. An Alexic deep diving B. Fnatic were already set up for the execute, so no problem for them.
Need to be careful, Boaster getting caught on that flank in a big 1 versus 1 against Ruxic, but they don't clear Hero and Chronicle caught out.
Second round in a row player from top screen, but Kayak still looking to fight this one forwards towards screen.
Alexic takes his time in through Boaster's orb, and now with the spike down, Navi are 2 players to the goods.
Both lockdowns coming in incredibly deep that we see invested from Hero, as he was hoping that that would stop Crashies from getting the ult in and denying some of that deep positioning.
The timing from Kayak. It seemed good, but still the trade out even better. It's all about delay now, and Fnatic winning out the post plan.
Alpha has the first, and here's the ult to fall back on.
Well, Hunter's Fury ripping off here. Alpha here still playing within the site. All 3 bolts gone, but that pit down. Alpha just needs to take him off the spike and done so. The pit down and crashes.
My God!
It brings it within 2.
Bro!
Fnatic. Navi with clouds covering their heads. They can see the darkness arriving. Fnatic have brought it back from the brink and heading out of the halftime. We do have an interview to try and pluck the thoughts and feelings of what has been a very emotional first 12 rounds. It's Kayak's family, which we'll be heading to in just a moment to see what it is that they have to think about his performance so far today.
I've got some very special guests with me here. We have Kayak's family, Kayak's mother, Kayak's brother Simon as well. First of all, welcome to the Riot Games Arena. Have you been here before?
Yes, I've been here before. It's my 4th time, I guess. And every time it's exciting, nervous, and I keep my fingers crossed for them.
What were the other times that you were here for? What's your win rate like? Are you a lucky charm?
Yes, first time it was Apex Ascension final. Then it was Fnatic Giants Heretics, and that one time when it was cancelled because of technical pauses. Yeah. But it still was okay.
Yeah, I think you're a lucky charm. You know, you're always watching Kayak win. So what are you made of his performance so far here in Tier 1 as well?
Well, I think as a rookie year, it's perfect for him to start like that. And he couldn't choose a better team. I think it's the best.
The fans are going to like that answer now. I think all of his teammates say that he's a really great person to be around. You know, he's an amazing player on the server. Where does he get his personality from? You know, is it you? Is it his mother?
Well, maybe he takes after us. Yeah? Some parts of me, some parts of my mother. It runs in the family, yeah?
We can tell, we can tell. And lastly, are you stressed? You know, how are you feeling going into the second half?
I'm really stressed, very stressed. But it's getting better and better now, I see.
Yeah.
Round by round.
This is the Fnatic way. They always put you through this, right?
They thrive in that environment, I think.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Simon, for joining me. Guys, come on, one more time for Kayak's family. And we'll throw this back to Pato and Cairo to see if Fnatic can pull it out.
Cutie father, तेरी गाप father.
Memorable day out
brother है वो, brother.
As Icebox has gone from looking like a worst case scenario
brother है वो
to a best one. Fnatic with
brother
5 rounds out of the possible 6 at the end there. After the way that things began, yeah, I feel like momentum is heavily in their favor, especially if this pistol gets picked up.
If there was a way to give yourself a little bit more energy coming back into the second half, that last round is certainly the way to do it. Well, the timer unpaused and we're ready to go back at it. As these two
young को father बंदा दिया है बासुंडी लोग
go for another boxing round. Hero caught out, and the players of Fnatic on the hunt.
Kayak trying to lead the charge right after. So much praise sung his way. Can he back it up in the server? It's not to be. Bittersweet as Chronicle will collect 2 off the back of it, and the Fnatic aggression does not falter towards A, but the B site is where Alpha has to contain.
Yeah, haven't been able to deny a spike plan, but Alpha needs to be careful he doesn't give away a freebie to Navi. Instead, Crashes does.
And shifts in the night, heading Snowman. 2 Navi players backed up, now Alpha's position revealed, and the Sharks encircle him, trying to get one.
Alpha ने फिर भी मारा!
And it's a 2v1 with Alexic required to be the hero again. No updraft, no dash, it's hack and slash against the wall, and he can't get it in time.
Fnatic get the pistol round, they'll be able to close the gap early, rather than letting Navi take an extended lead. Having to fight back from it. Lovely shots.
Now start to wonder that by the time we reach that first rifle round, Fnatic's bonus. Have we hit the point of no return?
Big one, big one, big one.
Scott knows exactly what that one means.
7-7.
Wait there, Navi are going for a force in this round. It's going to be a straight play onto A.
So Navi's chances almost live and die by
knife क्या कर
this
देता
next
है
one.
गेम को एक knife में
It's the kicker for confidence, especially a wall which cuts across the rafter position as well. Not the standard that you would see as the Stingers getting close range and do what they do best.
Yeah, already the first one gone, and it is Chronicle, which is a big loss. Delay no longer there for the defense, but Spike still not committed here, and that's allowed Fnatic to get into position.
फोर से हारा तो बोलूंगा इस पे लीड पे
Alpha yet again 4v3 Fnatic poised.
Yeah, well, that spike will go down in the meantime. You look at the utility to come back in. There is that reveal for Crashes,
and you're waiting for Angel to get his back, but still 6 seconds playing up close.
Yeah, there is a heal on Shao. Should anyone take an engagement and lose a big bunch of health here? Dart points up, but so does Angel. This force does not look good at all! It's Fnatic deny Navi any chance to regain the 2-round lead.
We got to pencil that tape and rewind it. What a shot from Kayak. A jumping Angel spots the head on top of the wall. They put their money where their mouth is. It was from the hip as well. That's disgusting.
The second one is as well.
Jeez. And yeah, Navi have got egg on their face now.
Yeah, they might have egg in their face, but they're looking to put more. That's 3 Stingers bought up again.
Okay. They do still have money in pocket. This is a half by every extent.
Kayak at least not here for the moment. He's been deployed on
B1.
The rest of Fnatic are very quick to make their way towards A right now.
They're happy to take that reaction because they have the extremity control, and in this brawl, the buy from the defense still isn't the strongest, so as Navi muscle their way in, they can get the spike down.
Yeah, it is down in the meantime. Fnatic waiting for players to come in, and Alpha here opens up the round the same way as last.
And the biggest advantage that Fnatic now have is their utility. So much more than Navi to stave off this retake.
Electric still not cleared, and the orb takes his time in, and Alfie gets his second. Fnatic are just running through. Navi at the moment is still confirmed finally the advantage in their favour. I'm not sure I've ever seen a game that felt so one-sided to start, drop on its head and switch the opposite way as quickly as it has. Alpha's doing God's work. He's sat in the background with the Outlaw, but finding all of the important kills as Navi are trying to lean into a more aggressive post-plant, forcing the issue, knowing that Kron's coming back in with the wall. First real rifle round, I guess. Still a Bulldog and an Outlaw in there for Fnatic, but successful retakes is the story for them so far. Yeah, I mean, the worry is Navi's economy, right? If they let this get out of hand. I mean, they've tried to force the issue, didn't work out.
तीन बंदे 0 kill पे थे बे chat. तीन बंदे 0 kill पे थे chat.
Massive. Wait, he's gone for more? Yeah, he was, but he thinks better of it. You could see him on the player cam looking over into the audience at the family members. Trying to see if he can deliver them a gift here. Put on a show. Exactly. And with him having such big shoes to fill with Durka being the king of Icebox as it was when Fnatic first showed this map all the way back in Reykjavik. Opening game against Crew, we all remember.
Jet के पास पूरा line है बे. Jet के पास पूरा line है, वो लोग को पता है भी होने वाला है.
He's trying to stake his own claim. Hero lost as the Sentinel player. Makes Navi feel ever frail.
Yeah, screamer of a shot. Electric is the only one in mid though, so he needs to be careful. Alpha getting a notification that Navi have made their way on towards site before that spike plant attempted. And Electric still looking for more.
Oh, shot's not quite landing on the first bullet. Hunter's Fury to try and dig him out from position as he remains entrenched. Electric mowing his way forwards, but met with resistance.
Yeah, a little bit of delay, trying to work out Navi's favour, but Richik's so low. Navi needs to hold on.
Still aggressive in post, and with the numbers now stacked against them, and Alpha online with the lockdown, would there be enough time to invest in Fnatic think better of the situation? The dash across cuts off. Alexic, the lifeblood, the support is gone. As Navi's heartbeat is starting to flatline. Kayak adding another clutch, as he has been so capable.
कितना tough था भाई, almost दो जने crossfire में रुला दिया था.
With that, we will be getting another Navi timeout.
निखिल already miss कर दे मेरी जान.
The last of this map.
Tempo pause, लेकिन मेरे पास तो tempo ही नहीं है यार.
And well, with Fnatic being the one ahead with the momentum, with everything at the moment, you feel as if this is a good time for Happy to introduce himself once again.
Absolutely. In terms of what's going wrong for Navi, it just feels like maybe the comms have dropped off a little bit. Things are looking laboured in how they're trying to trade off of one another, because that's effectively the game which they've chosen to play. A lot of these posts are inclined sending one to Fnatic's doorstep, really pushing the envelope as much as possible. But even then, that's where you see everyone be able to come alive. Kayak there, coming into today, he had 5 out of 8 clutches won.
Tension में बे,
That's ridiculous turnaround for a duelist player as well. Being able to do it on the stage, which he struggled to adapt to in his first best of 5 when Apex reached Berlin in the Ascension Grand Finals last year. You know, constantly adjusting the headset, looking a little bit static. Finally coming into form map 5, and in the decider here, it's a little bit more of the same.
I mean, if you want to talk about clutch players, Alpha here, better performances in the second half of maps.
We all saw the Sen game.
Yeah.
It's not brought the op out this time.
Yeah, it's been 7 rounds in a row so far for Fnatic. Navi look to try and put a stop to it. The odds are that you would expect Navi don't have the capabilities to do it in this round, but there's always a chance, especially after the entry that they got.
It's in this phase of the round as well where Navi struggled with their direction a little bit. Rooksik's been spotted, they are caught. Literally denying information anymore. Angel trying to look for more, and Navi finding it. That spike can go down comfortably. Two players to the good are Navi.
Spike planted.
Ron still has the wall, but Crashies needs to clear close. He's gonna catch Alexic. Now that is a problem. Pit in play, but not the be-all and end-all. Yeah, and no drone to clear the pit. There is the dart, but with that lockdown being invested, where does Fnatic go? This is a statement of intent from Navi. 2 ults to confirm they will not lose the round. But they need it so desperately. Still time to play with. Crashy's searching with this dart and gets the timing on the first, but still the pit remains resolute and his chances are gone. It gets worse and worse. Navi get better in this round at least. Went within one.
Knife can try kiya tha.
Costly. Both Roxic and Hero went down to the spike just as we sifted out of game there. Yeah. I think here, this is literally the first time we see a couple of gunfights go in their favor and they have time to set up a post plant.
Well played, well played.
And I think that's it, right? The worrying aspect actually coming out of that last round is obviously that was the chance for Navi to consolidate their economy state, but Fnatic were going into troubled waters themselves. And Kayak maybe a little too eager to take that next fight. Now you've got to be looking at Ghost or top side.
Did a good job at being stalwart and holding off the push here before, but Navi have an affiliation with side B. It's a little too easy right now for them getting in the door. And from this post plant, 5v2, the odds stacked further against Fnatic's favour.
So the chance here that both players decide to save up, don't want to try and go against this. Well, at the same time, Navi don't want to let them.
That's the expectation. Ooh, Alpha able to catch Hero though. The problem is he's stuck in this mid spot by the blue box so long as he's able to frag his way out of it, and that seems to be the case. 3 already. But Alexic the long way round.
He's been looking for this angle and he'll get it. It will be all even 9-9. Not a whole lot left in this map. No.
Not at all. Starting to come down to the line. The same can be said of the Fnatic finance. Navi should have a shoe-in for double digits.
There you are.
In terms of what the attack are doing well, it's just changing up how they're taking the fights and just being effective to trade with each other. We hadn't seen them be able to create tangible advantages previously.
The big thing in this round is going to be Kayak. He is the tip of the spear, he is the firepower, because he has his ultimate, the blades. Through mid he goes, identified through the turret. And it's Alpha here, the player behind him that gets caught out.
Still thinking about Kayak's blades for the time being. He's the most mobile, so that's why they keep him on B, but the issue stands with the A execution.
Spike will go down, plenty of time to set up the post plant, as we know. There's even a player deposited to hold the flank just in case it's needed. Still engagements going on site though. Oh, Alexic is willing to entertain this spam duel through the slot, and it's not exactly going to help out his chances. The health pool of Navi is starting to dwindle, and Fnatic still have key pieces of util coming back in. The wall again, and Kayak was still alive, but he's gone now. A big loss.
पहली बार लीड पे गई चैट 7 राउंड इन अ रो देने के बाद
find the kills necessary. Nice one from Kron, but that is all she wrote. Navi do get to 10.
8 राउंड ना शायद 8 राउंड इन अ रो
having only one casualty. We're asking a lot of questions of Fnatic right now. They've given us a few answers towards the end of the first half. The start of the second looked good, but they're now slipping away in the business end of this series, which could set them up for a champion spot.
That being said, those questions the coaches will look to try and answer themselves, right? Set up Fnatic for success. Couple of ultimates, couple of ideas. And as we have already stated, this is probably one of the most important maps that Fnatic will be playing in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. The other big game that you're looking at is the Liquid match, of course, to settle the score at the top of the group, or so you would think. Could very quickly see both teams put on a 2-1 scoreline. It's these last couple of rifle rounds which make all the difference. Milan opening the mic back up again as well, of course. First year that he gets control of this team from assistant coach to now commander-in-chief. This is always something that you've got to ask of
जो एकदम जलेगी लेकिन जो मजा आएगा ना
बहुत इंसान अभी मेरा आग जल रहा है क्योंकि मैंने आग रखी है doesn't feel like it's going to take too much to finally swing this in favor of Navi. Now 3 rounds in a row.
Operator in play for Kayak. Where's he going to pick up his lane? It will be towards the A side of the map. Navi not interacting with this. Is this another quick play towards B?
Kayak up on pipes early is definitely going to be a remedy for Fnatic's A troubles. It's the B side of the map where Navi have looked at their best though.
I'd have to agree, but the only thing is, Alpha here is here, and he also has the lockdown to delay.
A head spotted by Kron through the gap, under the stairs, sent to the cupboard. Navi packed up in this round.
10-10.
Still 2 players towards B though, chance for the spike to go in. Shao wants that advantage, something which Navi were without on a lot of rounds.
I mean, this next engagement even more important. Alpha wins it.
Alpha headshot onto Electric, but still in play. Res available for Shao to try and find, but there's no one that he can really look to pick up on their feet. No new lease of life. Fnatic are the ones remade as the rounds drag on.
10-10.
10 of their own.
अब ये राउंड
जीता मैच पॉइंट.
ये राउंड जीता मैच पॉइंट.
Both teams feel like two boxers dancing around one another in the ring, right? Both taking their own.
Stream को like करो यार, we are close to 5k likes.
Both taking their own chances. And importantly, for Fnatic coming out that last one, it's Hunter's Fury online for crashes.
It's also in the timeout, the adaptation to be a little bit different on
how Alpha is set up
to defend the mid take, as you heard in the comms there from Kron. Big ults up in what is a very important round, just as much for Fnatic as it is Navi. 3 players, less than 500 credits.
Ruxic left on a solo mission towards the B side. Navi playing a lot slower. Remember, the fast takes were really working out for them, the change of pace. So it seems as if Navi have found something that they like. The spike is being committed.
Alpha running the same setup 2 rounds in a row. He spoke a lot about how the coaching staff have helped set him up to become such a flexible player and take on different styles. The Killjoy is a vintage of his. And with the turret watching over mid and the drone from Crashies now as well, Fnatic are set up to defend a B push.
थोड़ा जल्दी कर लो ना, इधर आग जल रहा है, इधर सब जल रहा है यार, Navi यार.
Late to the party in middle.
Yeah, and if he goes that way, 2 players lie in wait. Fnatic happy to concede a plan. Realistically, nobody really trying to deny it. There is utility to delay, but overall, it's all about the numbers game for the defense.
Lockdown for Alpha, Hunter's Fury for Crashies. Angel has a counter, but that brings him out of play. You're seeing it invested from Crashies immediately. 2 tags, not 2 kills. Further delay from Fnatic, time running out, but Navi finally get the spike in.
Yeah, the molly just missed. Ruxic though gets the equalizer.
Peeking out, Ruxic another double kill, and Angel on the op. Kayak one of his own. Res available on both sides, but it's Shao that'll bring Alexic back into the fray.
Yeah, they know this round is important. And there's no more ultimates realistically for Fnatic apart from that res.
And they're gonna get it. Boaster back on his feet. And in terms of that utility, an orb for them to maybe use to cover the spike plant. Into a lineup Boaster goes. The molly coming in from the skies. But Navi have Ruxic coming in from the side. A double kill which gives them 11.
They're getting closer and closer.
जिटू सेंस क्या बात कर रहा है यार यही न्यूज़ के लिए तो मेरे को था ये दोनों मैच के बीच में क्या फायदा है दोनों मैच का ये न्यूज़ तो मेन था
over eager overzealous
Angel doing so much work by the late stage of the round. They weren't accounting for Ruxic's positioning.
The worrying thing here for Fnatic is depending on how this next round goes, what Navi have to end this map out. I mean, you're looking at the lockdown, that's not far away. Ruxic close to a Viper's Pit as well. The ultimate cycle will decide Icebox.
एक तो बेचारा बता रहा है बात तो है ये तो मैं सोचा ही नहीं love you यार
into round 22 Navi with an opportunity to make it 3 consecutive opening map points.
2 rifle shots were heard trying to destroy that
dart from 2 different fronts. So that's information that sorry I would like to apologize.
But the A execute doesn't feel
वो क्या non-member है करके तेरे को गाली पड़ी 150 में
Fnatic have the correct setup, the macro looks good. Little pressure has been placed towards B where Kayak remains resolute with this op on the line as you expect him to.
It's all about how Navi
don't tell me ये लोग उधर ही जा रहे जिधर मैं सोच रहे लोग जा रहे
trying to work their way around the pit. Alpha put on notice though with that alarm bot being triggered.
And now that second layer in mid. It's not just one lurk, it's 2. And the reason for it, the lockdown. Navi are fighting this.
Yeah, they're trying to play on the front foot, but Fnatic have dealt with it. Fnatic are trying to run for the hills. Kron tries to take a timing as well, and it doesn't go their way. And this throws this round
time
into
trepidation.
Yeah, absolute jeopardy.
Crashies has done all of the hard work so far.
10 seconds
left. But that spike needs to go down, and that's the most important part. There's 2 players for Fnatic here. Alexic will attempt it, but he's going to be denied.
भाई possible था plant करना लेकिन
make it 11-11.
Possible था भाई.
Right at the death, we have an equalizer. Ruxic just catching
Boaster
as time expires. The one saved weapon for Fnatic in the hands of Kayak, which we saw absent from the site hold. The site hold which was fortified through the very information channeled back from the young Cole's scope.
Binks भाई वेट का मैच नहीं होगा 9 क्यों?
For that reason exactly, with so much chip done.
डिले हो रहा है.
It's still Guardians, it's still messy for Fnatic to try and take 12 themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Kayak's decided to go for the glass cannon op. Confidence, that's how you know. Navi still once again start the same round. Outside of it, they get caught by the drone, they do, but only one player, and that is Hero, normally the lurk player.
With the rest of the pack this time. No pressure from mid, Navi, keeping things straightforward. Another A execution, shot should land on the nano. That'll stop any further plant denial. As soon as this wall drops, we're about to enter bedlam.
So yeah, and Alexic tries to take that back space, but he's been revealed, and Alpha getting that kill. But still, Navi hanging on the free, hanging on the edge. Fnatic still holding on to the site, but Boaster's found a little corner in which to work with. Navi will attempt that. Boaster getting one more. Hyper's Pit being forced out of the Navi. Forced out of the defense, but it's still not working out. Fnatic look to be the first team to grab 12.
Oh my god, वो पैसा नहीं है chat. Life नहीं करना था.
5, well 4 more that he needs to find. Time so low. This is looking like Fnatic ready to close out this round and get close to closing out Icebox.
7-12.
So our stage 1 defending champions doing what they do best, bouncing back from a setback even with a fairly
broken
buy. The execution here from Navi felt a little bit fragile, scared perhaps to step over the threshold, out of the trenches and into the firefight. They do hold a monopoly on ultimates into the penultimate round, but they're on the back foot this time. Yeah. The buy isn't there to back up what they have in terms of the ultis. There is only one more round left of regulation. It will be overtime or bust for Navi. Once again, most of the forces started a kayak.
वो तो साउंड आ गया कि वीक बाय है अभी बात है कि कैसे ये लोग जेट को भगाते हैं इस ड्रोन के बाद ये वैसे भी पीक लेगा वापस
to stop any kind of B-long push. Roxic sprints out, the star man for Navi in the headlights as Kayak just can't quite find the fight, and the fumes are the respite for the Viper on the other side of the server.
Angel भाई ने क्या
closing in on an A finish, but how many times have we seen them won a post plant on this side of the map?
I mean, how many times though have we seen them get that spike down on A? I don't think that will be a massive problem. And then you've got the lockdown to create more delay on site. They just need to be able to stop the flood. Alexic a little too careless there.
And only with the Marshal to try and make something happen. Chronicle closing the gap.
Onto the side he goes. So the Fnatic, they're going to shut it out here. The lockdown, the only thing stopping the defense is Alexic looks to deny. No way. He pushes Fnatic off his side. And there's going to be a detainment on Alpha here as well. It's an effective 1v1. Both East boys. That's where they started the career. Kayak
ये जगह से दो मारना थोड़ा मुश्किल है लेकिन क्योंकि ये प्लांट है ये चेक करना भी मुश्किल है.
It's all about the next engagement. Such a bold play. He's gone for it. The spray down. Fnatic will have it on map 3 after 24 rounds. A gamble to fight from the corner, but that's the story of Fnatic in this series.
प्लेऑफ में क्वालीफाई हो गए ये लोग.
They suffered setbacks. They found a way to close and keep that clean sheet of results in the stage so far. Fnatic may not need to touch the mouse and keyboard again before their spot at champions is guaranteed. Heretics lose to Vitality. The black and orange will be in Paris. But that's as much as you expected, especially with a performance like this.
Yeah, what a way to close out Super Friday. I mean, it's the first series of Super Friday, right? Team Heretic versus Vitality up next. And I mean, yeah, it's been a fantastic day. Performance to show what they're worth after last week, where Team Liquid essentially dominated them.
And we've been kind of waiting to see that from them as well, and especially Alexic too. I think he can be proud of how he performed today, despite the result. The final map, Ruxic ending off with 31 kills. I have to say, he wasn't the only good Turkish player in the server. Of course, Alfia having his moments as well, and inspiring a response for the rest of this team, which can claim their plaudits now stood center stage, as you always expect them to be in EMEA. They have done since both of these teams were at the top, and they continue to remain on their perch there.
Yeah, when the going gets tough, you know that Fnatic will eventually come and show their mettle. They've done it all through Valorant, and that's coming from the leadership, coming from the IGL poster as well. And they get to look forward to next week being flawless so far.
Yeah, that ever-evasive pursuit of greatness continues for Navi as they can't find the landmark win that they would have been looking for here, but still plenty of positives to take back into the camp as we head to crunch time for them, looking towards playoffs and perhaps looking towards Paris. We've got an interview lined up for you all on the stage. It's Sue standing by with Chronicle.
I am indeed joined by Chronicle from Fnatic. First of all, Chron, congratulations. With that win, you've made playoffs as well. It's been a pretty successful year for you. Do you feel that way too?
What do you
So
mean?
far?
What do you mean? We lost kickoff. What a successful year.
Yeah, okay. We won't mention that. No one remembers that. Now, I know there's a meme, you know, you guys, you love a comeback. You can come back from any scoreline. But was today maybe a little bit too much?
A little bit way too stressful for us, even for us. But yeah, I mean, we just did a lot of mistakes, especially at the start of the games, and we had to always come back. Or like, I mean, sometimes we had to pull something impossible. Today we did it again. I don't know, maybe it will be something that will scare our next opponents as well.
I was going to say, you've done like 20 impossible things today. Who was the voice of reason today? Who kept you guys cool, calm, and collected to make sure that you closed this match out?
Not sure. The whole team tried their best. Like, the whole team tried to focus on the game, no matter like what the score was, no matter like what your stats were. It was just a very good game. Like, I felt like we won as a team today because we pulled it through.
Now, of course, I heard from your comms, you know, you were all very nice about Kayak's family being here, his mom and his brother in the crowd as well. Now, your wife normally comes every week. I know she's missed last week and this week as well. So anything you want to say to her? Because I feel like she's probably watching at home and being stressed.
She's not watching, probably, I know. She's probably chilling somewhere. It doesn't matter right now. Obviously, I hope she's having a great time. And yeah, and I will struggle here with all these comebacks now.
Oh no, you have a new cat as well, right? How's being a second cat dad?
Yeah, I mean, living alone, doing the job at the office, also at home, watching for 2 cats. That's not a good time, but I mean, it is what it is.
And you still have time to win. So I don't know what everyone else's excuse is. And lastly, before I let you go, as you can see behind us, we have another giga banger coming our way. Who do you think is winning between Team Vitality and Heretics?
Of course, for my brother Dirk. Naked!
Oh, Dirk is waving. You guys can't see this, but he did wave back. All right, I hope you're right. So thank you very much, Kron, for joining me. We'll see you here once again next week. We will head to a break now, but on the other side, I've got Coach Milan with me on the desk, so do not go anywhere.
अभी हम पियेंगे गरम चाय की चुस्की हो। भाई मिर्ची के साथ मजा आता है। भाई अभी डर के वर्सेस मिनीबू। भाई पानी डाला एकदम अजीब लग रहा है अभी। नींद सर पर चढ़ गई है क्यों? ये नया स्किल। ये नया स्किल। 30 मतलब भाई Fnatic कम बैकिंग से लव यू यार। भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, ये इतना सैड रोमांटिक सॉन्ग्स क्यों बज रही है?
Don't leave me dry. I watch him while the credits roll. You like moving pictures on the big screen. You get me feeling like I'm 17 watching pictures on the big screen. Whoa. You like
म्यूजिक मैन
pictures on the big screen. You get me feeling like I'm 17 watching pictures on the big screen. Whoa.
वेंटस आइसबॉक्स स्टार्ट खत्म हो गया भाई। Are they giving us the lead so that they can mount another comeback? 6-1 था भाई चैट, 6-1। क्यों नाइफ करना था यार? अटैकिंग मैप में नावी डिफेंस में 6-1 था बे। माफ करो।
Well, that was a bit of a stressful way to start our day, so I thought I'd take Coach Milan to the fans. You know, you can apologize to them now as we and I'll take him to the beach.
मर्च स्टोर चैट, ये मर्च स्टोर पीछे देखो। एक मर्च स्टोर यहाँ पे लाओ ना, एक इतना वैलोरेंट फैंस है, एक मर्च स्टोर लाओ ना इधर।
I do take you to the beach. It is a good thing.
I think that's the most wonderful offer I could receive right
Yeah.
now.
Oh, yes, this is what we do. Emea production. Hello, Billy, by the way. Welcome to the beach. Billy is admittedly, I think, a little bit less stressed than you, Milan, but we were all, you know, watching in there thinking, why has it always got to be this way? So, why has it always got to be these comebacks, man? You're not tired of them?
No, I think, no, yeah, I don't know. Obviously, we don't want it to go this way, and I think we have no one really to blame but ourselves for the way that this series went. And it's like you're a couple rounds away from either winning losing the first map, winning the second map, and at the end of the day, I don't know. I'm just happy that we won. We pulled through. I think
a win is a win.
That matters, right? Exactly. Win's a win. Definitely a lot to take away from this one. So.
I was going to ask, like, you've been traveling a lot to play a lot of Valorant recently. How do you as a coach kind of balance that work and rest as well as the stress?
I mean, to be honest with you, I think everyone on the team, not just me, not just Ben, not just Phil, like everyone has just been incredibly busy, and it's nice to be able to relax a little bit. So especially after these first like 3 stage games that we've had during the stage 2, we're taking it really easy the day after, and often the day after that as well. So it helps us recharge. And I can definitely feel a big difference because especially like after
अभी ये लोग मैटर भी नहीं करता ना दो।
It was the tank was just.
This is the haters के ही कमेंट पड़ता है क्या? तारीफ वाले भी पढ़ लिया करना लड़के।
Is that how you relax?
I don't want to be out and on the street.
It's okay, it's okay. In which case, answer me this then, because that bind comp, we thought it might be a one and done, perhaps. 2 questions. Well, one question is one.
Hello,
chat. Good morning. How does the Tejo facilitate that?
So, obviously, I think it was just a little bit difficult because we really liked this comp and we thought very hard. We had quite like, no, I don't want to say heated discussions, but definitely a lot of players also felt involved, right? Like we have 2 very strong initiator players on the team, and then somehow Alpha ends up playing that role. And I think it's just because Kron's been so fantastic on the Viper this entire year that it almost just makes more sense to sacrifice a little bit, quote-unquote, on a Tejo, because ultimately Alpha played fantastic today, right?
Thanks, Mike, for the suppression.
Not only frags, but also just in terms of like...
Hello, chat! Good morning!
Very good. And it's just, I think this is the combination of agents that works out the best. But we definitely thought a lot about all the different options.
I bet he loved that. Yeah. I bet he was like, yay, Tejo.
It's the curse of like involving players in your discussions, because then every time something new comes up, they're like, I have an idea. We're going to play 5 duelists. I'm going to be playing Neo every match from now on.
Sounds like a boaster thing to say.
मेरे को एकदम strong feeling आ रहा है कि आज NA नहीं होने वाला है, क्योंकि NA का पहला गेम कैजुअल है और दूसरा गेम जब तक खत्म होएगा ना, मेरा सीन हो जाएगा कि मेरे को बुट कैंप जाने का। हाँ, तो आज लगता है सोम भाई को मेरे बिना ही जीतना पड़ेगा। very much possibilities. लेकिन you never know. मेरा अंडर का dedication का कीड़ा जाग जाए.
Strategically strong people surrounding me, so this role for me, I want to be involved with strategy. I am involved, but also I'm not afraid to take a step back and let them like do their things. And I think Ben has like very strong and very good opinions often, and Jake is the same way, Boaster's the same way, so that leads to fun discussions sometimes. And obviously bringing Ben in as Scott, I think it was a no-brainer for me. Like it was a little bit, I mean, it's been a while ago, but I knew him already very well, and I think he is one of the smartest people that is in Valorant right now, so I feel very privileged. And yeah, it was really a no-brainer. I think so far everything has worked out very well.
I mean, thank God that you're there to bring the balance, because you know what they're like. They believe their way is the best way, and I think the fact that you're able to manage that is a very strong suit.
I think the beauty of it is
people
that
are learning
Jake likes to talk with his heart and his gut sometimes, and Scott is just much more of a brain person, you know. And obviously these two ways of like engaging with each other are polar opposites, which I think works out very often super well, because I think that some of the stuff we've done, like ultimately it's led us to this point, right? But yeah, I'm definitely there sometimes just being not a referee, because I think that sounds like they're arguing. It never gets heated, you know, but they just both have strong opinions, and it's about finding a balance, and I think I'm the right person for that for now.
You are my favorite head coach. Massive competition. But thank you very much, Milan, for joining us. Get a well-deserved rest. And Billy, me, and Meg will catch you guys at home on the other side to do a little bit of sand-related activities. You do not want to miss this.
Okay, minigame.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hook, don't sleep. Oh, yeah. What a hook, don't sleep. Oh, yeah. What a hook.
बस मैं चैम जा रहे हो पता नहीं.
Keep getting me pissed.
Solzen से थोड़ा health का scene है.
Pray for your rest in peace. Is the only piece that you need. Even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody, please your perk. Your perk. I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong guy pound. Put when they put get the pound punch.
English के 14 लोगों क्या बोला lyrics 2 लाइन बोल के दिखा. हाँ जो vibe कर रहे हो English के 14 लोगों 2 लाइन जरा बोल के दिखाओ क्या बोला उसने. Song name. आप भी उसी 14 में मेरे को तो समझ में आ गया था पूरा lyrics.
Only getting to the second game now, which is crazy, and it will also probably gonna be a banger. So I hope you guys don't have dinner plans.
No,
we're gonna be here forever. And I think it might be one of the last days we actually get to use this amazing beach. You know, you heard it from Milan. He absolutely loves it. I've loved the beach as well. And what better way to use this than I guess like bury some of our feelings, put some stuff behind us, you know, in the past, in something I would like to call bury the beef. Now, when it comes to Vitality and Heretics, I think a lot of people have a lot of grievances. And I invite you guys at home. You know, Sliggy, I know FNS, you love the show, so if you want to join in, I'm sure you have a lot of beef to bury as well. Anyway, so I'm going to start with this because I think one of the probably narratives as old as time is Heretics being always second. You know, always second place. They haven't won anything. So I take this second place medal. I don't know where to bury it, by the way.
Choose your spot.
I'm going to choose a spot, and I'm going to say this is a dead narrative. They're no longer the team that can't win a trophy. They're going to bring it home a champs, and I'm going to leave it all behind. You'll never catch me talk about them as a team that can't win anything again. How about that? How do we feel about that, you two?
Yeah, I really like this one. It's kind of grossing me out. You just getting in there.
I'm raw dogging this.
You are raw.
It's getting raw dogged, but also it's getting buried because we do not talk about them as, you know, the team that can't win anything again. That's gone. Second place medal.
Okay, sorry.
Goodbye. All right. Who wants to go next?
That was very therapeutic. I can go next after that great example.
Yeah.
Because I have some beef to bury, everybody.
Okay,
So
okay.
I have here a very, very important document. This is the top 10 duelists. And Durka's not on here. And
What a
that's
farce.
strange to me, okay? And this is a very factual document. However, I don't think it's correct. I know.
Wait, who's that on number 4?
Oh, he's just a up-and-coming...
You're telling me Marcus is on a list that Durka is not?
I didn't write this.
That is a
Gucci.
Gucci
I know.
main
So
level.
let's
That
bury
is
it, because
Gucci main
this is
level.
not... This is not okay. I'm going to do it with my boots.
Okay, do you need help? I'm down to bury here this with me.
I love that you're getting involved.
I also think this is a false narrative. Durka, one of the...
By W बकचोदी 10 on 10 गेम चालू करो लेकिन बकचोदी 10 on 10 लेकिन
To be up there
Still is.
as one of the greatest.
Yes,
So
I
that's-
love
Watchparty
that.
tweets.
Okay.
All right, Billy.
I guess I'm
Just
last,
chatting
right?
chal rahi
Yes.
hai.
Mine, I'm going to stand up to... Yeah, I'll stand up. You guys have been very theatrical with this, so I'll stand up. Mine is Kovac in Unfake's performance last week. I printed out the VLR page.
Okay.
Yeah, not last week, sorry, from the first week. So obviously last week they looked really great. Maybe it's a bit too soon to speak on it, but Unfake coming in and saying that he was going to be a frag in IGL really kind of rubbed me up the wrong way, I guess. But it's okay. I'm happy to bury that. They kind of
चलो करो भाई हाँ
proved
ना
their
भाई
worth to me.
He did create a great meme, I have to say.
Oh, I don't want to get my hands all
I'll
salty.
do it.
Let me
I was
flick
gonna
my
say,
boots with you.
This is like
I'm
game
super
के लिए
down
जो
to
time
get
pass
down
होता
at
था
this.
This is
excuse me
sisterhood right here, you know.
But I honestly think
bury that.
we've put a lot to bed here. Fake narratives. We don't live in the past, you know, we want to live in the present here. And speaking of the present, I'm so glad you mentioned Unfake and Kovac because, Billy, what happened last week?
Yeah, it's like night and day performance. Week 1, I know they
Paul
have to
by
kind of adjust to
Paul.
the stage coming
सब लोग
into
डर
this
के बोलेंगे,
league and
लेकिन
stuff,
TH
so I
जीतेगा,
can
याद
get that.
याद रखना
And
मेरी
those
बात.
stats, Kovac did get to play ISO last
Otherwise,
week, which
Sainz
is maybe
and
why
G2.
they look so
कल है party
incredible. And I think a big part of that was because he was getting to just focus on his shooting. I think in week 1, I kind of mentioned Kovac coming into this league as a long-term member of Alternate Attacks, coming in from the DAC League, and he had always kind of performed at a high level, but I was waiting for him to kind of step up to that tier 1 performance and really find some consistency with it. I think that he did definitely prove that last week, especially when we look at his performance on ISO in particular.
कब खत्म
And as
होगा?
for
Hello.
Unfake, he's in IGL trying to gel with the rest of his team. He's only coming in, so yeah, some talking across the stage as well, so building a bit of confidence.
I feel like night and day is the perfect way of putting this, Billy. And of course, as well, I definitely look to sort of Kovac in this situation and his ability to be so flexible in his agent pool. He's already played 4 unique agents over week 1 and week 2 in his debut. And I think if he can keep putting up these kind of numbers that he did in week 2, I'm kind of going to write off week 1 because I think you can't almost judge them on their first week on that stage. I think he's very scary.
Yeah, I mean, you guys call me out semi-rightfully for saying that, you know, I can't say Durka and Kovac is the best double duelers in the league just yet. But if they're able to take down Miniboo and Wood, you know, I think, I feel like
That's
it wouldn't be cap, right, to say that.
It's an incredible statement. Of course, they are definitely a couple of names that have been so consistently on the tip of our tongues throughout this year as sort of up there with definitely one of the greatest combos as well. And I just think if they can make that statement on the stage today and come in and be incredibly dominant against the likes of sort of Team Heretics and all of their players, then they're definitely going to be a scary component coming into their later matches in stage 2.
Yeah, and of course the depth of the map pool is going to play a part as well. In fact, Wood actually spoke a little bit about how Heretics' map pool is looking right now, so take a listen to this.
I mean, it just feels more comfortable, I guess, like for as a team. Yeah, that's why. Like, they're generally like thinking about our ideas.
Final
but,
chal raha hai be.
And we were like, as a players, we were thinking that Ascent is way more comfortable for now. And yeah, that's why we picked it. Like, it's not about we completed them. Of course, I mean, I think they think the same thing, that we were like more comfortable on Ascent. And we just picked it, but yeah, I agree. Like, I think our map pool is really good right now.
Do you agree with Wood? Do you like the Ascent choice over the Haven? Is it all bait? What do you think?
I think it's bait. I think that they're trying to just put something out there into the atmosphere to get Vitality to maybe pick into sort of Haven, I guess, which we know is a very strong choice for Vitality, but maybe making them think that they're not as good on it and that they're more comfortable in that Ascent. It could be quite good sort of playing the mind games against Vitality.
I do think Heretics map is looking decent, but on that note,
if they don't ban that
but
today,
आज
I think
मम्मी
that'll
ने
be
वैलो
Icebox
खेलते
looks
हुए
very
देखा
shaky against
तो
BBL,
बहुत
and we're
नाराज
getting
हो
to see a
गई।
notice from them.
आदित भाई मम्मी जो बोल रही है ना पढ़ाई वढ़ाई करने को वो करो, समझ रहे हो? तो नाराज नहीं होगी। सिर्फ तुम अपने करते रहोगे तो ऑब्वियसली है फैमिली नाराज होगा। दोनों चीज में लाइफ में बैलेंस होनी चाहिए, समझ रहे हो? हर चीज में लाइफ में बैलेंस होनी चाहिए, वरना समझ रहे हो?
Either of you want to go fish out a map you think in the map pool that's good for Vit and Heretics? We can start with Heretics. Go fish out a map out of the map pool.
So I'm picking one that I think is Heretics.
Yeah,
Oh
give
भाई, ये
Heretics
map pool है
out of the map pool. What choice? I will be going in there later to find Breeze for you guys. Don't worry, that is on my list of things to do.
I've
All right,
gone
what
for
have you chosen?
Sunset.
Oh, very smart choice.
Because you previously said that you think that they are one of the greatest teams on Sunset. So I feel like that's a safe bet. If I'm pleasing Yinsu, I'm pleasing the world.
It's not very hard, you know.
Do I put him back or?
You can put him back in the map
Put him
pool.
away, little buddy.
Put him back in the map pool.
You want me to go and select one?
Yeah,
See,
go select
see
something
them? Are
out
they
of the
under
map
dot?
pool.
They're
for
on
Team
top.
Vitality.
They're on top. Okay, let's go and have a look here. Oh, I'm going to be the height of this pool, guys. This is not funny.
Honestly.
Let's see, what do we have? They're all swimming around. Oh no, why are they all so far away? I don't like this. Oh.
All right, okay, Billy is going to keep pulling out the map pool. Okay, Kuro, let's go and see how much fun our players are having in this segment I like to call Less is More. It's not every day that we get to have a Red Bull mocktail bar here in VCT EMEA, so I wanted to come here and bring Les and Benji and play a little game I would like to call Less is More. Very simple. I'm going to give you... Thank you, Les. Thank you. Very simple game. I'm going to give you a number of grams on this scale and an item, and I want you to fill this cup closest to that gram. Whoever is closest to the number I say wins. You got it?
Okay.
We're going to start very simple. We have a bucket of popcorn here. I want you to get as close to 30 grams as you can. You have a glass in front of you, Benji. You can start. You're competing against each other.
Okay.
So I want you to fill the popcorn with that glass and then dump it in here when you think it's 30 grams.
But if he starts and I see the popcorn, I'm going to know what...
Yeah, but you can't read it. I'll tell you after. So Benji, go on. Go. Get stuck in.
I have no idea.
Popcorn.
How much do you think 30 grams of popcorn is? When you think you've got it, you can put it in on the scale, and I will. The camera will know. We'll hide it from you two, and I'll say the result at the end.
31
We don't have all the time in the world, by the way. So, you confident?
Not really. I'm not confident at all.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to hurry you up.
Okay, I'm trying really hard. I'm
sorry.
अच्छा मैं 15 ग्लास का भी वेट रहेगा।
Are you trying to chill?
वैसे तो देख ले बंको मैग्नेट जीत
You're
गया।
competing against him.
I know. Don't worry.
Okay. Let me make sure the scale is on.
Yeah.
Okay. You ready? Let's go. Let's get fast and a fast game is a good game.
जीजी ना एकदम जीजी हो गया
Pour
क्या?
it in, please. I'll do it for you. Pour it in.
Why are you laughing, Barb? I think you never
See how close he is?
भाई
Okay, I
स्टेज
have a
क्या
number
बनाया है
here.
बिल्ली
Lovely.
के?
Now, Les, is your turn. Your turn, Les. Your turn.
My turn?
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's kind of impossible to lose this one.
Oh, okay.
No,
Okay.
like, I have an idea, you know?
You have an idea? Okay, I'm looking forward to the idea, and I'm looking forward to how close you'll get.
My fingers are salty.
And I'm okay. Before I pour, Benji got 22 grams.
That's not. Oh yeah, you've left me.
I'm cooked.
Less is more here. He got 16. So Benji round. Okay, now you know the game. We can hurry up a little bit now. Let's go with limes next. We're gonna please fill this with limes, and the number I want you to get to.
Sometimes matches in the valorant
I want you to get to Less's total games on Viper. Do you know what that is?
What? I don't. How much was it?
I don't know.
Okay.
What?
Good luck.
Total
You
games
played-
like...
Yeah. How many times you played Viper in your career? So I want to see.
In grams.
Yep, in grams. So I want to see if you guys can get there without actually knowing the answer. Let's you should know this.
Fire Dilulu is the only solo Lulu.
He's gone too.
Yeah, but the limes are
All
quite
right.
heavy, bro.
Okay. Now it's Les's turn. Sorry, I'm blocking the camera.
2?
Yeah, he's put 2.
Yeah.
That's a ball round.
3, you know, it's the only gamble that I have.
Okay.
How much games have Viper you played?
Let's see.
I don't have a
You got 183 and you got 120, and Les played 134 games. So Benji is 2-1. We have 1 left, and I'm gonna say golden rule. Whoever wins
wins.
Wins.
The same, you know, like I take 2 last.
Last one, I want you to Red Bull cans, don't open them, just
भाई
put them in
इतना
the
है
glass.
भाई
Put them like this if
entertainment
you
के लिए
want.
लोग
And
production
the
में
closest
बहुत
number
कुछ करते हैं
to how
record.
many? I'm just gonna give it to you. 713. I
Okay,
want you to go to 713 is the number. 713 grams.
Okay, I'll put them in here then. Okay, we need to stack this without it falling.
How many are we stacking?
Dos, tres.
Oh my
goodness.
This might be a dangerous game.
Wait a second.
You just tell me how many and I'll put it on the scale.
Okay, I'm gonna go 4.
Yeah.
5.
5? Okay.
But
okay, 5. Let's go. Let's go.
Put
5.
it on top? Okay.
Yeah, hold on. I'm trolling a little bit here. I've broken the scale. I've broken the scale.
Nah, bro, no.
Hold on.
Yeah,
I've broken the
इतना हो गया
scale.
viral खेल के?
Here we go. 5. Okay.
Weekend
look
away.
away, Les. Look away. 3.
I think I've aced it right there.
5.
Yeah, I think I've done it.
Okay. Your turn, Les. Your turn.
Like, what is my chance?
Your turn.
Hey, bro,
You got this. He put 5.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I have an idea.
So 4 is 1090. So Les is your winner.
मैंने 3 बोला था ना chat.
The golden point.
Yeah, golden point.
मैं जीता ना?
I hope you perform better on the server. Thank you, boys.
That's crazy. Wow.
Thank you for the victory.
Wow.
Good game. It was a good game.
No,
but,
okay, you know what? Good game, bro. Good game. I mean, I got scammed, but it's fine.
Segment we recorded but not the match. Segments obviously record कर दे रहे. Fillers बोलते हैं उसे. वो भी पूरा segment नहीं, थोड़ा fun वाला part जो लोग बार-बार दिखाते हैं इसलिए दिखाते हैं क्योंकि वो recorded रहता है. Matches नहीं recorded रहता है भाई. Will we see any Indian chess players in EWC looking at the players we have? ये तो अगले साल पता चलेगा ना? मुझे कैसे पता? क्या लगता है चैट डर के?
Of course, since Heretics have broken the second place curse, we had to put a picture of Fnatic there, you know, to try and psych them out a little bit and make sure that the second place narrative apparently isn't buried. But a very important game here for both teams. The Heretics, they win, they lock in playoffs. Minibu, stop yawning. We've been here all day as well. But on the other side of this, for Vitality, you know, we already started saying that the team could be back. So this is a very important game for them.
As expected, I guess the Icebox ban does come through. Wait, from Vitality?
Yeah. Yes.
Interesting.
Yes. Heretics ban Sunset.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay. So I think there's a little mess up there. I do think that Icebox ban is from Team Heretics.
I was gonna say the day that Heretics bans on, I have to go back into their coaching room and start
and do the math.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So to clarify, it is actually Team Heretics that have banned Icebox, and it has Vitality that has banned Sunset. But because of that, it has allowed Team Heretics to be able to pick into that Ascent, which for me is a little bit scary considering this has been Vitality's insta ban so far this stage.
Honestly, for me, that first map,
vibes high लग रहा है chat. Fish bumps गले मिल रहे सब लोग.
Probably has the greatest chance of taking the series, even if it goes to map 3. But you have to favor Heretics. They want Haven and Ascent.
Yeah, of course they want Haven. I think as well, what we can expect from this Asian split that's about to come up soon, when the players obviously get settled in, is a mirror matchup, right? Which we've said time and time again, is such a great test of seeing which team understands the composition most. We've seen Heretics have been insane on it so far this year. However, in saying that, Vitality immaculate against Foot last week. Obviously, a big part of that was, of course, Kovac going sane on that ISO. So I'm excited to see this double duelist head-to-head on each side.
In terms of the stats as well, I don't know how accurate it is to compare the two, really, because, of course, it was so dominant.
Which team you are supporting? I think TH.
But actually, Durka and Kovac come up on top
map
of Miniboo in terms of ACS. And so, you know, they did go crazy, and obviously it was a bit of a shorter game. But if we're going off the way that they performed in week 2, this could be a very, very scary start for Team Heretics.
I'm either going to be extremely wrong by the end of today or extremely right, so I can't wait for this. But what's interesting thing is both teams have had a player that said in interviews, we can make the Fnatic comp better, and only one of them has actually been able to run that against Fnatic and beat them. Of course, that is Heretics. So it'll be interesting to see if they carry on with this trend of the confidence, of knowing how to make comps better, even though their opponent play it as well. But for me, though, that Ascent is a big question mark, right? Because you can, again, some players lie in interviews. They can sit there and be like, I'm so comfortable, this is what we want. But you don't really know Billy until we get on the server.
Yeah, exactly. And apologies, I got that completely wrong. It's Vitality that have obviously selected Ascent, which makes you think that they must have something prepared, of course, having it as their insta-ban the past couple of weeks. I don't know if this is the kind of trick that Woot was talking about in his interview as well.
Yeah, Lotus is really exciting for me, as we've not yet seen Team Heretics play that in Stage 2. They did have a 100% win rate in Stage 1 against winning against Giant X and Fnatic. So I think it'll be really interesting coming up against sort of Vitality, who have played that against Foot in week 2, again, putting up a dominant performance, winning 13-5 with them. So I think, you know, maybe they're coming into it understanding sort of Lotus in
Why support TH? तू अपने गर्लफ्रेंड से प्यार करता है लेकिन मॉम डैड को सपोर्ट करता है ना भाई? हाँ, ऐसे सब संडास क्वेश्चंस मेरे सुना पूछ। डर के से प्यार है लेकिन मॉम डैड नहीं टीच, वो बात अलग है। लेकिन तुम लोग एग्जाम्पल समझ गए ना, एग्जाम्पल समझ गए ना, मेरा एग्जाम्पल समझ गए ना।
I really want it.
I'm so here for an ISO.
Yes! I feel like they should have a pact, like whoever wins this just, you know,
एग्जाम्पल समझे ना।
I also think the
T1 lost today.
Crazy.
Who else though, Billy? Who else? T1 lost today.
I mean, yeah, okay, you do have a point, but I mean, I still want to see more from Vitality though. Like, I think, yes, they proved themselves last week. I want to see how consistent they can be before I start saying, yeah, Darka and Kovac, best double duelist, or yeah, Team Vitality, super team. I need to see the consistency from them now.
I would love to be able to pull up the Splash X sort of punching gloves in between the rounds, between sort of Miniboo and Vut and obviously Durka and Kovac. I think it would be a very accurate representation, I guess, of what those gloves are in my mind. But I do think that this is going to be an incredibly competitive game.
Map or Durka
is equal to a lot of back and forth rounds, a lot of trading. So yeah, I think this is going to be quality Valorant.
I would also like to see some consistency from Benji. I think Benji has had some of the highest highs, but also the lowest lows as well. And there's no better time to be consistent just before champs.
I have to agree, and I think as well, when we look at Benji and Les as a head-to-head on those ciphers, you know, just known for being such great anchors on every map that they play. But my mind is also gravitating towards Viens and Unfake on this Sova. Unfake really needs to prove himself against someone that is a star in VCT EMEA, such as Viens. And I think when we look back at the history that they actually have against one another, they last played at Ascension play-ins in 2023, so this is an exciting Sova head-to-head for me as well.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see what we're going to get here. It's been bangers only today, and it doesn't stop here because your casters for this game are Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. It's time to get into this matchup. I'm very excited to see what Heretics are going to bring down to that stage. Qualification on the cards for them here today, but Vitality, that could be the team that stops them.
Well, it'll make the group very exciting if they do.
Yes.
The 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. It could basically leave everything down to the wire, and of course, even the 1-2, 0-3 would still have an opportunity if that were the case. But I do think we look at these squads in sort of very different places. I think for me, at least, this is where we define how good Vitality actually are. Like, that they had a lot versus GX who have looked like a decent team so far in this stage, and then they battered a Foot who've been very up and down. Whereas the other side, it's been a close win versus BBO, a close win versus Mates. So although Heretics definitely look like they're on that pedestal to take the group, if Vitality win here, well, maybe they're back.
Well, the graphics might have baited you out earlier, but if you saw the correction, Haven, the choice of Heretics, but for Vitality, somewhere that they felt very comfortable. Looking at players like Kovac, he dominated in their game last week up against Foot. The ISO was unstoppable, but now we'll see how he matches up against Heretics, who are already on that deep push, making it up to the trap, breaking it, and putting some pressure on Benji, who, as Sue said, has had some slower starts when it comes to most maps this day.
In the meantime, the rest of the side are already into that A side, but they are being slaughtered alongside it. It is domination. Well, you mentioned, well, Benji Fishy. He's got to try and take 4 down. They are lined up ready to face him. It's never going to be easy from that point onwards. And a solid start for Vitality. A pistol win.
Yeah, definitely not a slow start from Benji. He's the only one to walk out with scalps, 2 under his belt. But Binks ko pata hai, tu bolta hai, mere ko nahi pata hai. Got a foothold. They could not hold on. Vitality immediately swarming them. The Yoru flash blinding. And the shots landing dead set on the heads. It's a 1-0 start for Team Vitality. And they come into round number 2. 1 Sheriff and 4 rifles. It's a strong buy. And with no force up from Team Heretics, this should be pretty easy to deal with. But we've seen the pistols turn the tide before. Numbers to your advantage. Let's see if Heretics have some tricks up their sleeve.
Prediction रहेगा Vitality 13-6.
The last few months of this map, 9-1 for Heretics. The only team to beat them were Gen G. A very good Haven team. So it's definitely going to be an uphill battle for Vitality. Getting that strong start, getting the pistol, getting the second round, which from this stage onwards, unless you're going to lose a 5v3 retake versus Classics, I think should be relatively easy. And well, it's a single kill at least, something extra for Miniboo. Few credits even garnered. But more importantly, this is fantastic for Durka. 1 away from his ultimate. We're going into round 3.
Yeah, that could be a great bounty to have for finding those Heretics players. Less recovering the weapon as well, so in terms of economic damage, I think
Breaking Bad की rating देख एक बार 9.5 out of 10 drawn by एक famous शायर ने एक बात कही है.
Solid start to the economy of the defensive side for Team Heretics. They get their plant in at least. But this is their opportunity to fight back coming into round number 3.
Cutting through.
This team has always been very difficult to face off against. They're coming up against a composition they're very familiar with. Solid on both sides of the map as well, so there'll be no ease off. But very aggressive start, and actually the use of the vulnerability in combination with that shock dart has got a free opener for Vitality. That couldn't have gone any better.
Now, great utility usage from that A hold. Heretics were stacked up to push heavy into A to start us off, and now they've lost that flank protection. And after the pistol round where Vitality pushed mid so quickly, they had, by now, even before now, they'd already gotten all that space. Of course, they have to go back and re-clear. They have to now play this round a bit slower without those traps to cover their back.
Example समझ रहे हो?
Early.
अभी मेरे को वैसा टाइप सीरीज देखना नहीं पसंद.
Spike will slowly
समझ रहे हो?
gravitate
Example
towards
समझ रहे हो क्या?
but the pressure they make there may just be a ruse, an attempt to bait those Vitality players on A into a bit of an aggressive stance. Try to get them to push into Miniboo or into Boo himself.
They're hoping for a rotation. Dirk, okay, that's bold. That's very bold. You mentioned it. It seemed like bait, and well, Dirk completely fell for it. They done some decent damage on the other side, and Kovac even popping that shield in the hope of finding someone. But now the rotation's gone back towards that A side again. This leaves B completely open, but the smoke is deterring them for the moment.
Yeah, flash through and they're right on the site. Yoru out of flashes, but that's just fine for this squad. They've got a plant out of this situation. They've got that deep control with Woot towards the gong, but Last is going to be weeded out. The reveal has caught Miniboo though. The trade's good for now. An easy pickup for Woot. He flew under the radar. They didn't expect to play her on gong, and now it looks like Vitality have no chance of winning this round. Shock Dart not even doing that much damage, and Woot faces a blinded opponent. That is an easy pickup. In fact, all 3 kills essentially handed to him in this round. That's a stumble from Vitality early on.
Yeah, the Kill onto Dirk is definitely a mistake, like, especially when he had players near him that could have gone with, could have held that cover. And yeah, I understand wanting to get the ultimate online. That dimensional drift is so strong, especially in B retakes. You can clear all of the site, you can give your teammates information of where to shock dart, where to throw in that extra utility. But it ends up being their undoing.
Esports is harsh.
And what Wu,
अरे मयूर भाई तो मैं क्या करूं भाई तुम मुंडी टेढ़ा करके कंट्रोल सी कंट्रोल वी करते जा रहे हो मैं क्या करूं आपके इंफॉर्मेशन का मैं क्या करूं
This time Benji not going to be picked early, but Boo will. That's your smokes down, your paranoia gone.
That's worse.
-1.
Indeed, the blow will be felt more severely now by the attacking side.
पहला
The attempt
मैच
to send
आपको होता है
Benji up through B, it's been space that's left relatively open in a lot of these rounds. It makes sense that Heretics are defaulting back towards seizing that control, but Vitality have no need to offer up duels. This is very much just info gathering. Pixel angles being held. We'll see the same towards both sides of the spawn. It's Heretics that have to make a move.
That attacking map minimum 75 switch.
They're hoping for an overextension, but when you already have yourself that dimensional drift for retake, it does feel a little bit unnecessary to go for anything aggressive, and you can see how passive they're currently holding. This B site is the point of contention, but again, the openers go the way of Heretics. Woot to kick things off, and while that ultimate that would have been great in a retake is gone.
And a thorn in the side with Miniboo destroying the camera inside of Garage. They now don't know about their back. They'll make up for it by pushing forward quickly, taking that space back.
Too low.
Kovac almost went down as well. His shield's been broken. Shots back from Woot will take him out. There's the capitalization on the camera being taken out early. Miniboo wraps around and the round is over. Win or lose, you will be taken down when you...
Oh, they win!
No! He shot too early and Kicks is gifted the round! That should have been it! A Red Bull clutch for Kicks that never should have been, and Vitality 3-1 in the lead. What a fumble!
That's the worst thing I've ever seen. I'm sorry, Miniboo, I'm a huge fan, but that's the... I cannot believe what I've just witnessed. Delete the VOD. Delete the VOD. Delete it. Well, hello Reddit. It's nice to see you again. The Miniboo haters are going to be eating good today.
Well, that's shocking.
Right, let's all take a moment. Deep breath. Nice deep breath. And let's all try and forget what we've just seen. Because I really wish I could.
You're not alone in that. I think Miniboo is going to want to quickly forget that round, but the consequences of it will still be felt as we come into this with minimal investment from the side of Team Heretics. And sure, they get a pick on the Kovac, great. Maybe even a weapon. Oh, that's a TP. Maybe even a weapon on the back of it. But still a 2v4. The economy of Vitality, it's shaky. Damage here will be worthwhile.
Unbelievable, yaar.
The recovery of what should have been.
मैंने आज तक ऐसा नहीं किया, आज तक.
I'm legitimately sweating.
History of valorant में मैंने ऐसा
I can feel adrenaline within my body.
I don't feel good. I can't imagine how he feels. He was kind of smiling, so I guess that's what you could do.
It wasn't like 3 bullets left. That was like a 9-bullet spray into the wall.
Valorant team is gonna remain the same.
If that happens in my rank game, the comps are not going to be great. Let me just say that.
और अभी
a 2v4.
भी value update लेना
Definitely
है.
a chance for a plant, but I like the fact that Vitality is just
तुम लोग को दे तो रहा
trying
हूँ
this one as a
update.
retake.
Sit by से लो.
Not going to risk too much. Don't want to overface and give these players anything back, because although there was a blunder, I see Rien's on a site with a Guardian, and I still believe Boo, well placed. That's the first, the second as well. Okay, maybe they're going to respond immediately. Well, I guess Heretics can get away with murder when you've got players as good as that.
Great call from Miniboo to allow Kicks out of the ult to die, to set their economy up for a crumble later. I mean, that is cerebral play. You don't often see it. And I'm sure he's going to stick with that storyline.
Well, I had a big brother like move, where I can do something like that.
This game is already
feeling
better than the previous game.
All is forgotten. Not really, but
What is going on, man?
3-2.
5 rounds.
2 round में इतना entertainment?
Yeah, I'm already at full head loss. Like,
Eco चले गए बे वो.
Not even like close.
Well, a chaotic game. Neither coach seeing need for a pause at this point. Probably for good reason. Now it's Vitality, who don't have a lot to work with, but they have
one
got
week
the
that Lauren's not here, and I need a pause.
Hey, we had one earlier. Don't count your lucky stars.
Go on, Pyro. Nibble some cables for me.
Ult online, rifle to play with as well.
बहुत है बे लेकिन हाँ.
In many rounds at this point, but if you find a pick or two, perhaps it could be considered. What is going on? Unfake's got a double. Now there's a chance. That ult could be invested, but Kovac's not in the spot to do so.
Ooh,
instead, he's
spot.
just going to walk around the trap set too deep. He's already past it. He's got the sight line onto Benji Fishy. And Heretics crumbling after that previous round. It's a 2v4. And those weapons, very recoverable for the remaining Vitality members.
Oh, already though. Mini Boom Boo. Back-to-back 2v4s. I'm here for it.
Decoy.
Got themselves a dimensional drift, but not going to be used now. Miniboo needs to defend Big Bro, and he's already been caught by the paranoia. He's managed to fake the steps out, catch their gaze instead, and doesn't quite manage to win the fight. The shield keeps one alive, and Redemption not there to be had. Vitality responds immediately. And it's safe to say this game is getting weird.
Yeah, we're only on the way.
The fuck?
I've seen the script.
That line. Unfake grabbing 2 there. 2 corners to clear, and he lands his shots too quickly. Kovac's flank, perfect. Puts pressure on these players, but that double hold down below, it looked like it could have found some success, but Kovac having the shield, being able to survive that initial fight, thrive in that later trade, gives Vitality a 4th, puts us 4-2. The timer's frozen for good reason. Heretics, Neil Zingo down there is not going to be happy with what he's seeing unfold in front of his eyes.
Funniest clip in visited nomination.
So they'll take a moment early on map number 1 to touch base with their coaching staff. Good luck, Neil.
It's got to be I don't want to say fun conversation, but a conversation is happening.
Definitely not a fun conversation.
They're on their own map choice. There's been a blunder or 2 or 3. But after the pistol, you know, conversion, we're kind of where we should be. Vice coming in for the next round. Ultimates on either side. Kovac didn't even need his ult in that last round. The opportunity for the 1v1, he didn't take it. The kill contract not used, and dimensional drift for either side. But it's that combination with Rien's on that Hunter's Fury that could definitely make things a little bit more interesting. Yeah, that's true. The first time, I think it was an absurd amount of times in a row as well that we actually saw them lose.
That goes there.
For the first time that Heretics managed to beat Vitality, it was back in stage 1. And I think they come in as favourites here as well. They're the team that I'd expect to come out on top.
Even with how the season's gone for them so far, they're 2-0. They haven't been defeated. That is a bold move from Binks. Kovac needs to make up for the but it's the decoy that he pulled into his ultimate. Good reaction by Miniboo to so quickly put that down.
I hate that works, I'll be honest with you. About Miniboo. He's definitely lived to tell the tale. He's even caught Durka as well. Kovac looking for a response, and Vu just waiting on the corner. Finally, Vitality have found their first kill of the round, but now less. Well, it seemed like they were going to go back and try and pressure. I guess wary that he was going to continue his push forward. Instead, though, they group back up towards A. Arm fake. He managed a cheeky double in the last round. I'll be interested to see how committed, and especially with the ult now, no value in it.
They'll sit outside. Recon online for Unfake could make the difference. A few shots through the smoke to turn the tide in their favor, but the weapons in their hand perhaps more valuable. Sure, both of these players have money. It's all good, but take a look at some of the others, and it's a little more shaky. Those 2 weapons being dropped
गाना
over
सुनाओ आके नीनी आ रही है
the call is made. Fleeing the A side. going to the safety of the Cypher setup on C. Giving a third round to Heretics success after the pause is called. I think again, it all starts to fall apart there, losing that control towards short on A. Or kicks just doesn't think there's anyone in the cage just yet.
Yeah, but that's the thing. A lot of the plays that we've seen, especially on this A site aggression, have been very audacious. Like, they've been trying to catch players on Heretics off guard, and they've been very happy to challenge for that. I think a lot of this round comes down to Boo being in the right place at the right time, and it is just very quick reactions on the other side from Mini Boo. I won't be honest, I think that's a little bit overpowered. I think you can counter an ult with it.
It's very hard to get that timing. Like, you put your decoy down already, you have to pull it out, you don't have a weapon in your hand. If it's a double push,
I still think it's a bit strong.
Nah, don't worry about it. I don't play ISO, so I'm fine.
I had a feeling that was the case.
Go in that bind teleporter, got my trusty decoy with me, it's all good. But yeah, for Heretics, it was a good response, good awareness of the ults on the other side, great reactions to them as well. And again, a punish from Boo, TPing across so quickly to the A site. And yes, a big gun in play for Durka. Nobody coming towards his side of the map, at least not from the angle he's watching. The good thing is, look at the angle that he has. Having gone all the way down on C long, he's got so much control here for the late round.
It's also the space.
It
allows them to double up on A, keep the player firmly within the B site. And okay, you still have less having to watch, but he's got his cam within the garage. So maybe not wanting to pop that immediately, as it would give the game away, but he's not going to mind too much. A slower approach from Heretics. You can understand why. The last round, it was a blitz through in terms of the positioning taken.
वो लोग को अभी थोड़ा आइडिया आ जाएगा कि
BSC बन रहा है. Online, they can leave things a little bit later to try and find that open.
Now it becomes a bit more difficult. The cam was activated. Durka, or Mini Boo rather, waited it out, destroyed the cam, and now opens up a little bit of space for potential push through. Obviously, Garage is being watched deep, but they could come through Garage to the C site. So Durka has to back off. It's going to be a tough fight for Kicks. He can't find one before going down. The rest of the squad locked out, or so you would think. Kovac goes in for the battle. Even with one side smoked, his teammates couldn't help out, but he wins the fight anyways. Less on the Mini Boo. Numbers starting to fall off for Team Heretics as Kovac finds another one. His third of the round now on the board. A shock dart, well, there's little that will do to help three players swing vitality. They found another round, a beautiful retake of the B site.
Yeah, when he gets to reactivate that shield once, it's going to happen a couple more times.
Reality
is to go into the flow state and
जैसा A है वैसा R भी है.
So far in this matchup, 8 and 6 versus a squad we know run this best in the world at the moment.
Nice.
But even still, it's been a constant back and forth since that pistol. The buys continue to come for Heretics as well. Somewhat on the brink a little bit more going into this one. I wonder if the pace is going to be picked up. It's more so just looking to get that ISO ultimate online once again for Whoop. But look at the players. They're currently off-site on C. But they are coming back in.
Just that, but there is a gate crash down as well, so you've got this super deep control of A covering the cross and a potential quick relocation. Gate crash goes offline, so now it won't be as good because it's not placed from spawn. It'll be around this area. So giving him a quicker rotate and more importantly a way out. He won't be challenged. Never mind. I thought they were going back to A long, but it will again be this gravitate towards the B side, at least to embed Benji. They peek window together, they clear it out, no one's holding Benji embeds, and now they come towards this angle. You have to be so careful of this operator on the angle, and it very nearly goes wrong.
It's you and me.
Immediately. Unfake's going to respond though.
उसने try किया था वापस clone का.
It's going to be that battle, and Kovac's won it anyway. The fight hasn't been going the way of Woot so far. Benji's managed to take some space at least, but not quite able to isolate the fight. It is going to be some damage done, but it's this man that they need to worry about. He's been so deadly in the same position again and again. And Vitality have finally managed to get that double up in a row. It's going to be tough now for Heretics to get a good half out of this.
Probably the kind of time you would think about pulling a pause in to build up those rounds, but Heretics had to use one early with the chaos that ensued. They might opt to just let this run its course for the final 3 rounds, but potential big lead at the half.
बोले कि वाले टीम में exchange है.
9-3 on the cards. And if they can't stop Kovac, that will be working it up for Heretics. This isn't a round that they can fight back in reasonably. Pistols and stingers. But hey, we've seen stranger things happen here on this map.
Okay, ना जी, 6 round बहुत ज़्यादा है भाई.
Yeah, already Minibu though, trying something a little bit cheeky. It hasn't worked out, and they're trying to hunt down Rians. The rest of the team have actually made it onto the A side, but there's a big problem. The spike is with Rians. So they got in and they can't plant it. They now have to try and get back. And Unfake is holding his ground, doing an excellent job, trying to dart to save himself and almost manages it.
Instant. 7 round तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा है बे even.
Babu though,
बहुत ही ज़्यादा है.
Easy clutch. He doesn't know if he's been flanked on, and he definitely doesn't know that there's 2 players currently walking their way to his eventual demise. It's another in a row for Vitality, and you mentioned it. When they play versus Foot, their defense was impressive. It's looking impressive again.
Who's getting replaced?
I mean, a lot of good reactions. Here it's individuals. Unfake being able to get so much value in this corner. The paranoia coming in a little bit late when there's already a swing. And I think you look to Heretics there as not necessarily being on the same page with how they approach some of those fights. And Vitality are taking full advantage.
It's where the spike was, though. Like, the spike being on Rians was the mistake. Like, you have him setting up.
9-3 होएगा ना.
That's definitely a bit more of a problem.
Again, you're seeing that the spike position fights they're taking. They've decided to call for a timeout again. This is Heretics' second timeout. They won't have one for the second half. And it's this man here that's causing a lot of problems. Kovac has been impressive. It was the same on ISO, on Haven, up against Foot. He was really the one charging forward and finding success in so many battles. That shield giving him a second lease of life.
Oh yeah, he used to work on a construction while playing in Tier 2. And he is looking like one of the major building blocks right now for Vitality. Like, he's been fantastic last week and this week. I think the fact that he's so flexible as well just really does hold that value. Like, being able to go onto a duelist, be the top fragger in the server, playing the Sentinel as that more passive player that has to lock down sights and lurk away from the rest of the team, and then also being that sort of hit scan, like being able to sit there and set things up for the rest, like that's a valuable player. And I think like if there's a company going to bring him back into the construction business, you might be waiting a while, because he's looking like he's going to be in the league for quite some time, I'd hope.
Maybe call up Bob instead. I think looking at Kovac, top ACS, top kills per round, those things kind of going hand in hand, and for him, that's led to a few wins as well. Here, it's led to a 7-3 lead. Vitality's game plan working, but Heretics are going to try to throw up a roadblock. This is the round they want to do it in. Shield already cancelled. Being taken out early. Decoy sent. Did it? It didn't get it.
Oh.
Did it? It did. It did. It did.
Either that or he's trying to knock a ruse.
I was a little scared for a second there.
Getting very good at that.
He just immediately stepped away. I thought maybe he was actually closer, but the decoy's taken instead of the real man, and so again, the ult just falls flat. Still though, Kovac's been able to find the value either way. So many rounds.
Just missed timing, but he's hearing the shots and the steps, so maybe able to pull the rotation, a 3-player push into middle as well. They're leaving him behind, and that's all he really wanted. Get rid of that controller. A lot more risks, and he's made it back on the crossing to the side as well. Timed this decently well, but he doesn't know the mini-boo's already crossed. It doesn't matter though. He has support, he has his teammate. And that means that Benji will lose his life as well. 30 seconds for Heretics. Well, they're going to need another clutch scenario.
West almost loses his life, but gets the information for the squad. They now know these players are on B. They certainly do with the plant, and Woot's been spotted as well. Nice shot onto Kovac, kicks down as well. Okay, now we've got a game on our hands for Heretics. The control doesn't stop here. They go deeper and take down Durka. A 2v2 HP advantage now for Heretics. The time ticking in their favor. Unfake spotted as well. They haven't seen less until now. Woot's picked him off, and the advantage firmly in Heretics' favor. Unfake, he's had some good rounds, but last time they had pistols. They didn't peek together, but this time it's different. Heretics, they'll take the round and push up to 4.
भाई मेरे को इतना दूर से दिखाई ये हो सकता है? ये क्या खेला है लोग ने? हेलो?
Okay, you had this huge advantage, but you just gave them the 1v1. There's something you should learn, especially when, again, someone like Woot, someone like Brienz, that Turkish duo is still alive. You just can't give them that. You can't give them those opportunities. Oh, Heretics have found their ground again. They haven't managed 2 rounds in a row yet, but got another opportunity for it here.
It's funny as well, I was going to compliment Vitality for, you know, even look at Durka on the A side jumping over to clear long, and the fact that Unfake goes in to fill the space. They've been on the same sheet so far, but they crumble towards the end of that round. Now the C side overrun with an opening pick, and Hunter's Fury looks to pad the gap. Fired in, the shield can protect you from the first, and he jumps over the third.
Well, Rian's also just didn't care. He was just like, I'm just going to plant, and if you hit me, that's fine. Advantage taken. Blank. Managed to get past the trip. Benji already picking off one of the teammates, though, and it seems like he is well aware of this. Kix has managed to create a distraction, though. Durka very wary of some of these corners, but he kind of has to pick up the pace. Kix is still going strong, though, and now Durka shows his presence. It's going to be left onto Miniboo holding that cross. The first already connected, and he's going to try and bait things out, but it's already being stuck. Stuck all the way. He has to run, and he hears a player step off of it. He knows he's not defusing at this stage, and I think that time should already be gone. Well played by Miniboo, and a Red Bull clutch to close the half.
भाई सिटी से वो लोग रिटेक कर रहे हैं, शिलोंग एकदम खाली. किधर होगा बंदा? या फिर सिटी फ्लैंक कर रहा है वो, या फिर गराज है? तू ऐसा क्रॉसिंग क्यों कर रहा है?
2 rounds behind going into the next. The pistol could give Vitality a big lead. We'll only find out after the break.
हो गया भाई कोच का हो गया भाई. जी का कुन आ गया बैटल में. हाँ बट रियल अच्छा प्लेयर है. अनफेक्ट बड़े प्लेयर, एक्शन में बड़े प्लेयर. टाइम तक अभी वापिस आ गया. ब्रेक और ना आ जाए यार. समझ मिस मालिक आ गया. मैं वापिस चाय दे बड़े मेरी जान कटिंग. We may not know, but at least it was a banger match. Banger था. समझा नहीं, थोड़ा खोल के बता. एक्सक्यूज मी. पैम 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 पैम. क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा? मेरा प्रेडिक्शन क्या था? 13-6.
7-5 at the halftime, and now it's time to kick off Vitality's attack.
You are a bike lover or car lover? None.
It can certainly be spooky, and we'll see if Wu
I am a private yacht lover. Private yacht.
In some of those rounds, but Unfake, the man topping the scoreboard as we leave that first half, he had some big rounds.
What do you think? कौन से
I've been really impressed with. I think after the sort of like
first week,
things didn't necessarily go to plan. I think you're the leader.
लेकिन usually वो वाला cross region वाला मैच रहता है, मजा आता है देखने को.
Big names,
Emea
new
versus
players coming
Pacific.
in. It's a lot to try and get your individual level there as well, but he was good last week. He's looking good this week, and that's a great sign for Vitality going forward. Of course, still a lot to do.
They're in the pistol. It will be a pacey start, or at least that's what they want Heretics to think. Looking towards the B site, putting on the pressure, and then looking for the rotation into C. It's being watched. And Benji already drops the shield. Got a challenge up close, and he'll win the first. Kovac able to stabilize him with Durka. the snake in the grass. He finds one and gate crashes back towards their spawn. A good reset for him with a potential late round flank into garage. Well, the spike is being planted uncontested. Heretics now a man behind. Have to try to find some answers to this problem. Durka slipped the net. He's made it through the B site. They're watching for him, but only here and there, and he catches the timing perfectly.
It's all right. These are the scenarios, if anything, that Heretics have been better, put them into 2v4s, and somehow they managed to steal rounds away. Rian already with a nice start. Kovac coming under pressure. And now the remaining two playing from afar. The problem is that time. And they don't know exactly where they're playing from. Rian's trying to hold the line as that diffuser's already been harmed. And they're just going to try and stick it. Rian's has almost managed to do it. The shock dart, it's going to lean in. And he's managed to find the kill at the end. Style points for Rian's. And well, who could have seen that coming? Me. Me. I could have seen that coming.
Yeah, credit, it's always a bit more valuable coming from elsewhere, Tom, but pat yourself on the back, why don't you?
भाई 2 round.
Scoreline likely to be equalized now.
2 round वापस.
Minibu does well on that backside fight, but it's this quick reaction. The second shot dart still primed and ready. And once the count comes out,
no look.
It's done. I mean, it's almost confirmation, though. You
2
see that
round,
activate, you know, well, he's not moving. He's not running away from it. Nowhere to go.
Rian's is like such a cerebral player, and then just has the most ludicrous aim to back it up as well. If he's not like in your top 3 of favorite players in the league, you just need to go back and watch more Rian's, and then you'll soon be converted.
Nice opening for Minibu. You saw the stat pop up earlier. 42% of the opening duels for Vitality have been taken by Durka, which, you know, Durka, it's not that surprising, but having players like Kovac on the team, and even that, 42 is the highest of any player within VCT Emea. This man is happy to take fights, but this one, he won't be happy about how it went. An opening pick for Heretics. And there are still some guns kicking about for Vitality, most notably.
तीनों मैच क्लोज गए.
That outlaw to work with.
तीनों मैच Fnatic ने कमबैक मारा और तीनों मैच Navi ने
2 of the players, Boo and Benji, fishing on the other side, rocking those little 25 shields. The rest of the squad will be able to tank a shot. Kovac, he's taken out. Les doesn't get space, and this round is neatly tied up.
End zone flawless. Exactly what Heretics want from these first couple of rounds. A big clutch to get the blood flowing, and then an easy pass. And well, after not being able to streak 2 rounds together, they've got themselves 4 in a row. It's very close as well. I also think there should be a rule that
even though I missed the reveal,
is never allowed to buy a judge. Like, I think when you have that high, like a headshot percentage, and are so good with aim, you should just be banned from using that gun. Right here. It should be for noobs like me.
+1. With it earlier. Maybe that's what he's after. Nice opening by Minibu. The gate crash allows you to take a lot more risks, and you have to wonder where was the cover from window to allow that to happen. I'm sure that's what thinking as he ups his opening duel percentage, but not in a way that he's going to be looking for.
It didn't say he won them. It just said he took them.
Impossible.
He might have a 0% win rate, but I don't think that's true. That's coming soon.
I think Cam late डाला.
I think Cal's already typing.
मरने के बाद Cam डाला.
तो left right हुआ है mid में timing में. An advantage, but a few awkward weapons to come up against. Like shields on 2 of the players, and one of them tag low, so Rian's sniper is 1 shot to the majority. Luckily, the man who will likely take the fights is going to be Kovac. And most of the space is being kept. The thing is, though, this trip that's been placed is mainly just a kill trip. It's for Benji to get 1 kill, and then they'll look to try and play the retake together.
क्या बोला था मैं 13-7 ही तो बोला था.
Steps past it, good contain, good shock dart in, and it will take Unfake down, but not before the spike is planted. Vitality now have time on their side, but Kovac has to have that same backside performance that we saw from Woot earlier, but he won't fly under the radar. He won't get 3 picks handed to him. Instead, a fight for his life right away, and one that he loses. Kicks, taking Rian's down. The flash by space, but Kick stands in the open. Now it's all on Les, and he won't last long. Benji, gives Team Heretics the lead.
that streak now starting to begin.
That's
been the very interesting thing with their Haven overall is like, you go back to their previous results and you're looking at a 9-3 defensive half when playing versus BBL. The game before they had a 10-1 attack half. And that continues in previous games as well. Even then playing BBL again and having a 9-3 attack, the opposite to what they did last time. They're just incredibly good at this map. And it meant that even though Vitality had a solid half, even with a couple of blunders, it could be null and void if they can't find their rhythm in this second half. And, well, you sort of mentioned it coming in. We saw an incredible defensive half when they played versus Foot. Because of that, we didn't need to see much of the attack. Well, Durka, he really is increasing that stat, but on the worst end of it.
Captain Cal, let me know by the end of the game where he's at. Miniboo's got another double. And Rien's following suit. 3 for Miniboo in the round. It was 2 barrels. Fired one after another. That is also flawless here for Team Heretics. And you know, it's not a round that we come in to say, oh, Vitality have to win this one, but you at least want to walk out of there with a few scratches on your opponent. Never mind a no-scope into a double scope.
It's a little bit different to what we saw before the all being claimed by Durka. There was definitely support. No scope to help him out. The thing I've enjoyed with Miniboo as well in more recent matches is like, I remember in the past if there was like a blunder or a mistake or something went wrong, I feel like mentally it seemed to affect him. But right now, top of the board for his squad, had one of the worst blunders I've ever seen in VCT history, and it doesn't seem to affect him at all.
Lip reading. I think he said, "What the frick were you doing?" And I don't know why we muted that. Very strange. But Miniboo, a valid question. Durka TPing out into the open was, like you said, there were players behind it. They were meant to trade, but
in the last half.
It's not great. It's not worked out well.
He literally did it as well and died as well. It's a low buy. Like, you're going to do some silly things, but this is where you kind of expect now. An opportunity for the Vitality coaching staff to try and stop the bleeding. This has been 4 rounds on this defensive side and 6 rounds in a row. Wow, okay, some real history. S2G Riens, knocked out, Team Queso, Unfake. Now the Ascension play-ins.
S2?
Both of these players, of course, making that route into the Tier 1 and definitely been welcomed, there's no doubt about it. Both performing incredibly well on the Sova. After the pause, we wait to see what the response is. The shock dart has not got rid of the trip. It is, I believe, in a bit of an obscure angle. That's why it's not a straight trip. It's left in a position to maybe keep it safe.
Even kickoff se बहुत strong है.
Left side.
European sexy था. कुछ भी बोल.
Far away. Oh, the vulnerable the same as we saw before. Vulnerable into Hunter's Fury. Great connection. And Kovac down, the man that has pulled them out of so many awkward positions.
Sorry, he does an entry.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's my opening duel.
Hello.
Let's see if he can recover something, because losing him and the smoke that went down stops any form of re-aggression. And Vitality are left in the same spot as the start of the round, just minus one of their best players.
It is possible he entries 58%. We'll never really know. Woot on the angle.
My problems, अच्छा bait तो क्या है Vitality ने?
They now have 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
See? And while Boom,
ये लोग बस एक
well
का
within the
पूरा
site,
है. अभी
already
अगर
utilized
कर दिया
paranoia,
गया
doesn't have
तो
too
हो
much
सकता है
support,
कि
but
ये
a
लोग
potential
sandwich
immediate wraparound. And he's just looking to try and hold on to the back of the site. The first fight already going his way. Les needs to hold the line, and he's tagged low. Shield going to be activated, allowing Woot to just take over. He's maybe not his greatest performance on this map, but he's had moments. And that's enough to now take Heretics to double digits.
From what was a back and forth game with Vitality leading 7-5 is now 5 in a row for Heretics. The lead acquired just a few steps away from victory. The opening duel off the back of the Hunter's Fury, but it's that fight there where everything falls apart. Vitality.
Let's go!
Let's go.
With a post plan, the option to play off of it. One man stood in their way, and he was still standing when the barriers came back up. 10-7, 3 rounds between them. And for Heretics, it seems like they're going to bring the operator in the same format on Rien's, and it's on the A site. Vitality.
Rahul bhai, thank you for the pair mar meri jaan today.
Perhaps without that Hunter's Fury round.
Oh, it's an immediate TP in from Miniboo. I was going to say the first weapon he bought in this round was a shorty, so I was like, he doesn't plan to come back alive. Just diving in early. I think to be disruptive, like you're coming up against a squad that had 5 ultimates available. Maybe 4 at the beginning of the round until the orb was taken. And because of that, you can't really just sit still. You can't wait for an execution off a dimensional drift combining with that kill contract and a Hunter's Fury. So he's at least managed to get rid of one. That's not the player that you really wanted if you're a Heretics fan. He's got to try and do it with the Sheriff, and while Kovac has managed to get them that advantage.
Yeah, it's the downside as soon as they see.
I'm sorry.
Taken. There's a flank on the flank. Boo has got a freebie. Les is down and out. Okay, now we're back to a 3 versus 3. Vitality not going to be too happy about how this has happened. They're back now open. A potential flank could be in play, but
Woot has ult as well.
Luckily for them, that's not the case. And indeed, the ult likely to be used. Good angle to use it towards short. Still catching players deep on long. Now it's just the wall put up. They're going to try to put pressure on early. Great spam. Halfway already on the defuse. Kovac peeks in, looking for the duel. He's been tagged up heavy and finished off eventually. And here goes the ult. But it's not anyone. The fight is lost and it's messy. But Woot gets there in the end. Unfortunately, the spike has exploded.
It's a Red Bull clutch of the spike going off. It was one of those moments where Woot, if he gets that, his teammate could just defuse. Yep. Like there's nothing that can be done because by the time that fight had taken, the defuse would have been had. But instead, just quick enough, that kill comes in. And because of that, Woot has actually now screwed himself because he doesn't have time to get that defuse over the line. It ends up looking a little bit silly in the end with the spike going off, but yeah, it's just that quick thinking that ends up closing out the round. And well, for Heretics, their lead now diminished, but also the economy not in a good spot for Vitality. Bear in mind, they didn't keep anyone remaining. Their credits are right on the brink of breaking.
Heard the news of the goat of the goaters.
Fight for C. They're going to pick up the pace majorly this time. Straight into the site. Hunter's Fury comes through from Unfake. Trying to find those players on backside. Benji still standing. Miniboo comes through! And he gets 2! Ult to get out of here alive! And he spotted 2 players. Those are both of the remainder. He knows that he can back off completely, reset into this fight, even grab a reload while he's at it. And the time isn't against Heretics. They just have to hold the control. Wait for a player on Vitality to make a step wrong, or bide their time for the eventual retake, which is where we end up for Vitality. They need space. They know that their opponents have the info, and where both of them are. Fighting in towards the spawn seems to be the name of the game, but that's already spotted. 2 guns ringing out. They know they're both towards the back of the site. Paranoid doesn't catch, but Rienz catches Unfake and kicks to close out the round.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea in the end of Vitality. Like, you know your flank is lost. You know that fight's not one really worth taking because you can get caught in the crossfire, so you try and play aggressively. Unfortunately, the man you're facing into is going to be Rienz, and it's definitely a little bit cheeky from Mini, but I said it. Like, it doesn't seem like the confidence has gone anywhere. He sees Benji under serious pressure and goes, hey, if they're focused in on that guy, there's a gap.
5K like कर दे बोल सोगी है chat bang सोती तो
because they lost every single player. The credits literally could not be in a worse scenario for Vitality. It means they basically have to just try and get some orbs, get themselves towards ults, because they've gone from 5 just a couple of rounds ago to 0.
Nice opening shot for Miniboo. His orbs won't be a factor here unless the game runs long. Unless Rienz has got a big play up his sleeve. Coming online. Working towards Kovac, perhaps. Could turn the tide slightly if Miniboo isn't putting down that
annoyingly, it would have been Durka.
Exactly. That'd be great, but only one found in death. With another opening duel.
Okay.
Kovac trading back though. Not a bad start. Shock dart through, that's broken shield. Makes it much easier to deal with this man, but Rienz has got numbers coming through the gates. And another fight for the Sheriffs. This round is far from over.
Yeah, Kovac now picking up the sniper. A rifle as well for Les. This has gone from a scenario that, well, looked pretty much impossible to now very doable. A lot of damage done onto Woot, but he is going to be able to win the fight. And now they can get that extra little bit of information, but they're all playing close. Paranoia sent through, lands, and he lands on both. It's now left all on Taboo, and he will do nothing. A pay save card, Thrifty, and Vitality, well, I said they came into that round with nothing. They've still managed to make it work.
Came into the round with nothing, lost Durka off rip, didn't get a ton for their trouble. But it's Kovac and Unfake finding those battles, and less with the rifle recovered, making it valuable and then some. And Triples just giving Vitality a chance. This looked like they would have to maybe scrounge some orbs together, definitely save the economy and fight for 4 rounds in a row, but now they've kept Team Heretics from that home stretch. And a real battle on our hands as the defense again looks to push to 12.
Oh, they are looking to fight. He's being revealed behind this and still fighting, or more or less. I don't think he expected a second player to be there. Kovac under serious pressure, but he's doing well. Tagged low, and Dirk has even managed to sneak through. A lot of gaps being found, but then the fight's like, this guy has been unbelievable so far, and Durka, well, there is the gap. Managing to find another. It is a peculiar round. But he now has a plant for him and A-Link control.
No shock darts left for Rienz. Basically, ये side के ये side पे है utility indeed. And she's double pushed and he's caught. I think he tried to walk back through the door, but the wall was in his way. Now Rienz has to do it all. A 4-piece, 6 bullets left. He'll get the quick reload. They've left the site. They are giving him all the space in the world. You know he doesn't just have to push in. Look at the plant position. He has to be worried about players at the very top towards the gong, wrapping around the B site. And he knows now there's one towards Link. This is a tough position, and the flash just makes it impossible. Vitality 1 round behind now. They took their time, but the climb back has commenced.
It's been such a disruptive couple of rounds. Like the teleport being sent through from Durka. He's basically covered the entire map in this round and is even there to clutch it out in the end.
13th October se hai Ascension.
It still hasn't broken their opponent's money, but it's definitely getting there. It's definitely becoming that little bit more interesting, and ults that we never thought would be particularly close are now beginning to come back online. The kill contract just 1 away.
Reveal goes through, but it's Rienz who pops the Hunter's Fury. Good for a tag, but not much else. Kovac still lives and breathes. The shield activated just to keep him safe from the second blast that could have been underway. It does at least remove that from the later round and make him a bit more squishy. Team Heretics, no real information to work with except for the super deep camera they've got on C-Long. That's going to give them the ability to stack up much more heavily in towards Garage, where a big part of their gameplay was breaking those trips. But the ult activated on A tells them the stack on A is really where it needs to be.
Fake stars, but it's Rienz again. He has been a superstar throughout this map. In form as ever, but he will be traded out. Woot not really able to help him, but has his position been revealed? He's hit a dink. 2 players now desperately low. Shield activated as he's looking to fight, but even still they managed to hold the line. Vitality's climb back just doesn't seem to be stopping. They'll level things up once again. And from, well, the depths of despair, they have managed to find something in this map.
Their ascent back into this has looked beautiful, and I don't mean the second map, which is their choice. Ending up there, having stolen Team Heretics win. Because this looked like that's what we were heading towards. 5 rounds in a row from Heretics. They trade out 1-1, an 11-6 lead, and it has fallen away. 11-7. 8-3 for Vitality. Either way, it's been a comeback. What a showing this has been. 2 rounds left to play out the full 24. And it's a mixed bag from Heretics. A lot of weaknesses here.
This is where you look at players like Rienz, maybe Benji with the Guardian, to see what they can do. It's a much slower approach from Vitality. They're expecting aggression, and it is
मैंने
there.
एक chat notice किया है,
Blue
बहुत
has
लोग
not been
record
cleared.
करते हैं
And well, because of that, he's going to get away
तो
with a
रहेगा
freebie
ना,
onto
see?
Durka. Now, in the last few
Secret
rounds, Durka
code.
has been alive in a lot of
Boys,
the late
stop.
round scenarios. He has not been that first point of contact, and his survival has won them those rounds. So him being lost early,
variety streamer और
not a
content
great
आएगा
sign.
dancing.
Although it has
इसको
been a
support कर रहे
factor
डर के को
of this
लेकिन
map so
के
far.
जीतेगा.
Vitality
तो
have made it work
advantage
either way. Saw the circles pop up at the start of the round. He was the only man without an ultimate online. They've still got all those to work with, but Kovac's not even thinking about it. It's the shield up and the deep push through. He hears players on site, looks to fight them. Nice flash though. That's made it difficult for him to find value. The reveal is wonderful. Great work from Rians. They have dealt with that push beautifully. A combination of so much utility. The cage to give them a foothold, the flash out, the reveal.
Is he going to try and plant this on A?
Lol blocks, yeah.
Why not?
If he even gets there, it's going to be incredibly late. And well, the steps are definitely being heard.
Now you're
He's
done.
going to have to try and plant. Yeah, and it's already done. Not enough time. Rian's just going to execute him at the end.
Membership नहीं है
And
मेरे
then
बीवी
in
के
zone
पास.
flawless. Like this has been the rounds that Heretics
बीवी
have won. I
support
wanna
नहीं
say
कर रही भाई
almost
तुम
half
लोग
of
से
them
मैं
are
क्या
rounds they
avoid
shouldn't be
करूँ
winning.
5
Like
के
they
लाइफ
are
नहीं आ रहे
disadvantages. They are
कोई
2v4s. Like they've had 2 2v4s, a 2v5. They've definitely had a round or two like that where it's just low buys on the board. Like it's not been making a lot of sense. I think for Vitality, there's definitely got to be an air about this that we should have won this map.
Yeah.
बस भाई इतना sleep deprived होके भी कैसे करते हो इतना late
Try it
तक
again. It was a 7-5 half.
मैं
It went 11-8.
कल
There we
5
go.
बजे सोया because
Vitality woke up, put a few rounds on the board. Heretics answer back with this one, but this was just a good read from them. The right players in the right places at the right time. The cage up, the flash out, the reveal. It gets them those fights. Repositions as well from
ये क्या emoji है पहला मेरा वाला hater?
have an easy spam onto his opponent. It's given them 12. And now they've got to keep pushing and bring this across the line against a squad that has ISO and Sova ultimate to work with. And Unfake, he's been able to find value when you see that vulnerable put through Kovac. That Hunter's Fury looking so much more deadly. They're not out of the woods just yet, but one round away from going to their opponent's map pick with a win under their belt.
Definitely seemed like Kovac has had a bit of a tougher time on the attack. On the fence, he was the man to watch alongside Unfake. But all they really need is one. Everything is reset. Minibu also one away from his ultimate, and the same for Woot as well. Benji's going to be the one immediately getting the information. It's a much more direct approach being taken. They want to pressure C.
They've gone off site. They stepped off site for this exact reason, knowing that the ult could come through and it'll be nothing found, but Les even gets the double. They try to push out of garage afterwards, use their cage for cover, but they're caught off by Les. Now it's into a 3v4 and Minibu can't risk it. He steps back to the rest of the squad to take this fight together, but look at this, the rotation around, the deep play from Unfake. They've got more than enough bodies to deal with this site push, to deal with this retake, so they're going to throw a spanner in the works. Unfake could turn the tide if things start to slip away. The problem playing behind that smoke, it's a whippy spray, but Minibu gets there in the end. Reveal destroyed. Smoke fades, but there's another to block passes for a moment, and when it falls, Rienz is there, but Les keeps on going. He's already got his triple before he's put to bed, and now it's all on kicks to keep this map alive.
Oh my God, Binks!
Heretics!
ये लोग कैसे निकाल रहे हैं rounds भाई?
With a 13-11 victory on Haven.
भाई चौथा round है.
Consistently talked about with this fight in the
fourth round.
Comebacks being necessary, and it's been impressive to watch. The fact is now it's Vitality that need to turn it around. We'll be back after the break.
Chat है Vitality का map था यार.
What the f are they doing?
Language.
Nice.
थर्ड मैप जाएगा अभी वाइटलिटी का मैप है आई थिंक एसेंट अगर मेरा ब्रेन तक ऑक्सीजन पहुंच रहा है बराबर तो आई थिंक अभी वाइटलिटी का एसेंट है और वो तो अच्छा है वो लोग का 2x2 दोनों तो तब है क्या लेके आओ चाहिए भाई चाहिए मेरे को मेरा अंडरस्टैंडिंग पता है मैं मेरे दिल में जो बात है ना वो मेरे मुंह से निकल के मेरे ब्रेन तक प्रोसेस होने के लिए कम से कम 1 सेकंड का एग्जिट लैग है लैक ऑफ स्लिप कल अच्छा खासा मैं सो सकता था हाँ इतना अच्छा था 5:30-6 बजे स्ट्रीम खत्म हो गया मेरा सुबह आराम से मैं सो के आराम से फ्रेश उठ के एकदम मस्त स्ट्रीम करके फिर से मैं सो सकता था शाम को लेकिन ना सीरीज मंडाला मर्डर्स देखने का हाँ इनटू द सैंड मैन ने क्या है वो इनटू द सैंड कुछ तो ऐसा एक सीरीज है वो अच्छा है लेकिन वो अच्छा है वो जिसने नहीं देखा देखो एक्चुअल में अच्छा डब्ल्यू सीरीज है डब्ल्यू सीरीज ऐसे नहीं होगा फिर भाई ये गाना कितने टाइम बाद सुन रहे बे फ्लो वाला सैंडमैन हाँ ऐसे कुछ तो जो नया सीरीज आया जिसका पिगी को बोलो चाय या सो गई तो सॉरी लोल ब्लॉग्स के लिए हो मंडला मर्डर्स कैसा है अच्छा लगा मेरे को उसका भी आएगा सीजन 2 जो डिस्ट्रॉय नहीं होएगी एक तो मेरे को आजकल है ना ऐसा लगता है कि जो भी सीरीज निकालते हैं ना वो लोग यही निकालते हैं कि दूसरा सीजन के हिसाब से पहला सीजन कैसे बदले
We are destined for bangers only, it seems, today here at VCT EMEA. I'm your host, Sings, and I'm back here, joined once again by Meg and Billy. Billy, every single map we have seen has gone down to basically the maximum amount of rounds. I don't ever remember us having a day like this. This is great.
It's great, yeah. We're here on the beach, enjoying it, living the best life, getting to watch some amazing Valorant. You're right, though. It's been so competitive. I think we kind of expected that with the teams that we're playing today, and this has proven to be a banger as well.
Yeah, what a great day to be a Valorant enjoyer, right? They have been incredible games so far, and as expected, that was just a highly competitive game. Back-to-back rounds, so much happening, and of course, it really could have gone either way. Between both teams.
Yeah, it could have. And, you know, we set this up as the double duelers on the same comp, playing the same agents, going up against each other. In this instance, Meg, it was Root and Miniboo coming out on top.
Yeah, they were incredible. And I think it's definitely something that I saw sort of coming through on that defense as well. It almost felt like both halves, they were so incredibly confident together. And I guess that comes down to the fact that they have played together for so long. Their synergy is incredible. And they know exactly what each other's next move is. And you could see that in today's game.
Yeah, when we had this kind of double duelist chat the other day as well, I was kind of like, come on, Miniboo and Boot, they clear everyone in our league. But yeah, I think they showed just that. But that's not to say that Darkla and Kovac weren't performing great, right? They were doing their best, they were trying their damn hardest. I think Kovac has looked amazing on the ISO, we've been screaming and shouting about. But yeah, you can just see how much fun they have, not only in the server, but outside of the server as well, which is one of the great things about a roster that decides to stick together.
For a second, I thought they were shooting Rians. I was about to step in and be like, none of that. None of that. I mean, they could try, but not many people have been able to take Rians down. So in safe hands, but how about some of the more technical things we saw, Meg, you know, round 18, for example?
There was something I spotted, and I think this is a real testament to the experience that Team Heretics have picked up, especially this year, going to those tournaments, playing against, you know, a plethora of different teams. They were ice cold on their defense. Everything sort of that they've been learning over the past year came to fruition because the way that they chose to take duels was as a pack. So for example, this round here, round 18, they trade out that kill on C Long, and you can see Benji and Boo walking towards that B site off the information of the cam. And they group up as well with Vut to re-clear B before rotating to that A site as a team, so that at least if there is somebody there lurking and taking space through B, they can trade that healthily. There's not going to be sort of a difficult duel there, and they come out on top, and then they can retake that A site with the advantage.
I think that just shows the experience as well of the teams, of the players, of how long that they've been playing together as a team, and of course Boo just constantly trying to reinforce that buddy system. We see it with the double duelists, we see it with these two being those site anchors as well, and it's just really great protocols in place for Team Heretics.
Yeah, it's not boding well for Vitality to lose that one, you know. Haven is where we expect them to maybe cause an upset to an extent as well, but looking at Ascent, and given the context that Heretics have only lost to Fnatic since kickoff, they haven't lost to anybody else, despite, you know, maybe how dire sometimes it looks to them being 10-2 down, whatever. They still haven't fallen to anybody else. Is this where maybe we can see Vitality sort of exploit something on Ascent?
I'm not too hopeful. We haven't seen it yet, if I'm correct in saying, in stage 2, and the last time we saw this was in stage 1 when you still had sort of safe on that Tejo as well. And I feel like I'm bringing this up a lot this week, but when we're not seeing these maps played, and the last time they played them in stage 1, and it was in a completely different meta, I think that there's so much and so many changes that you have to make to different roles to kind of then find, I guess, the perfect team synergy to take on a team like Team Heretics successfully, right? You have to do all the anti-stratting, the VOD reviewing, on top of that changing sort of what you're playing. So it's a big task for Vitality.
I think Faded must be confident though to go in and pick Ascent, because of course it's a map that they've banned the past couple of weeks, and they've decided, okay, this week we're going to play it. This was a map that Team Heretics actually did lose to Gentlemates last week when they played it. It did go to overtime, but they lost it in the end. So I wonder if Vitality have picked up on something that maybe perhaps went wrong that they think they could exploit in terms of Team Heretics on Ascent.
Yeah, this almost seems silly, but I want them to just put Durka on Chamber. I almost want them to just copy your homework a little bit, because Durka, he has played Chamber here before, and I'm glad you mentioned Faded, because it's funny that, like, TSM now run this comp. He's not there, but now he's left. They're sort of doing this. You know, there's a bit of some links here and there we can make use of. And looking at agent select here, we will not get that. We will get something very, very, very standard and comfortable at this point.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was a question of who was going to jump onto the Sova as well. I think when we look at Unfake and Kovac, they do overlap in the sense that that is their most played agent. Derka on the Jet feels like we've not seen that in quite some time. We know that he can go crazy on it. I feel like he's been on Yoru jail more recently, so it'll be nice to see that as well.
At least it's not Neon.
I honestly, I'm a bit bored of that. We've just seen a mirror matchup. You know, I was really hoping Vitality was going to bring something out here and kind of show something new, bring a new card to the table. Yeah, almost. I don't know. I'm not mad at it because I guess
lock or something.
Yeah, comfortability has been a conversation, and of course you want people to be on their comfort roles. And going off how Vitality just played on Haven, of course they were still aiming. The duels were dueling, the frags were fragging. So if they can bring that aim into Ascent, I think it could work in their favor.
Well, if they don't, Heretics will be locking in playoffs right here, right now. But seeing how today has gone, Mitch and Tom, I have a feeling we're going to see map 3.
It's certainly been the story of the day for Team Heretics. They're going to hope to avoid that, but this is their opponent's map pick. Team Vitality chose to fight them here. And looking at how things have gone, Tom, a 13-11 on map number 1, I think anything is game.
Yeah, for sure. Like, obviously, it's not the most exciting competition coming to try and counter with, but you know, sometimes the old recipes are the best, the most comfortable ones. I'm happy to see Kovac going over to that KO as well, because I still feel like it gives him that little bit of an ability to be aggressive while at the same time still having all of that additional utility. And you know what? I see a Jet. And I know we're probably going to have a good time. Him versus Wu is definitely going to be an enjoyable experience. At times, this man has been more than enough. And you talk about this composition with that double initiator. You have everything you need to set up him as a superstar.
Fnatic regionally since their kickoff days. I mean, this is not going to change on this map, at least. As we go 1-0 in their favor, a chance to lock in playoffs here, and the trip has already been trapped onto Durka.
Why not shoot?
The side is taken over.
Nobody was there to help him that time. I spoke about all the support, and then it's just like him just flailing as he was put down. But he got into the post plant. That sometimes is the job of a Jet. Is you dive in first, you die, and then you look at your teammates as you hope they hold. And they're all standing within the smoke, ready for this fight.
Door breaks open. Do they go through or wait for the push? It's a little bit of both. A little bit of hesitation, and then they go firing in. It's a good job, too. The quick range, and less on the double. He recovered that nicely. It's going to be a very different round, but less standing his ground.
Less is more, baby!
Yeah, less is more with the pistol, and I have the utmost faith that he is going to do the damage. 4 kills in the pistol, another solid start to the map.
The blue bay
from the side of Vitality.
Oh,
that was really crispy as well.
Bro, and
I think it's going to be important that they get off to these starts. Like, realistically, you look at the composition that's being run by Heretics, they're constantly going to be pressuring, causing issues. Woot on that Jet, as terrifying as the man on the other side. There's been calls for him for a long time to be a primary duelist, and a lot of the comps they're running now involve him picking up that star role alongside Miniboo.
You see Durka go down early. It's a good time to talk about that first map. He was 3-6 in opening duels. The other side, Miniboo 6-2. He's been having a field day in those early fights for Durka. We've seen him go down in this round, and we saw plenty of it.
But how many generational whiffs did Durka have?
That's fair. That's fair. Because there is one that sits in my mind for Miniboo for sure. It's so funny though to see Vitality being so casually cruel in the name of taking space. Just sending him in to his death, and oftentimes not capitalizing on it.
Yeah,
but that's just how quickly Heretics have reacted to those fights.
Yeah, I think as well the real damage you expect from Dirk will be on the defense. Getting him that operator, being able to have that, like, the supportive flashes for aggression. This round, though, not mass expectations. The only worry is the time starting to tick, but they now look to make that move. He's already tagged up as well. The run through, not going to find anything. Decent cleanup from the remainder, and the last 3 are very far away. May even just dive to the fight.
Yeah, it could be the call at this point. You take a look at where ult economy's at. Unfake, who was the polar opposite. I think he was 5-2 in those opening duels. He was having a field day. He had some incredible plays. He came out of first half, top of the scoreboard in the previous map. Well, he is currently sitting 3 away from a Hunter's Fury. And although you won't have that vulnerable being delivered from your ISO, neither team having one, still an ultimate you want to respect, and one that they don't want to have online for their opponents. Revealdo is going to grab the info, and forward he goes. 1 away, 1 kill, sorry, 2 away, and there's the orb found. He might have that online with an early pickup in this next round for Vitality. 2-0 with only 1 player lost. That's just fine, especially with the pistols brought in.
Yeah, and obviously Ascent as well with the orb placement. It's a very good map if you're 1 away to at least challenge for one of those orbs, especially on the A side of the map. It's needing quite a lot of aggression to challenge for it, but it does look like we're already seeing Woot look to try and fight across that side.
यार मैं दाढ़ी बढ़ाने का सोच रहा हूँ यार, तक ऐसा
capitalize off of that potential ultimate as they have all 5 players. No luck, nothing else. They are all setting up to try and fight for this A orb.
Early on, Woot's not going to have an option to keep on swinging that angle. He is sent backwards. Vitality's utility dump with a lot of refresh in util gives them the space. Keeping control over mid. The risk here is a B push. But Heretics doing that in this round, not looking likely. Sat back, waiting to re-aggress towards Wine, towards A main, and quick TP out from Kicks is going to get him to safety. They'll concede the space. The thing is that they don't really get a lot for this other than the orb claim. And Unfake now having Hunter's Fury. He's going to try to find a target on this B site. Most notably, he still has his drone to work with. And so finding someone tagging him up and making it easy connections is very much in their playbook.
Well, he got exactly what he wanted. That was the only goal. The fact is, though, 3 players already within this B site. Shocked up, being set up as well. And that time starting to get that little bit lower. A chance for some real chip damage to be done as they now look to try and execute.
Paranoia reveal, that's going to get them info. Durka grabbing a kill off the back of it, and the Hunter's Fury catches Rian's, but Benji Fishy comes in to fill the space. Only good for the 2. Usually it would be good enough, but Vitality with those opening picks, they've come ahead, they found the plant, and a 3 versus 2. Look what Heretics are going to be made to do. A retake, rifles in hand, low credits though. But with only 1 player to the good for Vitality, it's worth the risk for this defensive side to try to get back in here. The drone coming from main alerts them to the fact that there is still a player there. Now they look to clear the site while those 2 are isolated. The smoke gives good options. 2 Kicks and Kovac, a flash out. Oh, he's got one through the smoke. Numbers even. Unfake has to hurry his pace, but Kovac's buying time before he falls. And Woot doesn't have any left on the clock to play with. Trying to get out, but he's caught. The damage to Heretics economy here. Well worth the losses taken by Vitality. Round 3 is theirs.
I think a nice game plan from start to finish. I don't think a lot of teams would commit all 5 players to fight for an orb, but it was something that they wanted within their game plan. The initial combination as well as they enter into the site, utilizing the paranoia to set up Durka, and then everything else. Okay, Benji did as well as he could. Once he gets into that pokes plant, avoiding another 2vx scenario was always going to be difficult. Back in as barriers are up. Well, it's just a slaughter immediately. He wants that ult back.
He's on his way. Halfway to the Hunter's Fury the next round. Hell of a start.
अभी तक हम लोग ने जितना देखा वो consistent तो है बे.
That's all that stands between Vitality in the round. Losing Durka early. Al Vitality are used to this.
एने का live stream करोगे ना ये तो.
It seems like he doesn't mind too much. Still put up a good performance on the last map, even if it seemed like when he got into the late rounds, he was so valuable
उसका जो पहला match है ना यार.
When he got into the late rounds.
वो ऐसा मैच है कि देखते देखते सो जाऊंगा.
We used to have these conversations back in the day. You think about when Raze was primary entering and you're just blast packing into your death, hoping the guy behind you trades. And
this what you gotta do was always the pinnacle of it. Yeah, like if you're playing a jet, if you're not dying first, it probably means either you're having the best game of your life or, well, maybe you're not the best jet. For now though, just patient stuff with Vitality. You have such an advantage, and we've already seen some pretty big blunders in the previous map. I'm sure that was the main talking point as they went in from the break. Was it is not really that they were massively better than us. It was we had 4 or 5 rounds that we should have won and ended up only losing 13-11. And if they can avoid all those blunders, which right now they are doing, it's going to set them up wonderfully well.
It's far enough back there that I don't think they heard the updraft, but they certainly have an idea. Maybe they did actually dump in a flash around that corner. Someone might have been within earshot. It's getting dangerous. Wood is put down before the round can spiral out of control. 4-0. A solid start for Team Vitality on their own map pick. The attack is building up nicely. For Heretics, they built up the credits for investment.
If you look back to the last time Ascent was played by Heretics, and it was an incredibly strong defensive side, 10-2 half, after they were massively behind. Well, always nervous when Woot's left standing. So far, so good for Vitality as they look to try and respond. Miniboo in an aggressive position. All he really wants is one, and that's what he'll get.
Yeah, the flash sent over, it delayed his peak, but it almost worked in his favor. Isolating the 1v1. Spams have already done so much damage. Minibu close to finding his second pick, and now looking for his third. But Les is the one to
blind दिया. अगर Minibus ने रहा 2 freaking थे उसके.
Vitality gets site control.
बाप blind दिया था बे तूने. बाप.
Les is hat off his head for the info. We'll know where these players are. Going to give them the space, but
दोनों जन वाले blind थे भाई.
Yeah, they're giving him time. That's what it is. They know if they plant the execution back into the site is likely to begin, and they want him to be just that little bit closer. A chance that maybe as well the opponents have already gone to clear this with how much time was left on the clock. He does need to get a move on though. The other two players starting to get closed in on. Les has done his job. That is the flank, and he's done extra already. His third kill of the round, but his teammates are dwindling, are falling. It comes down to the 1 versus 1. But he knows that he has the time on his hands. Always clever in these scenarios, and he'll be there to close it out again. A 4K in the pistol, a 4K in round number 5. Les is looking unstoppable.
Just an outlandish read from him as well. He said that they delayed the plant and maybe for a moment Heretics thought about that. The flank potential. Why are they delaying? But then they set their sights on the site. And that's exactly when Les struck from behind, catches the omen off, finds a second. His third of the round as it was. He even uses that camera. You see him hold on to it for a moment, wait for the tap, see if he's sticking. You know if he shoots and he isn't, and then looks for the fight right afterwards. Beautifully played, wonderfully timed. Vitality 5-0 in the lead, gets a pause out of Heretics.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a call from him himself or from Unfake to delay, but whoever it was won them the round. Because if it's even they plant 2 seconds earlier, he's probably not catching Boo. Boo's already in the site. They are already, he's so far behind at that point that the impact's just unlikely, and maybe they already have it half by the time he gets in. So that small detail completely changes the round in their favor. And hey, sure, Les is also 9-2 with 2 rounds that you can say he won them individually. Doesn't get much better than that. For Heretics, well, as I said, like we've seen some really solid defensive halves, and you have to go back to their match versus BDL to see the same on the attack. They've got a composition that can do it. I'll also say as well, is this just are we just showing times that Unfake lost? Like, do we have a toast of Unfake beating someone? Can we throw that one up? He lost to he lost to Benny,
lost to Rienz and STG.
If you're going to tell me he lost to Benji as well,
well, it's been a tough time, but maybe that's a bit of inspiration for revenge. Durka certainly on that arc as he's found an opening pick. Unfake answers up on a Minibu. It is weaker weapons here for the defensive side. They try to go back and deal with what they expect is a less lurk. As they find it to be the case, they lose their life in trade. Rienz and Benji last alive. If they can group up and make something work here with the Sheriffs, but really the question is damage. You don't want that economy to get out of control for Team Vitality. We've seen how hard it can be when teams get those back-to-back in-zone flawlesses, and it might not quite be that with Kovac going down, but it's damn close.
That's fine for them. Durka doing well to deal with the Blade Storm immediately, making sure that that's not going to cause any problems. And they can't really have that much of an expectation, but already 6 rounds on the attack side. Normally we talk about this map and it's defensive side prowess, so I think right now, Vitality are going to be very happy with their position. And sure, their opponents are coming in with some strong ultimates, but so are they.
Vitality are coming in with clear intention. A trip behind and the rest of the squad moving towards the A site. Flash already in, dash on the back of it. Durka's got a little bit of space, he'll wrap around the Gen. Nade pushes Woot out into the open, but Durka goes down. Boo's got him covered. Woot's already taken one. Rienz with the Hunter's Fury finds another, and this is a wonderful stop from Team Heretics. They've not even taken a blow onto Woot. Unfake, good as he's been, hungry for vengeance as he may be. He's not getting out of this one, really, is he? Time to jump. Even if he gets Minibu, there's plenty more to find.
I don't mind the idea. I think this was sort of the round where you expect that big buy to come in, expect the changes that Heretics look to implement. So you pick up the pace, you try and catch them off guard, you try and be incredibly direct, and while That's about as low as a player can be. 3 HP from the operator shot. Well, eventually, Minibu will get the job done. And in-zone flawless. Surprising after the 6 rounds in a row from Vitality that the first is incredibly clean from the side of Heretics. But this now needs to be the start of a big comeback for them, rather than just a flash in the pan.
Yeah, they've already been pushed pretty far on this defensive side. Whatever was said in that timeout, better be airtight. Think about that round. Boo providing a lot of cover. I think he was on 1 kill going in. The big round.
Thank you for the 100
kept Wood alive, which allowed them to drop Kovac. It was a sleeping beast at the moment. Okay, so I think when we go to the defensive side, there'll be plenty of challenges for Heretics.
Yo, what's up?
With 6 rounds, we'll at least give
them
a leg
I'm
to
an
stand
artist
on.
making custom artwork for streamers, like
logo,
banner, panels,
mid, but Vitality are conceding that space entirely.
Oliver Smith
Rotates are coming in through the spawn. Early pressure on A with the hope to drag a rotate. The drone is being heard. They'll step back.
But can you make
only showing the
NC?
Cypher.
I like that.
That could easily be the lurk. In fact, I think they want to sell that exact idea.
Yeah, and Durka's Bladestorm is just going to be that entry point. An immediate dive through into the site, but the hope is that maybe there wasn't anybody else there from above. He attempts to take out Benji, and he does get pretty close. The shields will at least regenerate. Minibu is trying to hold on that cross, but there are 2 players deep within the site that might not necessarily be expected, and the TP brings a third. But Vitality are now going to go back the other way.
Yeah, they've made the read. You hear that TP, after putting pressure towards this B site, you know exactly what you're running into. A stacked up site, not one that they necessarily want to fight. Baited rotation, it seems to be all this comes down to. With 20 seconds left on the clock, they hope that someone from Heretics will step off that site, will start running towards A, but they won't. They stand strong there. 12 seconds. Now the spike hasn't even made it to the site. The clock is strangling them. They need to run. They need to get in here, and they are shut out. The time too far gone. The round 1. The question is, how much will it cost Vitality? And with only 1 rifle left standing in the end, they've got to be disappointed with how that one went.
Yeah, I think the main thing in that round was actually the deep position of Wu. Like, he's holding such a horrible cross over on the A site, deep, with so much information, that he can basically mean that, okay, I just need to catch someone and hold onto that ground in A main. Even if it comes down to retake, they were fine with that. They were okay with that. So what they'd called to do is just pause. They just sit there, they just wait. And while Vitality, again, I don't mind the call, it's just the fact that Heretics don't react whatsoever was their undoing.
Here.
Patience.
Team
Heretics. I like this control. B main, late trip reposition. It's going to give them a lot of options, but losing Minibu, that's going to limit them. Paranoia is through the push up from Wu, but he doesn't know about the player in the corner. Now he does. Good suspicion. Dash over for the reposition. And that has caught kicks off. That's given the spike to Team Heretics. Now they're the ones defending on the other side of the line. Wu will be forced forward. Not out into the open, though. That nade not shallow enough, but Wu tries to help him. Ends up losing his life, and they know exactly where that last player is. They've got Boo boxed in, but they need to move that spike to site. I didn't say which one. It's going to be taken all the way to B. And a 1 versus 2 will be left in the hands of Boo.
It's already been a weird round in the conclusion.
Here.
Could be something very surprising indeed. Like, Boo is still convinced. This time, it's almost the burden of what they did in the last round, pausing, being patient, waiting. And now he's got as far a rotation as humanly possible to try and get back in to the other side of the map. A million angles that need to be checked. There could be a snake in the grass at any turn. And even when he finally gets into the site, you're going to have that Cypher utility ready to try and stop him. Just the doubt in his own mind being the burden of proof in this one. And I almost think it comes down to maybe just trying to stop them instead. He's got past every single one of the trips until the very last second, and then an execution will be made by Durka. It was a blunder, or a problem, I should say, at the beginning of the round, but Vitality react well.
Got really great options created by Woot, like this initial fight to try to get that match back in their hands. The updraft
इसको
dash to
blind
get
की वजह
around
से I
that
think
wall
ओमेन
to
ने
set up
prefer
into the
दिया कि
fight.
ओमेन के बारे में नहीं पता
The
था
fact that
कि ओमेन
Les
भी main
maintained
शायद
that deep control, took his trips and set them up either side of the spike. You maybe expect one on the way in, but the second certainly caught him off guard. Who didn't stand a chance? 7-2 now. The attack side building up another foundation early. Vitality, Durka, he's gone straight in to this A side. He pushed them back with just a dash. Well, the Paranoia back in return was supposed to open space. Kicks was already in. He catches Woot. It doesn't blind you, just near sights you, and he was real near to his opponent. A 4v4 though with trades back, and the smoke causing problems. Rienz has got to bail. That should give the plant over to Vitality. All the while, there is a snake in the grass yet again.
Yeah, he's always been in their back.
They're going away.
TP to the other side because of how much ground he's cleared. The only problem is the rest of the players can't just TP in the same direction, and that's going to give a pretty hefty advantage to Heretics now. But even still, less in the post plant. A divided defense.
वो वाला तेडू ट्रिप देखो बे भाई सेक्सी है बे
I like
ये
these
वाला
trips,
ट्रिप
the
भी
same one
सेक्सी
that
है
got the kill last time. It
ये
might
वाला
be
ट्रिप भी
expected,
सेक्सी
but
है
one
बे
towards
भाई
lane is going
दोनों
to give
ट्रिप
them a lot of
सेक्सी है
options in
बे
that late round. If they drop down, they can't be that close to swing deep into Boathouse, and it's all about running the clock down. This time, the difference being the cameras online for
स्मोक में वापस
less.
जीत
Even
गए
if those players get close, there'll be that second line of information. It's the decoy that trips the first. Shorty's in hand. This is dangerous to deal with, and Team Heretics managed that very nicely. The time is quite low, though. It's gonna be close and not close enough. Vitality get it across the line.
Yeah, it's back-to-back rounds where the clock has
Is it
definitely
time
helped
to
them
upgrade
out,
the cast
forcing
does?
players into more aggressive positions.
Yes,
and in this
sir.
case, the time was enough.
It's
just
time to upgrade
close
and
out the
give
round on its own.
gifted.
It's a second pause called, but ultimately, like, it was a big gamble from Vitality, like losing this advantage. It was just the time that was taken to get back in again, having to try and clear all of this space, and Les being able to hold on for such a long time. 8-2 up now on the attacking side. But realistically, this is a very damning looking scoreline for the side of Heretics.
Without a doubt, we expect this defense to be coming out with the lead. We said 6 might be enough, but even then, that's a pretty hopeful estimation of the situation. Now we're looking at an 8-4 at best.
members
Those 2 rounds they string together, and sure, this one comes desperately close.
ज़्यादा एनर्जी बची नहीं यार मेरे को ये वाला गेम नहीं करना है यार स्ट्रीम में यार.
But it's not enough. For Vitality building up these attack rounds, do we expect them to slow down when they go to the defense? I expect someone like Kovac to have a much easier time there. He's going to be stood in his own to take those fights, using his utility
as well.
much more proactively. Durka's not going to have to dive in to his death so often. This is going to be difficult for Heretics, even if they get 4. And that's up to question right now.
Yeah, they're a squad that you look at this double duelist and you're always going to have that faith that individually they've got the stars that could bring them back into the match, but this isn't like this isn't a map where they have been like truly unbelievable. They've had some very good results on it, but a lot of that did rely more heavily on a strong defensive side. Vitality so far have managed to pick that apart.
They have
देखता हूँ
Vitality are pushed back this time.
देखते हैं क्या
control, but they've given themselves options. There's a camera in middle somewhere that has been left open by both sides. The exception of when the AWP was in play for Heretics, which, you know, quite obviously
Then was the first match second?
Pretty mixed bag of a buy. So there's a camera here spotting all the information, containing that space.
Second match.
You have Les sitting over towards B main, looking for the aggression. Now the reveal goes up. Reveal inside of B main. Nobody there. Slight rotation starts from Rienz.
कर ले लाला. हो जाए second match.
That could have been a gap. But he's thought twice about it.
Yeah.
Not seeing any pressure on A. Nothing on short. He goes back. Luckily, there'll still be 2 players here for the push.
But the gamble is that they're going to have more players on one side and then the weapons on the other. And they're currently walking into the weapons. It's still going to be a difficult hold. The rest of the players are so ridiculously far away. I'm sure that TP can be taken and will be. So that's at least a third. And the time has been a burden at times, but here we go. Hunter's Fury into the back of the side. That's going to make things awkward. Rienzo still does well. 14 seconds now to make this move. They've already found another. Still, 2 players sit at the back of the site, and they've managed to drop another. The spike not being stuck, and because of that, the clock now goes against them once again. The round already over, and Heretics once more a round that didn't look like they should get, but they managed to make it work.
That looked like it was going to be a mistake. For a second, Rian's leaves the site. It looks like it's wide open. Just one player, Benji, in their way, but he goes back to help, plays behind the trips. Rotate in from Boo's ultimate as well. He emerges from the shadows to a well-defended site. Rian's, he gets hit by the Hunter's Fury. It's an easy kill. He's revealed. But those other players on backside, they buy enough time. Root coming in to drop the planter. That seals the deal. And the round is done 8-3. For Vitality,
they're doing it again.
They can stop this at 9. It would be wonderful indeed. But Woot's already picked up the opening. Durka quickly coming through shorts, trapped Woot in the corner. He's going to try to get out of there, but there's someone waiting for him. Kicks is dealt with. A flash from Miniboo buys him another fight. Those players blinded. A second goes through. He blinds himself and ends up going down to Durka. The spam, close but not close enough. And we're back to a 2v2.
The second player still not spotted. Durka once again. Oh, it is a dangerous game. Just about surviving, but they have to be careful. Benji now looking to wrap around the door. It will be broken, and it was a nice bait from Riens. He's the one spamming, and Benji's just standing waiting for it to be broken. It's still not a great half for Heritage, but they at least have a chance.
Yeah, they do, but it is going to be a tough second half with only 4 rounds on the board. Vitality may have given over 4 of the last 6, but they've built up enough of a lead that they could be bringing us to map number 3, Lotus. We'll see if that's the case after the break.
भाई जेट का सुपर डैश यूज कर देते हैं क्या? सुपर डैश करके सीधा नेक्स्ट मैप में जाएंगे वो लोग. इनमें हॉस्पिटल कौन सा देखने जा रहे हो? ये तो कल ही पता चलेगा. Oi, cutie pie! Oi, cuteness! Come here. What you doing?
Watching some random masala. Some random masala is coming full ऐसा 10 parts में लड़की से बड़ करके बस feels like big boss.
This is what Twitter masala या Instagram masala? Twitter.
But Instagram में था, but Twitter में किसी ने repost किया है वो.
Language wizard. Tanko, I am doing NA.
Welcome back, 8-4. Team Heretics certainly have their work cut out for them.
I'm doing
Looking over at Team Vitality,
second match,
it has been a solid showing. This
second
is
match
where we expect a player like Durka, though, to have an even easier time.
Yeah, I think I'll take this graphic. This has been the real build-up of success for Vitality, and that is doubling up on their board buff. Of course, Durka currently having some impressive matches over the last couple of weeks, but I think as well, Ampeg really starting to show that he has that individual level alongside the ability to IGO, and they've had some very good calls. Obviously, like the last round or so, a couple of rounds was coming down to the time, but they were happy to play quite late, happy to go late into those mid rounds and then have those fast-paced, aggressive takes, and I think that he has been fantastic. Well, as I was saying, the attack side definitely hasn't been where Heretics have been thriving. 40% win rate on this side of the map, and well, they're going to have to up that at least a little bit if they're going to be able to take this one in 2.
पिंकी दी अभी ब्रश कर रहे हैं हाँ सुबह नहीं करते रात को
A big deal for Team Heretics.
सिर्फ मैं ही हूँ दिन में 2 बार
Rush down, they're immediately put in the ground. Woot lost in the early fight. They have got boots on the ground now, playing inside the smoke. Miniboo has to cross into hell, and it's Kicks waiting for him there. The second player doesn't fall, but he's done enough. Kept it into this 3v3. Les, though, caught, isolated inside the cage. And Heretics, they've turned this back in their favor. They've left only Durka. Man, we highlighted moments ago, this could be his half. And what a way to start it. He's already taken one, 2 more to fall, but they can swing together. He's got to be quick, and he's got to be clean. Trying to bait them out, but when they swing, it's to his defeat. 5 for Team Heretics.
We saw this before. Getting that second pistol seemed to revitalize them in the previous map. I do think it's much more of an uphill battle here, but that is likely the lifeline that they needed to get things rolling. And the same sort of setup that we saw from the previous was those very direct, aggressive A-site hits. Of course, in this round, expectations of investment are minimal. For the Heretic side, will likely mean that their bonus is going to have some weaknesses in the next round, but wanting to keep this one nice and safe.
Understandably.
Sorry.
Playing it low, you've got the lead. No need to make some risks economically. Saving it all for the next. Still those classics. Saw Chronicle earlier on Clowns. He took down 3 with 1 magazine.
Okay, yeah, but that's Chronicle.
But it is Chronicle.
Chronicle's classic is
thank you for the membership. I
reckon he does like 100 classic only DMs per day.
It could be.
Like,
it might not be wrong, honestly.
You know, as it was said earlier, the wife's been away for a couple of weeks. He hasn't had much to do, so he's just
in the range.
he's just playing with the classic all day.
Give us Chronicle's classic stats compared to everyone else's. Whip that up by next round.
Let's give our Chronicle in a game he's not even playing. Maybe we save that for next week, you know?
No, right now.
Nonetheless, this one looking fairly easy for the side of Heretic. We'll see if there's any extra damage that can be done, even with the reveals. It's not looking great for any amount of damage. And that's the thing, they only have the 1 pistol, so even dropping a player or 2 here could cause either rebuys or just some low buys for the next round.
मेरा फूफा का है NB है ना अभी पहला मैच नहीं कर रहे हैं पहला मैच थोड़ा सा क्यूट है
damage isn't done, so there's always a
2G versus Furia मारेगा.
I think looking more so towards those ultis, similar to where we saw Unfake coming out of this same round on the other side. Rien's, he'll be happy to take some kills. He's going hunting. They won't want to give him them. Even the death just to give him the orb. That's what he's looking for. There's 1 found already. He's going to be 2 away if they take him down. Just find 1 more. Not quite. Still, 2 away from Hunter's Fury coming into the next round. That is going to be quite a bounty with all 4 of the other players surviving. Solid.
Yeah, at least 1 will be dropped, but this is now likely where things will get that little bit more interesting. Of course, someone who has definitely had some quieter weeks thus far when it comes to VCT Emea, but is having a great game right now. Currently 15-9 in the server, top fragger overall alongside Les. I think they need him to have a stellar second half. We've already seen his counterpart have those impactful lurks across the map, especially on that short A side. I want to see if Benji can have that same effect.
Got that double to close out the last round. His B-holds were sublime. Indeed, it is now Les's turn to take up that mantle. Torch is being passed. Let's see if the light is fading on Vitality's side. It was Heretics trailing at the half of the previous map, but they managed to climb back up into the lead and then take it across the line with a photo finish. Now, round 15, they'll have to make it happen again. Damage getting out of this. If they can drop a couple of players, that's fine. They've got their eyes set on victory, and with the disadvantages they came into with this half, that would do a lot to boost them back up into this game.
I must wait a moment.
The only thing I'm a little bit sad about is that Riens doesn't have himself one of those Guardians in hand. It always seems to be a pivotal part. Spreading the net early, but with trips still online in middle. I think the defense will be relatively comfortable, but they are going to be able to bypass that.
30 seconds left.
Found it and broke it. Flash playing with still a second trap, but he has to stay alive for that to be in play. Finds his way to Boathouse, hopes that they walk right into it, but they're waiting, biding their time.
Oh,
But
okay.
Durka through the smoke gets a double. That's an outrageous pick from him, but time running low as the rest of Heretics make it to the site, and Woo matches Durka's performance, puts them in the lead, gets them a weapon for their troubles, and with plant re-ends, puts the Hunter's Fury in. It's found its mark, and Kovac falls! Heretics, they might be on the way to do it again, trailing at the half, but clawing their way back into this game.
मैं वालो खेलता भी नहीं हूँ, but बस आप जहाँ उधर मैं देखता हूँ
like it was already sealed. Like the fact that it's this from Durka, just this wild spam. And there was only, what, 12 seconds left, but it was those early tags from the players at the back of sight, and then Durka trying to get back in to stop that plant from happening. Jumping the gun a little bit, but wanting to try and help out his teammates. And once again, it seems like Heretics, they put themselves in positions that feel impossible to come back from. But now, well, unless they lose to the Sheriff fight, they're going to be level once again.
वो speed boost वाला नहीं कर
Things have
सकता.
happened, that's for sure, in this series alone.
Short.
But Benji's already given them the advantage. Norb taken for unfake as they climb towards ultimates for the next round, the bye round.
Upgrade is tier and
quite a ways to go to make this one.
पक्का सिर्फ आपके लिए love you यार गर्वित भाई, love you यार.
One shot to the head will take him down. Unfake. It's not quite the Haven performance. Won't be catching the double right away, at least not for now. Shot dart through to soften them. Durka's here now as well. Two Sheriffs waiting to take this across the line, but Benji's there again to catch them off. To secure this important round, and Unfake try as he might to make this doable. It's an uphill battle. Kicks and Kovac.
Not really any expectation from this one, and they just be careful that they're not just feeding the orbs over to the other side.
थोड़ा defense ये लोग का easy हो
Just
जाएगा.
bring some additional context, of course, with Heretics 2-0, the chance for qualification in the very early stages.
Super chat error show हो रहा है, trying to send but नहीं हो रहा है. अमित भाई membership लेने का try करो.
And for Vitality,
काश दोस्त वाली.
if they were to lose this map or the next, it would send them 1 and 2 and put them within risk. Especially with upcoming matches versus the likes of a BBL. That could be a good opportunity for them to maybe put their opponent lower, or them to fall into that elimination even before playoffs began, which, considering how some of these matches have played out, especially last week in a close game versus GX, that would feel rough.
Vitality timeout.
One enemy
Looking to stem the bleeding. The advantage that they came into this half with has now subsided. And Heretics may be about to stomp back into the lead. Starting to get deja vu of Haven, and no doubt on their side that's what they're trying to avoid. Benji, the strong performance we said coming out of half number 1, he was a key player, and he has continued to be here. 18 and 10. With some big kills trading back what Durka managed to put down 2 rounds ago.
Ayush bhai, na maan re. Ayush bhai, thank you for the re-membership of the cast. Those, my fam, my dudes.
Towards a couple of orbs.
आए यार हमारे क्यूट से WhatsApp group में अगर आप नहीं हो तो आए.
And it might be useful here on the attack, finding the
5 बंदे, now we are 6.
Durka's been looking for some fights.
Yeah, I think the other thing as well with Heretics, which is always so terrifying, is sometimes it really does feel like
25th best. Wow, that's really not great.
That's exclusively
Pistols,
classic
though.
though.
Hey, we're looking for classic.
W.
Classic though, I bet he's number 1.
This goes here.
We'll see. We'll cook it over the week.
The point I was trying to make was the fact that when you talk about this Heretics squad, a lot of the time the relevancy of the side of the map is void, especially when you see some of these individual players start to just find their footing. They are a terrifying force to be reckoned with. Oh, kicks. He's about to come under
वही
some
wombo
pressure.
combo triple bend लोगड़े लगते हैं.
Oh, but the paranoia should have gotten him out. Miniboo must have been blind there. But his crosshair was on the angle. His reaction's perfect. Hunter's Fury is put through. The attempt here from Unfake to pull back an advantage, and he'll get a tag at least. It's Benji low, but they've already made their decision. The rotate coming through.
मेरे को आवाज सुन के पता चला. ओ भाई W Ice भाई.
Nothing really. It all relies on
Promotion
Now they've gotten less back on the side as well. That cage giving him safe passage to the site. And what would have been a wide open site now, not so much. And the main thing is, Tom, look at the spike. They can't really afford to split this.
What do you do for a living?
On the way back, they're going to be caught by Durka.
Well, the bigger thing is the fact that Benji has managed to now just walk straight into the A site. He's found that information that even though they had some pretty deep footholds on B, they can now rotate into this side of the map. No Hunter's Fury to deny the plant either. It will have to be the retake. But they can also leave a player or two behind. It's a pretty aggressive position.
I love this double setup. The high-low in towards Garden. They've snuck through the Garden gate, and they're cutting deep down to the bone as Vitality lose another at Miniboo. No, he doesn't get two here, surely. The classic even comes out. It's a disaster class from Vitality, and the lead is now lost.
Oh, we spoke about the mid-round calling from Unfake, and I think we're now starting to see the mid-round calling from Boo. Like, it definitely, it definitely came off the back of a little bit of luck, but also just you could understand the gamble. You've lost that
so
market control.
You
want to try and get back in and help the team. I think Durka even catches one as they try and rotate away, but just that spike actually being kept meant that they had to double check to see if Unfake was there. And realize, okay, there's at least 3 players around this angle. Pace change, Durka's ult, going to be a pivotal part, trying to take the fight. Somehow he's been sniped out of the air by a shotgun.
Yeah, that's an opening duel he's going to want to forget. Vitality losing a player, they've still got rifles on the rest.
Okay.
And Unfake, he's brought them the advantage. He's dropped the spike inside of main. Now they have to go fighting, and that they will, but Les is still waiting. Miniboo. He had the gate crash, and now he has the spike. But 3 opponents to take down the lead for Heretics, but it doesn't look like they'll keep it for long.
Oh. I've seen him win a clutch like this going the other way. From the A site to B. And a disgusting little clutch. Instead, he's left the gate crash behind. May be able to go for a late flank. Instead, he's going to take the early fight. Main thing will be the timing on it. That gate crash is running out soon, and I think he ended up just having to leave it. They've all gone past him, so this is a real opportunity. So sneaky, just like he was before on that B side. Nobody checking the back too. Could be for free, but it's a little whiffy. Even still, though, he's managed that first. He's breaking the window to try and bait, try and get them to look the other way. The swing is well timed, but again, hasn't quite been able to capitalize. He has taken them off that spike, but the second they tap this, he needs to swing, and Les once more will be a safe pair of hands.
Oh, he gave himself the opportunity to take that across the line, and at least he gets the one up in heaven. Brings it into a doable scenario, but that was spooky, Tom. I was really hoping we weren't going to see another blunder.
अरे बंक भाई 50K से आपके साथ तू कॉलेज से लेकर जॉब तक आपने साथ दिया है सच्ची कांग्रेचुलेशंस ऑन योर जॉब मेरी जान की
छोटे HP low, and considering how that round starts with Unfake's double with less spamming through the smoke for one.
Kill all your opponents.
He definitely had a good shot of it. 9-9, tied up. Economy not looking great for Vitality, and there's still a safety net for Heretics to fall back on. Woot though, he's down to 10. That was a wonderful spam. I think just a 140 headshot from the Phantom on range.
But it's a double damage काम वो लोग अभी भी उसको बेच करके ट्रेड ले सकते हैं.
Important on the attack side, so him being low already is a problem.
ऐसी कौन सी जगह पे जॉब लगी भाई?
Into B main from Durka may allow them to gamble at the player back.
Hello?
Do you have the information that Boo is lurking? Once more, the Heretics have been very happy to position. In fact, both teams attacks
कुछ
have
crazy
been
job लगी है इसको.
a mixture of pacey hits and these slow defaults.
Chat प्यार दो यार.
For now though,
Thank you so much for the 100 gifted members. मेरी जान करोड़े. डर के still crazy बे. Booster तो है ही लेकिन डर के still crazy.
Players on short already. Now look to execute on that with Mini Boo down. Kovac just backs off.
30
But as he
seconds
swings
left.
in, reloading, a risk is taken. The info gathered from it, but he'll lose his life to Wu. The 10 HP player still drawing breath and drawing blood along with it. A 4v4 as they close in on the site. The tap of the spike, attempting to bait them out into the open. It's Les again, finding 1-2. In fact, from up above, 12 seconds. The spike has to be stuck soon. They'll actually get it down. Just waiting for the smokes to fade as Les continues to frag out, leaving Rienz alone. He's got 2 to take down, both coming from heaven. He doesn't know that. He knows about Jet. And it is Durka with an off in hand. He'll bait for the other one. It ends up being their downfall. A Red Bull clutch for Rienz. And the lead back in Heretic's hands.
He's just the guy you want in those moments. They've got so many individually fantastic players, but you put him in a clutch and you just expect this guy to win. And unfortunately, in this case, the bold synergy wasn't quite enough. The bait was basically perfect. But unfortunately, the shots this time were not landed by Unfake. It was a round that should have been theirs. And I've said that, I don't know, I think we're almost getting double digits.
We need to get that replay of Weber in the post-game highlights. I have never seen that man so
Icebox, thank you so much.
I just hope there's no lip.
Maybe in 3 rounds they'll be able to show it to them.
Yeah, it could be. This one's certainly not going to have a lot of contest from Vitality. The rifle in the hands of Les. If you've been watching the last few rounds, you'll certainly understand why. He has been frying, but he's sent back towards the B site. The drone will scare him away.
Wow, if anything, you want them pushing into this man's site. If you're a Vitality fan. The rest of the team, hightailing it to this side of the map, will almost just act as bodies for Les to trade.
Paranoia is getting close.
Les has just picked off Mini Blue.
Finally,
a quick headshot to deal with one. They now know that the rifle is on the site. They need to try and deal with this man, and he's trying to play things safe. Just go for those taps and then duck away. Ultimate even used to try and remove the utility. One of the other major advantages is those ultimates that they could use into the backside. As the time now ticks further away again, it's going to be less on contact. Still yet to take any real damage, but he is losing all of those teammates, and eventually they will get the job done.
They brought Kovac back up, and I think Kix is making the best of a bad situation by doing so.
Got a gun.
He got the rifle as well, recovered from the corpse of his enemy. Kovac's the man walking in. We need to see Kix with him. You need that rifle to be swinging at the same time, and it isn't. Isolated. As Kix was holding towards Boathouse now, he's done for. He's trapped in! Maybe not! They're locked in there with him with 4 HP, but they're also equally as low. Shot to all that's needed, and it's a wallbang from Kix. A 1v1. Benji yet to show his hand, hiding on the back of the site. Kix is running out of time. He needs to force the swing, force the fight, and he does so, but to his detriment. For this round, I said there wouldn't be much contest, and Tom, I should have known better.
It's a very nice try. A very nice try from Kix. He only found this rifle later in the round. That's a prediction. I think he's trying to catch the player on the bomb. Let's just get someone on the stairs instead.
That was the worst play I've ever done, and I'm never going to do it again.
Hey, you've got to respect a man who can own his own mistakes.
Absolutely.
There you go.
That's a leader right there.
Boo is definitely one of those players. Self-critical, but also
माफ किया टेंशन मतलब माफ किया यार.
Scenario we're in. We put the stat up earlier that the attack side win rate for Heretics was 40%. It's looking slightly better than that right now. There's only a singular round.
8-4
down. Member होके भी 2 बार flip
2 rounds in the lead, 2 away from closing it. I wouldn't have put my money on this, I'll tell you that. And we talked about it. Oh, they win the pistol, they've got a chance. They win that 3rd round, even the 4th goes away.
Even the last 2 of the previous half. Like, there was a real world where this was utterly dominant. And even still, it was very dominant from the side of Vitality, but
the theme of the week, mate.
Pauses
Let's go, Bunks.
Talk about Summer Mayhem, and it's something else out there. I didn't know what I was getting into this week. The amount of games we've seen.
I think actually
the majority of games have had at least a map go incredibly one-sided, and then the swing back, the BBL game was
एक बार खुद को याद दिलाओ कि स्कोर का हाफ क्या था?
I'm on 9-3 curse. It's just a
फिर तुम लोग
first
वापस
half
याद दिलाओ
curse, I
कि
guess.
ये डिफेंसिव
Don't be
मैच
good at the beginning of games.
फिर
It
तुम
really
लोग
doesn't
वापस याद
matter
दिलाओ
anymore.
खुद को कि सामने डर के भाई है और अनफेक भाई जो ज्यादा मार रहे हैं. Never mind.
And Heretics,
Never mind.
they're looking to hammer this home. This is the buy for Vitality. I said 2 rounds needed, but Tom, you're right. It's one. It's this one with the weapons invested into, and one of them finding success on the back of the site. But Wu, he's not going to site. He's going deep into the spawn, and it's himself and Benji to find one. Now looking to force the issue. They've tagged Kovac heavy, and they're going to hunt him down, running their way to the A site, or so you think. Spike's just gone on to B. It's now TP'd out, and Vitality have got to be scratching their heads wondering, what the hell are they doing? Where are they going? Where will the push come in? And they may be about to find out the hard way.
Stopping once again. I think the
वो लोग को पता है B होने वाला है.
Kovac. Who didn't want to give the spike away. Durka at the back of this site. We need to see that hero he can be, but Woot is just looking that little bit better. 20 and 13, another triple to add to the collection. Kovac, good luck from here. 42 HP, 4 survive. Yeah, I think holding onto the rifle holds a lot more value than anything else.
He's 40 HP. I mean, going for this is maybe inspired by kicks in the previous round, but he didn't even win that.
And more health.
Yeah, exactly. A loss of that rifle means they're screwed for the next, and how they might be anyways. Nowhere near the Blade Storm. You can hope Unfake pulls something out with the Hunter's Fury. But this has to be 3 in a row from Vitality, starting with the most difficult piece of the puzzle to fit in. Without this rifle, I just can't see it working.
Also as well, like a team that's come in with new pieces to the puzzle. The victories they've had is when they've been incredibly dominant, and then just close down from there. You go back to the foot game, it was not even remotely close. 13-2, 13-5. When it seems like a team has that ability to come back into matches, which Heretics this season have definitely shown time and time again. I don't know if they have what it takes to stop what has been a demolition in this second half.
Now this is new. The attack side Heretics have gotten. It's blue. The feeling that Vitality have got, they have got to be mentally in the dumps. Maybe soon sent there for Heretics. 3 chances now to lock in playoffs of Stage 2 in EMEA. A step closer to their ultimate goal of going all the way to champions, of fighting in Paris for a title, for a trophy. One that has evaded them many times within the VCT circuit. 101% chance connection. Unfake, he's close to finding the opening, but it will evade him. 70 on Rienzi, but Heretics still have 5.
Durka's position is something we've not seen too much of from Vitality. A chance for him to be the hero we know he can be. Kovac obviously not having a gun in this scenario is going to make things a little bit more difficult, but that's a spike. An important kill. Even if it just buys time, it may not necessarily be something that he looks to defend. With 30 seconds left, a third player was gambled over. Benji now finding a kill on B makes things interesting, and it opens up a gap. A little bit of panic, a little bit of disarray, and now 2 have to fight to keep them in the map.
And they've got Benji Fishy coming in the back lines as well. You've got to deal with this guy. Unfake goes back to do so, loses a lot of health in the process, but makes this a bit more manageable. Shock dart down, but it's too deep. It's not going to catch these players. The crossfire here, dangerous. A wide swing from Durka could catch 1. It could catch 2, in fact. The reposition needed. The reveal is there, but Woot's got another. It's all down to Durka, and he'll fall at Woot's hands again. 13-9, 2-0. A hard-fought battle for Heretics, but they have locked in Stage 2 playoffs.
Yeah, they really do feel like a team that are impossible to play against. You go into a map, you have a fantastic first half, you show that they can bleed, you could show that they now need to give you something they've never given before, and, well, the coin flips, and they're just the best team in the server. Like, they dropped one round in a second half that hasn't been their favored throughout Ascent so far. And well, Woot just seemed to turn it on 25 and 13. Benji Fishy.
भाई वूट ने 4 मारे.
Yeah, right with him.
Yeah, and it wasn't a slow start.
Double आ रहा है. Just saying,
from round 1, activated on the server, but you can look to most of Team Heretics in the same light. This was a big game from Les as well. We came in the second half saying he has to match the performance. A tough task, he managed it, but in the end, it's Heretics with the surprise comeback on the attack side of Ascent. They really can do it all.
19-20 साल के लड़के लोग
foul as they are playoff bound.
बेंजी भी लाइक ये अच्छा वो गेम से इधर आया. एक गेम का टॉप प्लेयर दूसरे गेम में इतना यंग एज में आके कैसे गांड मार रहा है. बेचारे ने रात को मेरे को सब्सक्राइब करके झाटू वॉच पार्टी लिखा बे. लव यू यार फाद भाई, लव यू यार. फाद भाई का प्रोफाइल में वो है गाने क्रिएटेड प्लेलिस्ट. अली गैटिका इट्स यू. इंग्लिश आती है क्या रे लौड़ी? हाँ ओए इट्स यू आती है क्या? ओए इट्स यू ओए. वीडियोस में ग्रुप 8 प्रेजेंटेशन 13 मिनट का. बात भाई वो जो एक आपका सब्सक्राइबर है खुद को तो सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया ना आपने? नाइटबॉट को बोल के नाइटबॉट भाई प्लीज मुझे सब्सक्राइब कर दो.
Pay safe car player of the week, Batu. Let's go. Let's run it. I'm down to also say it 3 times if need be. But yeah, this was given the context of 11-11 as well.
किसके बेसिस पे मिलता है? रैंडम है,
like
रैंडम है.
You have to give him some credit. And I
मैंने
really
इसके एने सोच रहा सेकंड मैच
finally got to see him on
फर्स्ट
the
मैच
double
कर दिया मैं
duelist this
सो
week as
जाऊंगा.
well. Oh, it's just so nice
Impossible
to
है
see
मैं
his
फर्स्ट
return
मैच
to
कर.
Euro. I think this is a very well-deserved pace.
फ्यूरिया वर्सेस 2G फ्यूरिया 2-0
I
उसके
mean, we
बाद
had
आऊंगा.
a lot of choices. We had so many choices this week, and I think that one kind of sums it up. But we will see Apex, of course, next week too. For now, though, let's talk about Vitality super quick. That was a little bit underwhelming, I think, towards the end.
I think so. I think we kind of came into this and we're still questioning, like, are they back? Are they so back? Are they a super team? You know, I think I was quite excited after seeing them have that stomp against Foot last week. But I think time and time again, Team Heretics just always come through.
साहिब भाई लव यू यार. सुपर चैट हमेशा ज्यादा करो लेकिन बता दो क्या चाहिए जिंदगी में.
Just able to go and win it in the end.
मेरा प्रोफाइल
Yeah,
पे
and again,
चुप
the
रहो.
record, they've only lost to Fnatic since kickoff. That's just going to keep going. They're not in the same group. So who knows? We get to playoffs. Maybe that's when Heretics.
भाई क्या वाइब है ना रात को बीच
but
पार्टी.
also the map all looks good now because there's one.
तो बेसिकली अगर कॉइन टॉस में अगर तू जीतता है जो कि तू नहीं जीतेगा क्योंकि मेरा नसीब एकदम गोट रहता है तो समझ में जीत गया तो मैं चूज कर सकता हूँ कि मेरे को पहला मैप चाहिए या मेरे को पहला साइड चाहिए. समझ रहे हो? अगर मेरे को पहला मैप मिला तो एक मैप मेरा तू साइड पिक करेगा, एक मैप तेरा मैं साइड पिक करूंगा, फिर लास्ट में जो मैप बचा उसका पिक साइड कौन करेगा. समझ रहे हो? बारी बारी से करते हैं वैसा वाला सीन. समझ रहे हो? लेकिन मैंने अगर बोला मेरे को साइड पिक करने का तो तू मैप चूज करेगा. पहला साइड पिक मैं करूंगा, दूसरा साइड पिक तू करेगा, तीसरा मैं साइड पिक डिसाइडर में मैं करूंगा. समझ रहे हो? बिंग्स भाई यहाँ 11 बजे है। अरे करना नहीं बुक है सुपर चैट का। एक्सक्यूज मी भाई, आज का चैट रेवेन्यू क्या है यार? एक मेंबर नहीं है भाई, पूरा मीटअप बाहर आ गया। हेलो
Wingman impression.
I love Wingman.
Yeah, can you do a wingman impression? That's actually pretty good.
Yeah, I am actually decent.
That is really decent. But welcome, you two. Now, before we get into
इसने
everything,
मारा
I
है
wanted you
अभी
to maybe help me settle a debate. First of all, I apologize. This morning I said that Durka and Kovac were the best double duelists in the league. I was wrong, okay? Sometimes I'm wrong, and I apologize. But I wanted to ask you guys to maybe help me rank the double duelists in the league, because you clearly know more than I do. So obviously we've got you and Miniboo, Durka Kovac. We have got Camo Kiko, Aves, Martin. Am I missing anyone else? I feel like those are the those sort of the ones I'm excited about. So could you maybe help me out in the tier
I will
list?
start, yeah. First of all, it's Wood and Minibo. They're the best, yeah?
Yep, you're right.
For sure,
Yeah.
top one. And then
Completely right.
Top two, in my opinion, I would say Kayak and Alpha. Of course. Because Kayak is, like for me, Kayak is one of the best duelists. So even if Alpha is so bad.
But when has Alpha been so bad though?
No, he's not. I'm just joking.
Yeah.
I think they're top two.
Okay.
And then top three, I would say Camo and Kiko. I think they're good.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
As a fourth, I would say KC. Yeah, me too. Aves and Martin. Yeah. And then Kovac and Durke, I think they're the fifth one.
I'm really surprised.
Do you agree?
No,
Yeah,
I'm
I
really
do.
surprised.
You
Yes,
agree?
करो
Okay.
मैं काम
so
बंद
excited.
है। ये क्या है?
Kovac's been shooting, and I think, I don't know, maybe I just have recency bias based on their performance
ये क्या
against us
है?
last week.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have
Nongshim
played
Gaming.
against a lot of good players in your career. Did you feel any of that pressure today from Durka and
ये कौन सी
Kovac?
currency है?
No, of course
power?
not. No.
Oh,
there's no chance.
no.
Like,
Okay.
I mean, there is like Kayak and
Binks
okay,
बचा है।
I'm not gonna lie, Kayak might be doubling Kovac plus Durke.
Wow.
I would agree on that. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay,
Nigeria,
so when
मेरा
you played
कैसा
against
Nigeria?
Fnatic, you felt Kayak's presence on the server.
Of course. I mean, if you're making mistakes, especially.
भाई
he's
नाइजीरिया में जॉब कर दे
capitalizing
तू?
good.
आइस भाई?
Like, his aim is crazy, you know? And
कैसा
yeah,
है
I
वहाँ पे
mean,
जगह?
if you make mistakes,
मैं
like,
पहले
you feel
बहुत
the
रील
pressure.
देखता था,
you know?
पता है?
We've settled the debate
Dance
now,
का,
Billy.
भाई,
Yeah.
sexy
Next time I have
dancers
an
are
opinion, I'm going to say
sexy.
it was yours.
To be fair, I did say Miniboo clear.
वहाँ के
Yeah,
लोग
she
का
was
स्माइल
sorry.
बढ़िया लगता
I
है।
was being a big fan, but
Yeah.
I wanted to ask more about the kind of
W
micro
peoples
plays
यहाँ
that
पे,
you guys
W
have been showing
peoples.
us, especially on the Haven with the ISO and the Sova.
Hi,
How
bye,
much of
thank you
that
for
is
the
you calling for it,
10,000
and how much of it is, like, kind of
yen.
predetermined? Because we saw it on Corrode as well last week when you're on the Waylay, and then Boo was on the Omen, paranoiding you into main. Like, how much is it pre-planned and how much is you calling for it?
I mean, 80% of
600
it is
रुपए दिया बे,
pre-called,
तो
for
तूने
sure.
दिया
Like,
600,
you cannot
तूने
create
दिया,
that crazy runs,
दिया क्या
especially on
तूने?
Corrode. Like, in game,
600 रुपया
it's so
दिया।
hard.
दिया तूने
But
दिया।
it's like on our couches, like they're just cooking it and we are just doing it. I think we are good on doing it and they're just good on making it.
Okay. I like it. Do you have any tips for any
जब
of the
ने business
duos
चालू
and
कर
rank
दिया
on how
हूँ अभी।
to get away with plays like that?
I
crazy
think
बे।
picking like one duelist, one initiator, or like, you know, like some combinations like that, or like initiator sentinel. If you pick that, you will probably get
love you
like
too.
+1 rank up at least.
What do you play in ranked? Like, what agents do you guys
I mean,
play?
I always play Sova,
Do you really?
Fade. I mean, I really play like duelist rarely. Like,
Oh, so you don't like a cheeky Reina insta-lock on Icebox, maybe?
The thing is, yeah, sometimes
अमेरिका's
I do that on
Watchparty
Icebox.
second match का करेंगे,
I
energy
use it
और
just like Reina.
lev
Like,
का।
I don't know, I just don't like it.
What about you?
I mean, I'm playing everything. Like, I'm playing Breach on Icebox. I can do everything. Claw on Icebox. I'm just picking.
सच बोल पापा के दर्द पे बैठा है ना।
Of like 90% of
जो
the
भी
times,
यार
I'm
है तो उसका ही
picking the
पापा।
claw once because
हाँ?
it's just more fun. But like,
खुद
I'm
किसको
just
blame करो
trying
ना?
to pick that what I'm playing normally.
Do you have fun? You know, at least have, because you play so much Valorant.
Yeah.
You will be playing
They're
against Foot
fans
next,
footage.
and recently in EMEA, we're hearing a lot of comms from players, and there's a lot of like, who's the
बंदा
best Turkish
membership
duelist now? You know, like BBO is saying
purchase
that.
किया,
We hear from
super
Fnatic,
chat
we hear
दी,
from like Foot. We
किया,
hear
but
from every
दोनों के
team that has
messages
Turkish
pop
players.
up नहीं हुए,
First of all, for
transaction
people that
done।
aren't, you know, super familiar with the
तो फिर
scene
तेरे
Turkish
को
scene,
वो
can you
मिलेगा, refund
explain a
मिलेगा।
little bit why, you know, where the pride comes
फिर
from
तेरे को
being a
refund
Turkish player
मिलेगा।
and why everybody wants to be the best in Turkey?
I mean, I think Turkish people,
like likes to represent our country, you know. So everyone wants to be like, I'm the best, you know, Turkish duelist. Everyone wants to prove themselves, and that might be the reason.
Yeah, and do you guys care? Are you in? Do you want to be the best?
I think we are showing in game in servers.
You don't need to tell people you're the best.
I mean, yeah,
You're
like
already
it's
the
just
best.
no needed, you know. Like I'm not gonna say I'm the best. I think when we play, we are just showing it as a team.
I think
we
I
are
can
best.
say that Wout is the best Turkish player.
Astaghfirullah, bro.
Do you know what's really funny?
नया बंडल एकदम बकवास क्यों है?
You guys, you're in that
वो नहीं पता, लेकिन तेरा भाई गिव अवे करने वाला है 50,000 VP का very soon. New bundle आया करके, and it's from my end, it's not from right end, so it's from my end. डेल्टा होगा पता नहीं यार, 5-10 मिनट में बोलता हूँ, देखने दो क्या सीन है, कैसा वाइब है, होएगा तो करूँगा, सो जा, रेस्ट कर ले। नहीं यार, सेकंड मैच तो करने का ही यार, मेरे को एनर्जी लेव करने का ही है यार, बाप मैच है वो मेरे को मिस नहीं करने का है। सेकंड मैच तो करेंगे ही, क्योंकि ये तो 2-0 फ्यूरिया बहुत जल्दी होना चाहिए, मतलब ऐसा है कि 1-1.5 घंटे में खत्म होना चाहिए फ्यूरिया वाला मैच। आप लोगों को बंडल फ्री में मिलता है ना रे? वन भाई, व्हाट विल बी योर ड्रीम टीम में सोचो ना मेरे ड्रीम आने के लिए। वैलो रैंक पुश हो जाता तो